The events of the story begin with a certain man in black with a tablet driving and discussing the existence of Miram Neko. The driver of the car he is riding in asks if it is not better that his existence is not taken seriously and is now considered a legend. However, this man says that there are people with unusual powers hiding around us all, and this is a big fact. The man says that this is the reason they have to suffer. The driver says that apparently he didn't like the promotion. The man says it's obvious, his predecessor died on a mission. He wants a normal future for himself, not this. Then, he says that we've moved on from this topic and asks about a certain high school student who became a Miramite. The man immediately adds, saying that it's strange. At that age, you already understand why he became a Mirimian. The events of the story take us to the roof of one of the buildings. Some schoolboy is standing on the roof and shaking. His eyes are filled with hopelessness. He is sad. There are abrasions on his body, and he himself seems to be thinking about jumping down. At that moment, his legs give way. One leg rises and bends as if he's about to jump down right now. However, a voice is heard from behind the guy asking if he is going to jump. This voice made the guy tremble. The guy turns his head and sees a blonde guy standing and just looking at the view from the roof. The guy who wanted to jump starts to get scared by this and thinks about how long this guy has been standing and watching him. However, he then says that there is no difference at all. He has already written a will anyway. However, at that moment, this guy tells our guy who was about to jump that it would be better for him not to do it now. The guy turns his head and sees that the blonde guy is already right next to him. Literally in an instant, he was so close. Our guy who wants to jump sees on the blonde guy's shirt the symbols of a second-year student, most likely. Then the fair-haired man with an apathetic look says that usually people see their whole life before they die. This guy is even more surprised because the guy starts telling him that people see many different moments of their lives in front of them. The guy who was about to jump starts yelling at the blonde guy, saying that he doesn't understand anything about this. The guy starts screaming about how he was struggling like a fish on ice trying to survive, and he didn't want this outcome of his life at all. Then he shows his wound, saying that he is bullied all the time and that today it happened again. He also adds that today he was made to kneel, stripped, spat upon, and forced to apologize for many things that did not happen. Then he says that the person who is making fun of him is a real jerk. But for some reason, everyone thinks that I am the idiot and not him. Then he talks about it again and adds that even his class teacher refused to help him and did not help. He screams with tears in his eyes that if this world is so terrible, then it would be better for him to just take and leave it, and that's it. The blonde guy says that if he wants it so much, then please, and pushes our guy off the roof with his hand. This is wildly frightening to the point of horror for the guy who wanted to jump. He did not expect such a reaction from the one who is now standing next to him and listening. The guy who wanted to jump fell down from the roof with a scary face, and the guy who pushed him just watched it. Then the fair-haired guy says that if that's the case, then it would be good for him to try the taste of death one day. The guy flies down with a shocked face and tears in his eyes, talking about why he pushed him down. However, at the moment when the guy was flying down, he began to see memories from his life, birthdays and holidays, his mother. He flies down with tears in his eyes, remembering his mother, father, his childhood friends, and pleasant memories of life. However, he then remembers those who bullied him all his life at school and brought him to this. A guy named Kim Yoonho. The guy flying down says that he doesn't want to die like that and would like to beat this guy until he bleeds. However, a few moments later, our hero, who was pushed off the roof, woke up alive in some building. Apparently, this is a medical center. The guy is in shock from what just happened to him and how he survived. Our hero, having jumped from the roof, thinks that perhaps it was all just a dream, or this guy was just a ghost. However, all of our hero's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of a certain group of guys who came here for him. The guy is wildly scared by what he sees now. He says the name of this guy. It is the same Yoonho who beat him. Right after he sees him and calls his name, our hero is hit by a huge blow and sent into the wall. This guy starts to beat him, but our guy asks him to wait while the offender's friends stand nearby, eat and discuss. Then, the offender Kim Yoonho throws some magazine, similar to a diary, in front of our hero's face, causing shock in our hero. Then, the offender Kim Yoonho adds that he saw our hero's will, in which he stated what he was leaving to whom. After this, the offender Kim Yoonho says that he almost cried reading about this, making fun of our hero. Then the offender Kim Yoonho adds that he saw everything, and how our hero described and called him there, after which he remains silent. Our hero guy is in a trembling shock because he understands that all of this was not a dream. However, he had no time to think. Our offender kicked him right in the torso very hard. Kim Yoonho starts beating our hero harder and harder, telling him not to dare pass out now. Then Kim Yoon-ho asks our hero if he skipped class to commit suicide, which shocks our hero. Then the offender Kim Yoon-ho asks why he finds a man who was going to die in a medical center. However, our hero is still flying in his thoughts, wondering if this is not a dream. Then what was on the roof? In his head, he begins to replay the entire situation on the roof and remember different details of what happened. Then our hero realizes that it doesn't matter what happened then, whether these sensations are real or not, the very fact of their existence. The offender Kim says that our hero is no longer even capable of dying on his own, because he is insignificant. Then, our hero remembers that when he fell, he regretted his death, and now he will have to act radically. Our hero now decides to do something too, but only receives blows. His body is not under control. Then the offender beats our hero, and he starts screaming that he won't die again and swings his fist. Then he shouts that even if he dies, he will now die without regrets and hits his offender in the face with his hand. However, our hero's offender easily dodges and laughs with his friends that our hero decided to fight back for the first time. The offender kicks our guy into the wall and shouts that this worthless wretch has no chance to try to fight back. Then, with a surprised face, the offender Kim says how dare he behave like that and fight back. However, our hero gets back on his feet and says that now he will not let anyone humiliate him, and will fight back until the end. These words only make our offender Kim want to beat up this guy even more. He asks him to attack him faster. Our hero decides that he is doing the right thing because if he is destined to die, then it is better for him to die fighting for something than just for nothing. However, immediately after this, our hero hears a familiar voice. The voice says that he thought that our hero was much weaker morally. Here our hero falls into a wild shock. He says that this is the same ghost that was with them on the roof then. Then, this guy sitting on the fence with blonde hair says that apparently he doesn't have to worry. However, our hero just stands there in shock with sweat on his face and says that it turns out it wasn't a dream at all. The offender's friends standing nearby are discussing how suddenly a second-year student appeared here and is sitting here and telling something. Offender Kim turns to this guy and says that he could please go away and not interfere with the younger ones having fun here. Then Kim says that if that's the case, then maybe he should call Jin Ho-hyun. He's the main one among the repeaters now and will decide everything. The blonde guy jumps off the fence and says that, okay, since he's here, then that's good. Then the fair-haired second year says that since he is here, he will help once and looks at our hero. Then this guy approaches our hero, puts him in a stance and advises him to better clench and hold his fist in his hand. However, all these actions only cause Kim's offender to misunderstand and reject what is happening. A minute later, the fair-haired second year says that it will be better this way and asks the guy to try to hit. All these events only cause Kim's gang and himself to laugh out loud and be wildly excited about what is happening. Our hero's fair-haired assistant tells him not to worry, saying that one blow should be enough for such guys. However, the offender Kim does not decide to just sit and watch this. He attacks our hero with his fist and starts hitting. The blonde guy starts to reach out his hand, touching our hero's elbow with his finger, as if giving him strength. Immediately after this, small lightning bolts appear. The blow is much stronger and the offender receives a huge blow to the face. A huge punch to the offender's face knocks him out instantly, as if smashing Kim's face into clutches. Kim's friends, laughing in the background, suddenly changed their expressions when they saw their friend flying towards them from the impact. However, our hero himself is not very happy about all this. He stands in shock from what just happened and does not understand how this could happen at all. The friends of Kim's offender begin to get angry and threaten that they will now give our hero a hard time for their friend, but they are afraid. However, at that moment, the blonde guy standing behind touches our hero with his fingers from behind a couple of times. Immediately after his touch, our hero's hands seem to move towards his offenders, Kim's friends, and beat them. Our hero himself is in shock from all this. He has snot and sweat on his face and doesn't understand what's happening now. With great wild shock, he watches as his opponents, Kim's friends, and himself simply lie unconscious on the floor. The blonde guy walks around these guys and Kim, saying that our hero is very strong since he gave them such a hard time. Then the fair-haired guy adds that with such skills, there's no point in being a punching bag. With a cold face, the fair-haired guy asks our hero who he is with such powers. However, our hero starts screaming, saying that it was you who did all this, addressing this guy, and that it was you who pushed him off the roof. However, the fair-haired man only says that it was our hero who cheated them, but this only causes shock in our hero. Our hero starts yelling at the blonde guy and saying that he thinks he's an idiot just with these antics. However, with just one movement of his hand, the fair-haired guy puts our hero on the floor and stops all his actions. However, our hero continues. He shouts questions about who this guy is, whether he is an alien or who he even is. Looking at the nearest building, the fair-haired guy says that it doesn't matter. The main thing is that he helped our hero. However, in response, our hero only shouts that now they will beat him even more, and there will be no help for him. Our hero says that for these blows they will beat him 10 times more, but these words do not delight the fair-haired guy. Then the fair-haired guy says that our hero ran at him with his fists, but was scared by the usual punks, just like that. The fair-haired guy lets go of our hero's hand and says that he will never have to apologize to the punks for this. Then our hero gets down on his knees, lowers his hands and begins to thank the fair-haired guy for helping him. Then our hero starts crying, saying that he doesn't care who this guy is, a ghost, a genius, or an esper. He swears he will never forget the kindness of this guy and is grateful that at least someone came to his aid. The guy just watches. Then the fair-haired guy says that our hero clearly has some kind of bipolar disorder, since this is happening and he says one thing after another. Then, on his knees, our hero begins to beg this guy to teach our hero to be just as strong. However, this fair-haired guy says that our hero doesn't even know him. What kind of statements are these addressed to an unknown person? But right after his words, the fair-haired guy remembers that his name is written on his badge. And why did he, a second-year student, know this guy? With sadness, tears, and screams, our hero begs the fair-haired guy to teach him everything and make him strong. However, the events of the story show us that the man and his driver initially arrived at the place they needed. The man and the driver decide to meet Lee Xiun, who has recently become a big shot in Murim. The events of the story bring us back to Lee Xiun and our hero. The fair-haired Lee says that he once asked for this too. Then, with a wild aura and a serious face, he says that he must now destroy the man he asked to teach him. The events of the story then show us a creepy man with one red eye looking at a huge dragon behind him. The fair-haired Lee leaves, but on the way he meets the same man, who introduces and hands Lee a card. The man says he is glad to meet Lee, and shows him some card unknown to us. Lee asks what the purpose of these people's visit is. They say that they just wanted to meet a person like Lee. The man's driver then approaches Lee and asks if it is true that he knows a man named Kumun Ryong. However, the man immediately begins to say that he understands everything perfectly well, and how unpleasant it is for Lee to hear this person's name too. Then the man says that he remembers that Teacher Lee is the biggest disaster in the history of Murim. The man then asks if they have heard the news that this man, Teacher Lee, has become the leader of the Shadow Warriors terrorist organization. The man then adds that after he joined, the organization's actions became much more radical. He also adds that they are now going beyond what they were before, and their steps are becoming more and more dangerous. He says that with such actions they can take over the whole world, and now their target is Muraim. However, Lee interrupts him and says that he does not understand what they are getting at. The man says that only cooperation is needed. The man says that although they cannot help the government, cooperation will clearly not be superfluous and useful. The man asks Lee for information, but Lee suddenly strikes the man's glass from which he was standing drinking. Lee says that he wants to see direct speech because Kumun Ryong is his enemy. So he needs to speak directly and precisely what is needed from him. Lee throws a business card into the man's bottle and asks him not to bother him with questions and these topics anymore. The man and the driver begin to discuss Lee, saying that he turned out to be quite a good guy, not a slouch. Then this man says that such abrupt actions and character only make one want to see it all in its peak. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our main character's desk. Everything around is painted and ruined, as usual. Then our main character understands perfectly well that everything around him is his reality and clearly not a dream, because everything happens as always. However, our main character also sees perfectly well and notices that the looks of his classmates have become much more intent. Our hero begins to think about why this is so, because everyone in the class is on Kim's side, not his. But from their looks, he sees and thinks that some are still worried about him because everyone found out that he almost died. Our hero considers the possibility that everyone is keeping quiet because they don't want to be bullied by Kim. However, at that moment, that same Kim flew into the classroom and began shouting the name of our main character, Kang Ha-jae. Our main character decides not to be nervous and sets himself up to think that everything will be fine and he will fight back. However, while our hero is just thinking about this and pondering, he immediately receives another blow right in his face. Following this, the offender Kim begins to yell at our main character Kang for what he recently did to him. Then Kim grabs Kang by his shirt and starts to pick on him and run around yelling at him nonstop over and over again. He starts screaming and talking nonstop about making Khan explain what he was doing on the street then. Without waiting for an answer, Kim lands a huge punch right in Khan's face and sends him flying with his fist in the side. Kim and Kang's classmates just watch all this and can't help but do, say, or match their strength. However, one of Kim and Kang's classmates stood up and asked in a trembling voice to stop, as lunch would soon be over. Kim actually stops. He takes his hands off of Kang when he is already lying covered in blood with a broken face. Kim looks at her classmate with red eyes and wild anger and says that she really dared to stop him. Kim looks at her face and says that he took pity on her, because she is the head girl but she dared to do this. Kim Yoonho starts to walk towards her with a bloody fist. Saying that she forgot who his father is, his friend tries to stop him. Kim reminds that his father is the best lawyer in the best firm in the country in case the headman dared to forget about it. Kim Yoonho looks at her with fury and says that she can imagine the situation, that she just caused a little mischief at school. And then, looking at her, he asks what she thinks will happen to him in that case. She's very worried. However, when he was already close to her, he heard a trembling voice behind him, calling his name and calling out to him. It was our main character Kang. He says that Kim should look at him because he is Kim's opponent, not her. Looking at all this, Kang remembers very well how it all began, because one day he also stood up for his student. He remembers that moment in his life and blames himself, because of that action then, he ruined his life for many years to come. Kim gets really mad about this, grabs the desk and shouts that then they need to play with Kang for real, since he wants it so badly. However, at the moment when he was about to finish off Kang, Kim was informed that he was receiving an urgent call. It turns out to be a certain Jinho Hyun. After a couple of phrases, Kim asks how Jinho knows Kang Hajai. However, after a couple of sentences, Kim starts shouting into the phone and asking over and over again why, and why. However, the voice on the phone only shouts loudly that if you tell him not to touch him, then you don't need to touch him, and they call him a bastard. Kim's friends start asking him what just happened and why he is now calling and asking them to stop. Kang himself watches all this with shock, but Kim does not understand how Jinho knows Kim, because he asks him not to touch him now. Kim starts pointing his finger at Kang and telling him to just wait a little bit, and that's it. That's enough for him. Kim promises to meet with Jinho, find out everything personally, and of course, return to Khan and teach him a lesson. However, Kang himself cannot understand at all what just happened and why Kim just left after the call. Kang remembers that Jinho Hyun is a second-year bully who is known. Why is he suddenly protecting Kang now? Kang begins to remember that he heard this name on the street back then, and perhaps it was his personal influence on all of this. While Khan is thinking about all this, the class president comes up to him, hands him some napkins and asks him to wipe himself off, because he is covered in blood. Pan wipes himself with napkins and addresses old age with a personal question that surprises her quite a bit. After some time, our main character Khan enters a classroom and asks if Lee is there. People sitting in the chat answer that Lee is studying here, and immediately ask what's wrong with our hero's face. Hearing this, Khan becomes quite happy and asks the people in the class if he can see him. However, his classmates respond that Lee does not go there at the moment, and even the class teacher does not know what is wrong with him. This makes Khan incredibly angry. He falls into despair and does not understand whether this guy is really an ordinary ghost. However, a couple of other people sitting at the far end of the class noticed Khan's dialogue and remembered it. Khan starts walking down the corridor and thinking about it all. He really considers the possibility that this Lee is just a ghost. However, Khan then says that this can't be simple. He saw it and saw it with his own eyes in life. However, at this point, a huge man grabs Khan by the head and says that they have several interesting questions for him. The big guy takes Khan out of the school building and tells him not to be afraid and to just say what he knows about Lee. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the appearance of a certain girl who asks them to stop and talk for a while. She then looks at Khan and his badge and then asks what's going on here. This all greatly confuses Kana. He looks at her and is shocked, like the others, and even more so by her question. However, the big guy asks this girl not to interfere here and not to meddle in something that is none of her business, because these are their personal squabbles without her. However, she then goes up to them and asks what business such thugs could have with this boy who was beaten up. The big guy starts saying that she has no brains at all, and the big guy's friends say that she needs to leave on good terms. She agrees to leave, leaves, and calls the police, saying that there are several very suspicious second years here. Then the big guy says what the hell is going on and asks to take the mobile phone away from this lady urgently. The yellow-haired guy, a friend of the big guy who was running towards her, flies into the wall with one sharp kick from her. Our main character looks at what is happening with his mouth open and cannot believe his eyes and what he is now seeing. The big guy and another friend of his understand that this girl is clearly unusual. It's not for nothing that she's so impudent and behaves like that. She in turn pulls her leg back because she just knocked out the second-year student with one blow. Then she looks at our hero with a cold and interesting gaze and asks if he is Muraman by any chance. However, with this question, she only shocked the guy again, who already doesn't understand anything. And now such questions. Next, we see a situation where she stands alone against several guys and our hero Khan. After this question, she didn't say anything strange, but only said that this was an ordinary school and there was no need to make so much noise here. This makes the big guy's friend very angry, but he stops him and tells him that it's not worth climbing now and that he should wait. The big guy says that it looks like the person in front of them is Kang Sarah, the head of the clan that owns our entire school. Meanwhile, our main character Khan can't understand what they're all talking about, what clan, and what's going on. Immediately after this, Kang Sarah's girlfriend says that since everyone knows about it, there is no point in her hiding it at all, and asks him to follow her. She says that she would like to hear about everything that happened in much more detail than they are telling here. However, at that moment, the girl notices that something purple is rushing straight at her from the side, and she turns around sharply to look. She doesn't immediately understand what it is and bats it away with her handbag, her face cold. However, immediately after this, an explosion appears which blinds her and occupies some space. All the students see this. Our main character, beaten up Khan, screams in shock that there was an explosion, and he does not understand at all what is happening now. The big guy and his men grab our hero Khan by the head and run, taking him with them. However, the head of the Kang Sarah clan spreads this smoke to the sides and gently appears right from it. She starts to follow the boys, saying that nothing will work if they want to escape with such a cheap trick. However, at that moment, the head of the clan, Khan Saran, is in wild shock from what is happening. She clearly feels something unusual. She begins to talk about how the smoke screen carries a scent of soul charm that simply knocks her off her feet. It's an intoxicant. She, cheeks flushed, simply watches as Khan and the guys who captured him run away. When the scent passes, she calls somewhere and says that several people have escaped and that Kang Ha Jae is in their captivity. She says that they used a dirty product and ran away, after which she concluded that things were getting serious. Then Kana Sarah says, looking at the school, that it is worth searching it completely in the surrounding area. We need to gather a group of people. Then, the events of the story show us that this group of guys are discussing what just happened in a strange place. The main one, the big guy, says that no matter what, we need to get information from Khan. They look at the beaten Khan and say that it is time to listen to him, even though he looks very bad. The main one, the big guy, says that if Khan saw Lee, then he should tell right here where and how it happened. Our hero Khan himself looks at the friends of this big guy and asks him why he is interested in Lee. However, in response from the big guy, he angrily hears that Kana shouldn't know anything, but just tell. However, our hero decides to stand firm. He replies that if that is the case, he will not say anything. Khan, with a rather strange face, says that these guys only ask what is beneficial and necessary for them. Khan offers to exchange information, but the big guy replies that he thought Khan didn't have the guts. After this phrase, a huge fist flies right next to Khan's face and hits the wall, breaking everything and creating an aura. With a very angry face, resembling an animal, the big guy says that he has a feeling that Kanu wanted to go to the next world. However, Khan only says again that they won't hear anything from him and says that he's not ready to die like this. One of the big guy's friends turns to him and says, "How long will he stand there? Because time is running out." This guy comes up to our hero and asks what he wants to know about this Lee now. Looking at the two of them, Kang says that he would like to know why they are pursuing Lee in the first place. The guy replies that the Sunu clan was sealed, but the clan leader took action, and now they are looking for Lee. However, on our hero's face, one can only read rejection and unawareness of what he was just told. Our hero Khan starts asking what kind of clan Sunu is and so on. The third guy says that he is an ordinary citizen. We are talking about Khan. Then the guy says that Lee is a very important figure in Murim, which is why they are looking for him now. Although our hero Khan now understands more, he still asks what Murim is. The big guy gets mad about this. He says that they are not in class here, and Khan has already had enough of his questions here. The guy answers him that Murim is a society with different values, but our hero does not understand what these values are. This completely infuriates the big guy. He asks his friend to move over and goes straight towards Khan. He grabs Khan by the shoulder and says that it is his turn now and asks him to lay out all the information he knows. With a very angry face and aura, the big guy asks Kang where Lee Seun is now. However, our hero, in turn, begins to get wildly worried and try to say something incoherently. However, just a second after that, Lee himself appeared behind the big guy and asked why they were looking for him. Such a sudden appearance confuses absolutely everyone, including the big guy, who is in shock from what is happening. The big guy, like all the guys around him, quickly retreat back. And our hero is shocked at how Lee appeared here at all. Lee looks at all these guys and with a cold face asks who all these people are and what they want. This time, our hero Khan finally understands that he didn't dream anything. Lee exists, and Lee himself is going to those guys. Lee then creates a huge, powerful aura around himself and says that he will not let anyone escape from here. The boys shout the word jump together, after which they actually jump straight into the sky, shocking Khan with their actions. Kang turns to Lee and asks if he saw those guys jump, but in Lee's place there is only a trace of air. The next moment after Lee jumped up after them, they all fell down from the sky, unconscious. Meanwhile, Lee himself descends with pathos, making a smooth jump back to the ground with his head down and his hands folded. Kan notices that the guys who fell are barely breathing, screaming and sweating, and Lee just watches it all. All this simply shocks Kan. He cannot understand at all what is happening around him and how they do all this. After this, Kang looks at Lee again, and again his theories about Lee being simply a ghost of this world. Two of the guys from the big guys team started screaming about what Lee was doing. It felt like he just decided to kill them here. He says they threw weapons at the clan leader, attacked the schoolboy, and thoughtlessly began telling him about Miram. Then Lee asks if these guys need any more arguments. They clearly understand that they really did stumble, and very badly. He says that they will tell about the persecution later, but for now he calls Khan to go with him somewhere after him. However, Kang begins to ask Lee what will happen to these guys who are now just lying there on the floor. However, the answer was not long in coming. The police arrived and began arresting them one by one and taking them into the car. Lee just silently leaves, turns around and tells Kan that he asked him to follow him. Reminding him of this, Kan follows him. Kang follows Lee in an unknown direction, not understanding what is happening, who this Lee is and why he is doing this. However, here Lee turns to Kan and asks if he has seen what happens when people decide to talk about him and discuss something. Then, with rudeness and cold-bloodedness, Lee says that Kan should not even dare to contact him again or mention him or look for him. However, at this moment, Kan is only surprised and not shocked, but pleasantly surprised and silent. After which he says that he realized that Lee did this to protect Kan. Now Kan is absolutely sure that Lee is a good person. Then Kang asks Lee if he was the one who arranged for Kim to be stopped at school when he was beating up Kang. Kan continues to question Lee about everything, saying that he is probably Muraman too. However, Lee asks Kan to stop. Lee looks the other way and says that his warning is not a joke, and if Kan does not follow them, he will simply die. However, Kan only says that he doesn't care what surprises Lee, who even asks, "What? He didn't expect that from Kan." Kang, with a smile on his face and a battered face, says that he survived thanks to Lee, and that he is no longer afraid of anything. Then Kan begins to talk about how he was an unhappy person. Everything around him was not working out and everything was bad. Kan thought that everyone in this world, all people, hated him. But when he woke up in the medical center, he realized everything. Kan realized that not the whole world was his enemy. Not everyone around him was terrible and indifferent. There were also kind and pleasant people. He even talks about how today the class leader went against Keen and stood up for him. Kang thanks Lee for changing his views of the world, and now he sees everything differently, much to Lee's surprise. Kan says that if he had simply died without ever knowing the whole truth about this world, it would simply not have been fair. Surprised, Lee listens to all this, and then says that the lesson has probably already started, and it's high time for Kan to go to school. Following this, Kan begins to bow, thank for everything, and say with a smile that he then went once already. About 15 seconds pass, but Lee notices that Kang still hasn't left and asks him why he's still there. However, Kan answers with a trembling voice, holding the phone in his hands, asking if Lee could dictate his phone number to him. However, Lee's evil, shining gaze makes it clear to Kan that he apparently isn't going to give out any numbers, and Kan goes back. Kan starts running back to school and shouts that he will forget everything that happened today. He watched a lot of movies and is good at pretending. However, as soon as Kan leaves, the same girl who was introduced as the head of the clan appears behind Lee. She approaches Lee, he calls her Sarah Nuna, and asks how she is. She says that everything is fine, just a little paralyzed for a while. Lee says that the invaders were carrying out orders from the Miram Special Forces Department, in his opinion. He asks for forgiveness, but Sarah's girlfriend says that there is no point in worrying so much. Everything is fine. It is her mistake. However, she also adds that Lee shouldn't have gotten involved in all this and gotten involved here. Everything could have happened without him. Lee understands what he's talking about and asks if it bothers her that he helped that guy escape those bastards today. However, Kanasera's girlfriend only says that she understands perfectly well the feelings that Lee is experiencing and does not blame him for anything. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to the school gates. Some brutal black car arrived at the school. We are shown some old man looking up and getting out of a car, saying that today is the day to meet the elder. The elder asks someone how the head of the Sunu clan is doing, and if everything is okay with her now. Kanasera meets this old man and talks to him, saying that the leader is having some problems, but he doesn't show it at all. Kanasera asks the elder if it is possible to perform the enhancement process when the circulation of Kai in his body is disrupted. While walking and looking at the school, they discuss the fact that he has been wandering around the world in such a state for a long time. He would have died long ago. The elder says that he knows the head of the Sunu clan, and he is not that weak. He is just a monster and is very strong even before his first level. However, Kanasera says that from the point of view of common sense, but grandfather asks not to think about common sense, but to trust him. As they walk towards the doors of the building, Kanasera and grandfather notice that they suddenly open and a silhouette is walking towards them. It turns out to be Lee, who says he is glad to see the elder here and greets him with his signature display. The elder passes by, pats Lee on the shoulder and says that he has grown quite a bit since he last saw him. The elder comes inside and says, "Well, let's do some mischief today." He shocks Lee and Kanusera with his words. Meanwhile, it's getting dark. We are shown a school where the last bells are ringing. The students are getting ready to go home. All the students are discussing where they will go after school today, and Kim looks at Kang, who is sitting in front of them. However, a disgruntled Kim and his friends simply leave. They don't bully Kang today, which is surprising. Kang slowly turns around and sees this. He is glad that today they will just leave and not bother him. Kang notices the fact that after meeting Chinho, he clearly became very quiet. This indicates that something clearly happened. Kang says that in general this is understandable because if Lee says even a word, anyone will shit their pants just from his strong appearance. Meanwhile, Khan searches the internet for information about Muraman. But there are only books and music, nothing useful among them. Here, Khan also comes to the realization that he may never be able to meet Lee again. And what then? However, while Khan was Googling information and thinking about everything, he saw a pair of familiar sneakers next to him on the back of his phone. He looked up and saw Kim standing in front of him, but this time his friends were sweating behind him, although he himself was smiling. With a wild and angry look, he asked Khan if he really thought that he would just up and leave after everything. This scares Khan terribly because he expected that he would have protection from this Kim for at least a couple of days, but apparently not. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us the face of Kanasera, who is very surprised by something. She stands next to that grandfather. He says that although there are a lot of needles, there is clearly nothing to worry about. Everything is fine. Then, with shock, she says that if she hadn't known that her grandfather was the best doctor, Murima, she wouldn't have understood that this was treatment. Grandfather, in turn, only washes his hands and later wipes them and laughs, saying that, in general, she is even right. Grandfather looks at someone who is shining brightly, along with Kanasera, and says that if anyone finds out about this, they'll obviously think this is a strange treatment. Even for Murim, he says, looking at the guy's neck, which is pricked with needles. And then they show us the guy himself, who is completely pierced with needles. Almost all parts of his body are pierced by them, but an aura emanates. Meanwhile, the events of the story bring us back to our hero Khan, who is apparently being badly beaten now. Kim beats him up near the garbage dump, saying that he wants to know what kind of tricks this pathetic Kang pulled. A very tense and sweaty friend of Kang's tells him that Chinho ordered not to touch this guy, which is what they are doing now. However, in response, Kim only hits his friend with all his might, saying that this Chinho is not an order to him at all and he doesn't care about it. Then Kim yells at them, saying why on earth would they decide that they can tell him what to do here now? Kim's friends try to pull him away from Kang so that he doesn't beat him, but Kim himself resists this, not understanding his friend's reaction. Our hero Khan, with a battered face, tries to get back on his feet and understand what is happening in his life again. He watches as Kim's friends try to stop their friend from beating up Kang any further. However, our main character Khan angrily shouts that he knew nothing would change and decides to change his life himself. He accelerates and strikes straight at Kim, at his face, although the blow is not very serious but very decisive. Everyone around froze in dead shock. They don't understand what just happened and how to react to it. The blow was weak. Kang barely speaks about the fact that now Kim is attacking, and blood is coming from his mouth. He reminds himself that he has started a new life. Kang, with a serious face, declares that he will no longer grovel before people like Kim and will always fight back. However, with a wildly serious and bloodthirsty face, Kim looks at Kang and begins to only insult him and call him a complete loser. The events of the story take us back to where the elder, Lee and Kana Sarah, are discussing the recent incident involving that manager. Grandfather says that he understands their motivation and asks them not to get involved with anyone, because we are not like Kumunren. Lee listens attentively to his grandfather. Although he is thinking about many things, he is about to say that he understands everything. But his voice breaks. His voice was interrupted by the fact that he sensed some strange aura and energy. However, neither his grandfather nor Kana Sarah felt anything. Lee apologizes. He says that he felt some strange, disturbing energy just now. Kana Sarah addresses her grandfather, saying that lately Lee has been hearing an unattainable noise and energy that others cannot hear. Kana Sarah talks about an incident where he heard the will of a student who wanted to jump from a roof and saved him from doing so. The elder is intrigued by this and ponders the possibility that this may be part of the improvement process. However, his thoughts are interrupted by Lee himself, who turns to the elder and asks if he could spare a little time for him. After some time, Lee, the elder, and Kana Sarah arrive at the place where Kang lies beaten unconscious. The elder is in a bit of shock and says he can't believe he felt the energy from so far away. The elder looks at the beaten boy and wonders how Lee sensed this. He says that Lee exceeded his expectations many times over. A shocked Lee, who sees Kana beaten up, is approached by Kana Sarah, who asks if this is the same student. The elder asks Kana Sarah if he knows this guy, and Kana replies that he is the same guy Lee saved from the roof. Their conversation is interrupted by Lee, who shouts for Kang Sarah to urgently call an ambulance, since Kang is now in critical condition. She grabs the phone and says she understands, but the elder interrupts and asks everyone to move out of his way. Sweet Kana Sarah starts calling an ambulance, while the elder sits next to the guy and does something. Kana Sarah turns back to tell Lee how long it will take for the ambulance to arrive, but her words are cut off. Her words are interrupted by the fact that she sees Lee's very worried face, the first time she's seen him like this. She looks at all this with a cold gaze and remains silent, understanding what is happening now. She understands that Lee has become attached to him. Kana turns to Lee and says that this happened between ordinary people. They called an ambulance. They can leave. Kana says that she and this guy met for the first time today. They can go already. But Lee says that he sees his condition. Then Lee adds with concern that if he is left here like this now, he will definitely die in that case. Lee says that he will not pass by deliberately. But Kana Sarah says that it is none of their business. Muramen should not interfere. However, their dialogue is abruptly interrupted by the voice of the practically dead Khan. He calls out the name Lee, trying to pronounce it. Almost dead, covered in blood, Khan says that they met again today. He is glad about it and tries to smile. Then Khan reports that this time he did not let himself be beaten. He also hit once, and he is very proud of it. However, at that moment he stops speaking. The elder says that he has lost consciousness. This all worries Lee. The elder reassures Lee that his life is no longer in danger. He gave him first aid. There is time. Lee can't understand at all why he was smiling. What was so joyful that Khan began to smile and tell Lee about it? Lee looks at him with great concern, nervous and worried, as if trying to comprehend something. The events of the story take us to the hospital where Khan himself is lying. He has opened his eyes and does not understand what is happening and what is around him in general. Lee sits nearby and turns to Khan, asking if he has finally woken up. Kang tries to get up immediately, asking what Lee is doing here, but he can't. He's all crunchy and sore. Lee asks Khan not to overexert himself because the doctor just left, and Khan himself just woke up. It's still too early for him. Kang watches as Lee gradually comes to his senses, analyzes his condition, and remembers everything. Just having started to speak, Khan says that he is very glad that their meeting took place again and that they met, even like this. Kang continues to tell Lee how happy he is that they met, but Lee doesn't even know how to react to all of this. Then Khan starts asking Lee why he keeps saving Khan, as if he's chasing him every time on every move. However, Lee, in turn, is silent. He does not know what and how to answer this. It is difficult for him now. Then, after a short pause, Lee asks uncertainly if Kang still wants to become stronger. This question excited Khan. He expected to hear many things, but clearly not this, so he couldn't even answer normally right away. With great joy, Kang asks if Lee will help him, but Lee asks him to keep it all a secret. Next, Lee wants to say what will happen otherwise, but Kang does not listen to the other option and immediately agrees to this one. Next, Khan says that he already said that he is ready to do anything to become as strong and powerful as Lee. Then Khan notices a phone on his bed. Lee asks to use only it for communication from now on. Lee also says that the same phone contains basic exercises that should be done every day. Kang asks how he can start tomorrow if he's in this condition, but Lee reminds him that he's already agreed. Kang remembers what Lee promised, that he was ready for anything, so he stops arguing and remains silent. Lee says that if Kang listens to him, he will become better and stronger in everything. Kang agrees. Lee then asks Kang to call home and tell his family that he is okay, so that they don't worry about anything. However, with a wide smile on his face, Khan replies that everything is fine, and there is clearly no need to worry. After Lee leaves, Kang says that his mother often comes at night and does not check whether Kang is home at all. However, Kang tells Lee to do it anyway and call his family anyway. Lee leaves, and for a while Khan sits in shock from all this, silently, and thinks over various things in his head. He finds it hard to believe that he will actually become that strong if he just does the same things as Lee. Then Khan decides to see what kind of training and exercises await him every day now. Opening his phone and his daily exercise list, Khan is simply shocked by what he sees in front of him. His daily workouts are just hell: 100 pull-ups, 200 push-ups, 500 squats, and a 30-kilometer run. Seeing all this and reading it, he opens his mouth in shock, because this is a huge burden for him now, especially in this state. Khan's next move is to call Lee to find out if this is a joke. However, when he opens the Contacts app on his phone, Khan is shocked to discover that there are no contacts on his phone. He just falls on the bed and doesn't understand why everything today seems so unrealistic, like he's living in a cartoon. Khan falls asleep, looking at the ceiling, praying that all these events will not turn out to be just a wonderful dream in the morning. Khan wakes up, goes to the wash basin in the ward, washes himself and asks himself if he is really not sleeping now. He looks in the mirror, takes off the bandages and stuff, and is amazed at how all the abrasions on his body have disappeared overnight. He walks around his room and looks around, not understanding where he is, and wonders how big the bill will be for all of this. From behind him, he hears a female voice, saying that Kanu shouldn't worry about all this at all. Turning around in front of him, he sees Kana Sarah looking at him. He doesn't know her, so he is surprised by her appearance. Then, after carefully examining her face, he remembers that this is the same Nuna he saw yesterday at school. Kana Sarah in turn tied Kana by the chin and lifted it up, which began to surprise Kana very much. She looks at his face and says that the elder's skill is immediately visible even to the naked eye. Khan asks her again what she is talking about, but she says it is not important and suggests discussing some details. She says she heard about him being bullied at school and promises to resolve it right here and now. She says that they will appoint a special teacher who will monitor everything, and Khan will receive a scholarship, and asks how he likes the conditions. He tells her that he doesn't need all this, which causes her rejection and even a little shock at his words. He says that in exchange she will ask Khan not to cross paths with Lee again in that case. She was surprised at how quick-witted and understanding Lee was. He immediately figured out what was going on, and he made her remain silent. Then Kang says that he doesn't know what the reason is, but Kang Sarah clearly wants them to not see Lee anymore. Then she says that he is quite smart, puts down her bag and takes a strange stance. This causes Khan to be confused and shocked. Her hands move sharply and very quickly towards him. Within a second, Khan was in midair. She grabbed him and simply flipped him over in the air above her. She then threw him onto the bed and pinned him down with one foot in the chest and neck area. Then, with a large and cold-blooded look, she asks Khan how he likes this action on her part. She sits on him and chokes him a little, which clearly does not inspire confidence or a desire to cooperate. However, at some point she begins to hear only laughter and attempts to laugh again from Khan, which drives her crazy. He says that given the methods she uses, he is even less willing to agree to all of this. She then hits him and chokes him even harder, saying that Khan is mistaken if he perceives all this as a joke. She then starts yelling at him, saying that in 35 seconds Khan will die right here. Squeezing the last of his strength out of himself, he says that she can do whatever she wants. Then he adds with a shout, saying that if it weren't for Lee, he would have been dead a long time ago, so death clearly doesn't frighten him. Finally, he shouts that he will never live under pressure from other people in this life again. This causes misunderstanding in Kana Sarah and sweat on her face. She releases him from her hands and allows him to breathe normally. She sits down on the other side of the bed and says that everything is clear to her. And Khan himself tries to catch his breath after everything. She says that she now understands Lee's experiences and feelings, but this shocks Kang. She takes out some beautiful box from her bag and holds it out to Kanu with her hands, and he asks what is in it. Kana Sarah says that there are food supplements for Kana, as well as a pass to the nearest fitness center in his house. He thanks her for what she gave him, but he has a question about how she knows where he lives and that she found a fitness center. She says that Lee Kang understands that Lee is a very important person in their world, very, very important, which shocks Kang. He asks her if by our world she means Murim, or if she means something completely different. Then, without answering the question, she adds that if Lee gets into danger because of Khan, he won't get off with simple threats. This whole dialogue only scares Kana. He leaves the hospital, realizing that although she is very beautiful, she is a rather creepy person. Then, Khan decides not to focus his attention on her and this whole situation, but to get down to business, and picks up the phone. Our hero Khan begins to look at the list of exercises he needs to do soon. He's afraid to imagine how hard it will be, but his thoughts are interrupted by Lee's call on this phone. Lee immediately comes in with a question, asking if Kang has already left the hospital. He says that he has just been discharged. Next, Lee tells him to walk, do the exercises, and write down how many he managed to do. Kang says he can only do one pull-up, but here he can do 100. But Lee simply asks him to repeat his one pull-up 100 times. Lee is in some library and continues to explain to Kang on the phone what exercises he should do and how. Kang walks around the city. They discuss food deliveries. Lee asks him to use them every time after finishing training. Lee tells Kang that he has 2 weeks to learn how to do it all in one day, but Kang asks what happens if he can't. Lee says that then this will be the end of Kang and Lee's acquaintance, which simply shocks Kang to the point of horror. They talked, and a shocked Khan walked through the city, wondering how he could do all this in one day. Kang decides to try the fitness room first, which Sarah gave Kang access to, but something shocks him quite a bit. In front of him was an old, cramped gym with bad windows in the middle of some building, which surprised Khan quite a bit. Kang goes up into the hall, and in front of him there are many different bodybuilders who are clearly experienced and have been training here for more than one day. The atmosphere in the hall greatly surprises Khan, because he expected a modern gym, but here it is, a basement for experienced bodybuilders. Kang is quite shy. He decides to find a secret, secluded place where he will train alone, away from everyone, so as not to disturb anyone. However, he is not very successful in this because he immediately attracts the attention of all the local men who look at him. Some time passes, our hero Khan trains and already does 70 push-ups from the floor, and many are watching him. Not having finished the 70th time, Khan falls to the floor and says that he simply can't do it anymore, being covered in sweat. A large muscular man comes up to Khan and says that Khan has been doing push-ups for over an hour now. Is this really his first time here? Khan is back on track with the desire to continue what he started, because today he has to do 200 push-ups. The muscular man looks at him in surprise and tells Khan not to overdo it, because his muscles will hurt tomorrow. Khan thanks him for the advice, but adds that his teacher ordered him to do it 200 times today. The jock is shocked by how weird Khan's trainer is, but another guy in the gym asks him to stop pestering the guy. Another guy in the audience says that there is no point in pestering the kid. Tomorrow he will understand his mistake, and that's all. Some time passes, Khan returns home and, tired, simply falls onto his bed, abandoning everything else. Khan looks at his phone and says that he tried very hard but didn't do even half of it. This will disappoint him. Khan continues to look at his phone and his list of tasks and understands that it's better to give up. It's unrealistic in half a month. However, right at the moment of these thoughts, Khan receives a message on his phone, most likely from Lee, which surprises Khan greatly. Lee asks how Kang's training was. Kang remembers that he promised Lee to write when he finished and is about to answer. Kang explains everything to Lee, and he understands that for the first day this is even very good, and then remembers about the nutritional supplements from Khan Sarah. He looks at the things in the box that Kana gave him. They look a little impressive even. Kana hasn't seen such things before. He decides to sniff it and smells some Chinese medicine, and wonders if everything will be okay with him after this. However, Khan remembers that Lee himself told him to take them, which means there is nothing scary in them, so he decides to eat them. Khan swallows one of these pills and is immediately captivated by an unusual feeling and an aura of some new power. He immediately feels that as soon as he takes the pill, it immediately melts in his mouth, which is very unusual for pills. Khan remembers that it is already late, and it would be good to go wash up before going to bed and then go to bed. However, at the moment when he tries to get up, he seems to be stopped and burdened by some feeling unknown to him. Khan begins to experience a strange sensation, as if he is falling backwards, losing consciousness. His brain seems to be switching off every second. A moment after this, Khan simply falls onto the bed, not understanding what just happened to him, and passes out. At times he comes to his senses, but he is very hot. He mumbles that he still needs to take a shower. Some time passes, Khan jumps up from the bed and suddenly begins to look around, as if searching for something. Then he sees the morning outside the window, and then looks at the clock, the hand on which points to 10 o'clock in the morning. The shocked Khan doesn't understand how he managed to sleep for so long and what it was all about, after which he decides to go to the shower. While undressing in the shower, Khan notices himself in the mirror and looks at himself closely, looking at himself in great surprise. He starts to tense his muscles and says that it seems to him that they have become bigger, but perhaps it is just his imagination. However, he then goes under the shower and the water pressure, saying that this cannot be. What kind of muscles can be in one day? Some more time passes, and the events of the story return us to the gym where Khan is now training. And here is a new training day. Already at the limit, he does 73 push-ups and still stays afloat. The guys in the hall look at Khan in shock, who seem to have left quite late yesterday, and today he has already returned so early and is training again. However, they are even more amazed by the fact that Khan has no pain after yesterday's strength training, which was not easy for him at all. However, while they were discussing this, Khan managed to fall to the ground completely without strength. They decided that the consequences would probably be felt tomorrow. A couple more days pass. The city of Kana greets us. It's morning and his now familiar gym, where he's training again. Those same guys watch Khan training again and are shocked at how well he can do it and why his whole body doesn't hurt. After some time, they discuss that 2 weeks have already passed, and it is strange that he is still training so hard and so well. They also notice that Khan's muscles have grown greatly and that he is now even stronger than he was recently. Half a month passes. They are wildly surprised by how Khan pumped up such muscles in just half a month. It's simply impossible. Evening comes. Another powerless day. Khan is already just lying on the floor in the gym, but his body has clearly become much stronger than before. And then suddenly Khan shouts to the whole gym that he finally managed to do what he wanted for so long. He reached the norm. Khan finds it hard to believe that he has succeeded, and he decides to write and tell Lee about all his successes. Khan walks home with his phone around the city, realizing that he finally managed to do everything. But today, he is very tired and exhausted. Khan receives a response from Lee. Lee promises Khan a gift for everything that worked out, which surprises Khan himself. Khan begins to think about how he can best get to the station where Lee is now. Looking at all the routes, Khan notices that one of the buses will soon leave directly for that station. However, Kana is tormented by doubts about whether he should go now, or whether it would be better to go home and wash up before the trip. However, at that moment, Khan hears a female voice from behind. It addresses Khan as, "Hey you," and draws attention to itself. An unknown girl with long black boots comes up to Khan and asks him to stop right there. Khan walks forward and sees in front of him a girl with a bob and red hair, a beautiful body and a pendant on her neck. Her appearance, as well as herself, greatly surprises Kana. He begins to think that she is probably some kind of celebrity. Khan starts looking around, looking at who this girl suddenly started calling, because now he is interested in knowing. However, when Khan began to look around for the one she was calling, she shouted out asking him not to turn away from her. Then she points to Khan and says that she is addressing him now, why he is turning away from her. However, she only scares Khan with such words. He is quite shocked by what he just heard and how she addressed him. Khan looks at her with great surprise and does not understand what she needs, and she, in turn, looks confidently at Khan. She then turns to Kang and asks him if he knows who Lee Soon is, which shocks Kang unpleasantly, since this is clearly not what he was expecting. Then she starts walking towards Khan, saying that she is well aware of all the events, so Khan can't get out of it now. However, Khan instantly distracts her attention by pointing to the side and screaming with a shocked face, causing her to turn in the same direction. However, there was only an ordinary cat sitting on the curb. She began to look at him and talk about how cute he was in front of her. However, after this, she realizes what happened, she was distracted, and begins to yell at Khan and look at him. But to her regret, there is nothing to look at anymore. Khan simply ran away somewhere and disappeared. She does not see him with her own eyes anywhere, but she notices a bus leaving somewhere, and it's clear what's going on. She smiles and understands Khan's resourcefulness. She jumps high into the air, just like Lee once did, and begins jumping back and forth in search of Khan among the cars and buses. Meanwhile, Khan himself is sitting on the bus and realizes that he was finally lucky enough to get away and the bus arrived so quickly and early. Kang admits that he was scared by the question about Lee, but then he notices something suddenly making noise behind him and hitting the bus car. Kang continues to think about not talking about Lee, but the girl is already walking behind Kang. Kang searches his phone for information about the girl, but at that moment she snatches the phone from his hands, which he himself notices. She takes the phone from his hands and begins to carefully study what he is looking for in it, and reading about them and her. Kan is surprised that he didn't even see her get on the bus. She was also very surprised at something at the time. From the queries on his phone, she sees that he is an ordinary person and is very surprised by this, not understanding how this happened. She continues to search his phone for everything and does not understand how her intuition could have let her down because she was absolutely sure of everything. She then notices a text from Lee with an address where Kang was heading and takes his phone, saying she'll borrow it for a while. She gets off the bus and continues reading her phone, while Khan tries to catch up with her and stop her from this idea. However, here our hero Khan begins to threaten, saying that it is better to give him the phone in a friendly manner, or he will use force to do so. But she, in turn, only mocks Khan further, saying that if he wants it that way, then let him try to do it. Khan doesn't understand who she takes him for. After all, he is a man and has been training very hard for the last month. Khan starts screaming, making faces and running straight at her headlong with his arms outstretched, as if he were scaring her. Khan thinks that no matter who these Murim are, he should definitely be able to handle the girl. However, before Khan could even get close to her, her hands grabbed Khan's arm with a sharp grip and bent it behind Khan's back. With such a light and ordinary movement of her hand, she broke him and put him on his knees. He arched his back and screamed in pain. However, the girl herself only continued to look in surprise, without saying anything or continuing to do anything. She began to notice that Khan's hands were covered with energy, which ran hotly through his hands, warming the girl's body. She notices both this and the heating, abruptly lets go of Khan and shouts across the street who this Khan is and what that was. With great surprise, she yells at him, saying that he is an ordinary person. Where does he get so much energy in his body? Then he says that he has no idea what she's talking about and simply asks her to give him his phone back right now. However, here the girl begins to suspect that he is the one, which only shocks Kana even more with her words. After these words, she grabs Khan by the hand and leads him at a fast run. Khan is shocked and does not understand at all what is happening now. The events of the story move forward. We are shown one of the metro stations near the city. It is still almost night. This girl took Khan into some elevator. He started asking her where they were going and why, what was going on. She says of course to Lee, but Kang says that Lee is dangerous, and she in turn says that it's cool and is looking forward to it. The elevator stops, the doors open, and right in front of Khan and the girl's face appears that same Lee. This makes Kana extremely happy. He is very happy to see Lee, because finally all this will be resolved and this girl will leave after giving the phone. However, something goes wrong. She only hits Khan in the stomach once again and jumps somewhere to the side towards Lee. She then kicks Lee straight into his body, but he manages to block such a powerful attack. The girl, seeing Lee, seemed to go crazy. She began to jump from side to side and dealt Lee blow after blow. Khan doesn't even have time to see her movements. He doesn't understand how this girl can be so fast. He first notices the painting when Lee is unable to do anything and is only defending herself from her swift attacks. However, while Khan was watching all this commotion, he noticed that there was some kind of umbrella standing to the side, which in theory could help now. Kang looks at the girl, trying to catch her eye, and decides that now he must help his friend Lee. However, before Khan could do anything, his umbrella was broken and shattered into tiny pieces before his eyes. This happened thanks to this girl. She kicked the umbrella with one kick right in the fight with Lee and broke it into small pieces. She yells at Khan in a cruel and angry manner, telling him not to get involved in the fight or she will simply kill him. Lee sees all this and just calmly asks what came over Ginny and why they decided to come here together. These words shock Khan wildly. He is shocked that this girl Ginny is even familiar with Lee. She is talking to Lee. She addresses Lee rudely and as if making demands, asking if he gave this guy, Khan, the Taiwan life pills. These words shock Khan even more, as if driving him into horror. She says that she saw all their correspondence on Khan's phone. She starts yelling at Lee, saying that this medicine was meant for him. Why did he give it to this Khan? Lee sweetly says that he is ready to answer all questions from Ginny, but he will do it a little later. Now he can't. Lee then adds that his guest, Khan, is now very uncomfortable with everything that happened, and that is bad. Ginny turns away angrily and says that, okay, so be it. She agrees to talk a little later. Ginny is about to leave, but Khan stops her, awkwardly telling her to please give him his phone. Ginny is still angry, so she just takes Khan's phone and throws it right at him, almost killing Khan himself. Khan is shocked by her and doesn't understand that he didn't warn her before throwing her, because she almost killed him with that phone. Ginny leaves, and Lee asks Khan if he was surprised by the sudden commotion that Ginny threw at him in the middle of the day. Khan is not sure. He says that everything is fine, and Lee's friend was also uncomfortable, so nothing terrible happened. Lee asks Kang to come into the room from the elevator and asks if there is anything Kang would like, and he asks for some water to drink in turn. Kang looks at the room, and Lee says that since their last meeting, Kang has gotten more or less pumped up. Kang says that he was just doing Lee's assignments. Kang sits down in a chair and is about to pour himself some water, however, something seems to be bothering him, but it is difficult for him to say about it. Kang raises his head and abruptly asks Lee who the Murimen are, a question that shocks Lee. Kang begins to say that he realized that these are unusual people, and says that both Lee and Kang Sarah seem to be like that. However, Lee only looks at Kang with a depressed look and says that ordinary people are forbidden from revealing information about Murimen. However, Kang immediately begins to contradict Lee's words, saying that if there is such a ban, then why does Lee help Kang? Kang says that he already owes Lee so much, why is he taking such a risk? Ginny, who is standing behind the door, listens to all this. Kang tells Lee why he should fight with his friend Ginny. Because of Kang, Ginny hears these words and is surprised by them. Kang continues by saying that he doesn't intend to put Lee in such a difficult position for him in life. Then Khan says that if such help is harmful to Lee, then he should stop helping Khan. It is better for him. Lee listens attentively to all this, but it feels like he is overwhelmed by all this. He just remains silent, looking down, not knowing what to do. Following this, Lee squeezes the glass and tells Khan that Murim is a world where people have different values. Lee explains that in the world of Murim, everyone hides their face and is required to follow the rules impeccably. Then Khan asks why they need to hide it. Lee replies that ordinary people will not accept the Murim rules. Lee looks at the glass and talks about whether Khan can believe in a society that can justify murder and violence against people. Lee clenches his fist and says what the Murim are like. He is clearly uncomfortable and does not want to tell everyone about it. Lee says that violence is not frowned upon in this society, and therefore ordinary people should clearly not be interested in or interfere with Murim. Seeing and hearing all this, in that moment, Khan simply shuddered from shock at everything that had just happened, and in general this evening. However, what shocks him most is not the truth about the Murim society, but the fact that Lee became covered in a creepy aura when he talked about them. Then Lee stands up and says that since we are done with talking, it is worth starting treatment today. Lee looks at the stairs and says that from the point of view of modern medicine, Khan is right, his life is not in danger. However, Lee then adds that after the treatment, Kang will find out what a decrepit body he has lived in his entire life. Kang takes off his shirt, Lee sits behind him. Lee starts doing strange methods, asking Kang to breathe as he says. In his thoughts, Khan does not at all understand why he is doing this and for what purpose, because he does not clearly feel sick or strange. However, Lee holds his back and tells Kang not to dare to be distracted by any strange things and thoughts around him. Lee places his hands on Kang's back, and Kang begins to feel a strange body, a feeling as if he is now changing from the inside. Kang really likes this feeling. He says that it feels like warmth is going through his whole body, and he himself becomes much calmer. However, at that moment Khan wakes up. He sees chains around him and everything is strange. He is shocked by all this. His neck is wrapped in chains. Some guy in a closed suit says that he will kill him right now and right here. However, all of this is interrupted by Ginny's voice. A couple more people in closed clothes are looking at her, and one of them is holding Kang. One of these people falls to the floor. There is some kind of white effect around him, and Ginny screams for them to immediately leave the exit. Ginny yells at them and insults them, asking what they are doing with the person who is circulating energy now, and asking if they are really from Murim. All this shocks Khan to the point of horror. He does not understand what is happening and where Lee is, where he went. One of the people yells at Ginny to get out of the way or he will break this guy's neck, referring to Khan. Here, Khan recalls Lee's words about what Murima is like, where murder and violence are not condemned. Khan tries to tell them not to rush to kill him, but it turns out clearly weak. He can't even shout a word during this time. One of these people, who is holding Khan with a chain, tells him not to dare do anything stupid, or he will finish him off. However, Khan grabs the chain with his hands and seems to tear it, forcibly removing it from his face and screams in sweat about it. This greatly surprises Ginny and two other strange people in closed suits who are watching all this. Khan screams that he can't just go and die here, and then tears the chain apart with his bare hands. Right behind Khan, behind his back, a huge stream of fire seems to appear, and the chains in his hands become like weapons. However, the energy is then interrupted by Khan's thoughts about the steel chain he just broke with his bare hands. The man who held Khan with a chain began to ask how he did it. Because he was an ordinary person, it was simply impossible. Khan tells himself in his thoughts that he doesn't understand anything and decides to get out, since he managed to escape. However, the man with the chains shouts that Khan needs to be captured, and these people begin to try to stop Khan with weapons. One of them delivers a huge blow with an iron bat, but, as if by instinct, Khan dodges it, and the blow does not hit. Khan himself is shocked by what just happened. But then another attack comes at him, this time from the one who was holding him. Khan seems to sense with his body what is about to happen, and breaks away from the spot, running forward, thereby overtaking their possible attack with his speed. Khan doesn't understand what's happening and how he predicts the strikes, but he already sees another kick coming straight at him. This blow is very close to the cannon. He understands that he will most likely not be able to dodge it like he did with the previous ones. However, here, Ginny flies into the battle, deftly using her legs to block the attack that was heading straight for Khan. Khan is in complete shock from what happened and from the fact that Ginny just saved him, which is very strange. Then, blow after blow, she began to scatter these people in suits in different directions, not allowing them to get closer and strike. She jumps on one of them and with a knee strike simply smashes his face into pieces, smashing everything that was there. A few more of these blows and the group of masked men was completely eliminated by Ginny alone. Khan was shocked by what he just saw. He says that before he could even blink, Ginny had already taken out 3 guys at once. He looks at her and notices that she moved even faster this time than she did in the fight against Lee. She walks up to one of them, puts her foot on his face and asks if they know where they are and who they even are. However, her discussion with this man is interrupted by Khan, who asks her to wait, but clearly does so very hesitantly. Khan starts talking about how if she worked on them all, then shouldn't they call the police, who will then decide everything. However, Ginny yells at Khan, saying that he doesn't even know the basics of the Mirim world, and that they and ordinary people don't interfere in each other's affairs. One of them, who can still speak, turns to Ginny, saying that their clan is in such bad shape that the police are being talked about. These words make Ginny realize that these people didn't just break in and clearly have strange, evil intentions. They say that they just wanted to make sure that the clan leader wasn't here, but they didn't think that there would be anyone else here. This whole dialogue shocks Kang. In his head, he suspects that they may have Lee Suyin as the head of the clan. Ginny asks one last time who they are, but the guy only answers that the head of the Sunu clan will soon die, and this will be inevitable. These words shocked both Ginny and Kana. They don't even know how to react to this in this situation now. She puts her leg on him and says that he is talking like that. Couldn't he have come up with something smarter back then? However, Khan's thoughts were shocked. He only thought about these words. He couldn't believe that Lee could die. It made him angry. However, Khan's thoughts are interrupted by a sound in his head. He hears as if someone is very quickly climbing up the stairs of the building. Shocked by this, Khan shouts to Ginny about this, saying that someone is coming from below here very quickly. She starts asking him what he means, but he says that he himself doesn't understand and doesn't know who it is. He just feels it. Ginny points out that Khan has a pretty good skill for recognizing what's going on, just like Lee. The guy from the group says that everything is correct. Reinforcements of a couple dozen people are coming here after them. He then also addresses Ginny and Khan, saying that if they don't want to get hurt, then they better surrender right now. However, Ginny does not dare to listen to this nonsense and his stories any longer. She simply smashes his head with a kick and sends him into the wall. Then Ginny takes her phone. She says that there is no point in staying here and decides to check something. She notices that there is no connection on her phone at all. Khan checks his, and his is the same, also no connection. This scares them both to the point of horror. Ginny yells at Khan to pack his things and get dressed. They need to get out of here as quickly as possible. Ginny gives Khan the helmet and tells him to go down, but Khan asks if it won't be by elevator. Ginny says that there is definitely someone there already, and meanwhile the door of one of the rooms is knocked down by someone's sharp foot. A whole crowd of different people comes up to the floor. All of them are immediately obvious to be rare freaks, and they all hide in one way or another. The main man among them turns to his people with a request to examine the bodies here in the room and find out what happened here. He then gives orders to his men that if their enemy is the Sunu clan, they cannot just let them up and leave. The man's team reported finding an open emergency exit with a ladder leading down. Meanwhile, Ginny and Khan are running down the stairs. She asks him if the phone has a signal, but Khan says no. Ginny realizes that most likely all the repeaters were broken, and a shocked Khan asks her what is going on. Running down the building stairs, Khan asks Ginny what happened, but she says she was just waiting for Khan to wake up, per Lee's orders. Later, she hands the phone to Khan, showing the number, saying that it is a clan member's number, in case Khan manages to call before her. She says that she went to fill up her bike, and Khan needs to follow her down to the second floor of the parking lot as quickly as possible. She jumps down, and Khan doesn't understand why and what's happening if they can just go down together. Like a hare, she jumped wildly down the stairs floor by floor, shocking Kana, who thought that everyone in Murim was like that. Kan walks and realizes that something has changed since he woke up, because it wasn't just like that he was able to break the chain with his hands. Then he looks down at the stairs and wonders if he can do the same as she did. However, he only hears a scream from Ginny below. She asks what he is doing there. It is time for them to leave already. Kan shouts back to her that he is already running and goes down further at the usual pace like a human. Some time passes, Kan successfully goes down the stairs. However, even after going down normally, he gets very tired. Kan opens the door to the parking lot, comes out and says with a smile that he apologizes for being late, but there is a problem. Opening the door, Kan watches the scene of Ginny beating everyone around her with just her strength, a crowd of guys trying to grab her. Kan sees that Ginny is surrounded. He is shocked by this and does not know what to do now. Sweat is running down his face. However, he tries to convince himself that everything is still more or less normal because Ginny is able to fight back. After a couple of minutes, she beats off the first part of the group of these guys and just stands there as if she had just drunk coffee. Another group runs straight towards her, but she just looks at them and says that maybe that's enough, it's useless. She screams at them, asking if they really want to just die now, since they are afraid of Ginny. Ginny is about to launch a counterattack on them. However, something suddenly stops her. She looks scared. A huge knife suddenly appears right next to Ginny's neck, and she is shocked because she didn't notice how it was planted. A scary, ugly guy with a chain in his nose appears in front of her and asks her to repeat what she just said. He is many times bigger than Ginny and stands right above her, holding a knife to her neck, which paralyzes her, mentally for sure. All this scares Kan to the point of horror. He doesn't know what he should do now, and all he sees is the death flag of his enemies. Kan begins to think about what actions he should take. He realizes that Marima is against him, and it will be very difficult. Kan thinks that perhaps he should try to escape from here, but he hears that people are already running down the stairs. Kan is confused. He does not understand what he should do in such a difficult situation, but he sees a hydrant near him. The same group of people who search the room are heading down to Kanu, but at that moment their attention is distracted by a sharp ringing sound. This group is scared. They don't understand where the ringing is coming from, but the ringing itself is similar to a fire alarm. It scares them. The same man who is holding Ginny with a huge knife orders his men to go and find out what is going on. At this moment, Ginny herself more or less calmly observes the whole situation around her and tries to understand what is happening. However, the man who is holding her tells her to dare to do nothing, which distracts her thoughts. But, right after that, he also adds that he is also acting against his will, so there is an option for Ginny to help him. Meanwhile, a squad of people in suits are running around the parking lot, trying to find the source of the alarm. Meanwhile, our hero Kan is hiding behind cars, trying to break through little by little and get to Ginny. However, Kana is tormented by doubts about why he is helping and doing all this if he could have simply run away a long time ago. However, in his head he also remembers that no matter what, Ginny is very strong now. He remembers Ginny's strength and realizes that if he can distract the man with the knife in his hand, then everything might be fine. Kan suddenly runs out from behind the cars, screaming, and about to throw his motorcycle helmet right at the man. However, the man himself notices this. He is even a little surprised because Kan behaves so uncertainly and cannot decide to throw. He sees Kan perfectly well and decides to ask who Kan is and what he is doing here and why he is swinging. This question frightens Kan because he was found out even before his grand plan against this man was carried out. The group of people in suits that had left earlier began to return after Kan was discovered. However, Kan decides to do something wild and says that whatever happens, he will take the risk because he has changed his life. Kan throws the helmet with all his might right into the face of the guy with the knife holding Ginny. He laughs, saying that he can easily dodge something like that. However, this does not happen, and the helmet flies at great speed straight into his face, breaking his face and knocking out the guy himself. Everyone around is in wild shock from what is happening. They could not have expected such an outcome of events, and that Kan would knock out that guy. And Kan himself didn't expect anything like this, but now he watches as this guy is sent flying by one of his throws. Seeing all this, Kan is scared. He cannot understand what will happen now, because after this, clearly no one here will forgive him. At that moment, the guy who was hit by the helmet finally stops. He manages to stay on his feet before falling, but he is badly injured. This guy starts looking at Kan and insulting him, and later says something about his internal energy, although it is not clear what. Kan begins to realize and understand that he did the same thing back in the apartment when he broke the steel chain with his bare hands. While everyone stands in shock, Ginny jumps on the motorcycle and shouts at Can to immediately jump on her and ride away with her. Can jumps onto the vine, but can't figure out what he should hold on to keep from flying back when they take off. Can is embarrassed, and Ginny screams for him to immediately grab her by the belt. Can hugs Ginny, and together they begin to drive away. One of the commanders among the people in suits points at them and shouts that they need to be stopped immediately. Meanwhile, Ginny and a confused Can rush on a motorcycle straight through them, overcoming one after another. A couple of dozen seconds later, Can and Ginny break free from their hands and fly out of the building on a motorcycle, rushing forward. Confused and agitated, Can shouts at Ginny to drive slower. "Not so fast." This is Can's fear speaking. Ginny says they are being followed by one of the 4 stars, who is subordinate to the one who was supposed to have a meeting with Lee today. Here Can realizes that the words about Lee possibly dying today are true, which is why Ginny is in such a hurry. After a couple of dozen seconds, Ginny stops abruptly in one of the parking lots, saying that that's enough, they won't be found. Ginny says that they need to wait a little. Now she will call Lee and find out where he is so she can come there. Meanwhile, in an unknown location, Lee actually receives a call from Ginny, who is now calling him from the parking lot. Lee apologizes to someone, saying that he needs to go answer a call from Ginny. However, another group of men enter the office, ask Lee for the leader, and ask him to pass them the phone. Lee begins to understand what is going on and does not pick up the phone for now, but the phone continues to ring for him. Meanwhile, in the parking lot, Ginny says that no one is picking up the phone. Can suggests calling someone from the clan and asking where Lee is. However, his idea immediately falls apart when Ginny tells him that no one in the clan knows about it. Ginny and Can walk through the parking lot together. Ginny says that it looks like Lee has decided to go it alone. Ginny says that it would be better for Can not to interfere in all this, and then advises him to take a taxi and go home already. However, this idea does not please Can very much. He shouts to Ginny that he is quite capable of helping her and Lee now. However, Ginny tells Can that this is a Mirim showdown, and Lee said not to involve Can under any circumstances. Ginny then gets on her motorcycle and tells Can that she is grateful to him for saving her in the parking lot. Then she adds that back then he looked cooler than many of the Mirim, and with these words, she shocks Can. However, after that, she also adds that today Can was certainly lucky, but he should not interfere in Mirim's affairs anymore. Shocked by all these words, Can tries to shout at Ginny to stop, but it's hard for him to even say anything. However, Ginny does not wait for his answer and simply silently rides off on her motorcycle in an unknown direction. A shocked Can looks at all this and says that in his opinion this is all a rather wrong decision. However, he then also adds that, on the other hand, he doesn't even know how he could help in such a situation. However, after a few seconds Can stops in shock. He sees that a group of all those people on bikes are heading towards Ginny. However, at that moment they stop, turn around and head straight towards Can, shocking him even more. And then it dawns on Can that this is apparently happening because of him. Now he understands that he has a huge cloud of problems now, and he won't be able to escape so easily, but he starts to run away. Their captain, that creepy guy, stops everyone and asks them to stand and wait for him here. He has business. Following this, with a creepy face, he says that it is not certain, but it seemed to him that out of the corner of his eye he saw that monster. Can is hiding right in the alley where this guy is standing. He covers his mouth with his hands trying to contain his fear. A very creepy guy with a chain in his nose starts walking back and forth through the alley, as if looking for Can here. At this time, Can restrains himself and barely even breathes, so as not to give the slightest sign that he is here. However, it doesn't help. As he passes behind the trash cans, the creepy guy lowers his head and sees Can in front of him. Can looks at him with tears in his eyes and begins to understand that it seems that this is the end for him now. However, their captain began to leave, saying that he must have imagined it. Can was extremely shocked, but happy with this outcome. The captain returns to his men and says that it doesn't matter at all. Apparently they missed them. It's time to leave. Kang is still hiding behind the trash can, and the creepy guy and his men are discussing Ginny and the Sunu clan in general. The creepy guy and all his men leave the place. Kan starts to walk away from the tank and looks to see if they really left. Immediately after this, Kan starts scratching his face in confusion at what just happened. How is this possible? Kan clearly saw that the guy was looking at him straight on, but he pretended not to see him, which was very strange. Following this, Kang heard that he had just loudly told his guys the location of Lee, as if he had done it specifically for Kang to hear. Kan decides to call the number that Ginny gave him in order to inform everyone at the top of the Sunu clan about this. However, Kanu begins to think that all of this could be a huge trap by these guys. It can't be that simple. Kan walks down the street and thinks about what he should do. and he realizes that that very place is right nearby. This building is not far from here. Kan walks near him and understands well that most likely now he is running into some kind of trouble again. Most likely. However, he is well aware that this matter concerns Lee himself, so it would be good to check the words of that creepy guy. Kan approaches the building and starts to pull the handle, and realizes that the building is closed, which also shocks him quite a bit. Following this, some man blinds Kan with a flashlight and, looking at him, asks, "Who's there?" It turns out to be a local security guard. He looks at Kan and asks what he is doing here and what he is doing with the door. Kan says that he is looking for one person, but the guard asks who Kan could be looking for at such a late hour. Kan doesn't say it directly, but he describes some of Lee's external features, which surprises the guard quite a bit. The guard immediately asks directly if Kang is looking for Lee Shun, which shocks Kang, and Kang doesn't understand how the guard knows. Then the guard adds that if that's the case, then Kanu should come here and starts to accompany him, which surprises Kanu even more. Kan starts to follow the guard, but a second later the guard throws Kan to the ground and starts strangling his neck. The guard starts asking Kan who he is, what he's doing here, and how he knows about Lee. Kan starts to try to ask why he is being choked, but the guard says that Kan knows better why this is happening. The guard pins Kan against the wall and asks him over and over again how Kan knew about this place. Kan can no longer breathe at all because he is being strangled so hard, and decides to grab the guard by the hand that is strangling him. As soon as Kan slightly squeezed the guard's hand with his hands, the guard's hand broke into pieces. The guard began to scream wildly in pain because Kan had broken his arm bone several times, and Kan himself was wildly shocked by this. Kan starts asking the guard if he's okay, but he clearly doesn't help the guard with such questions. The guard starts yelling at Kan, insulting him, and saying that he is a bastard and not an ordinary person at all. This question surprises Kan very much. He understands that it turns out that this guard is also Mormon, and not an ordinary person. After this, Kan starts running away from the guard, surprising him, who is still sitting with a broken arm. Now Kan is absolutely sure that Lee is somewhere here, because there are so many guards and that information. Everything is starting to come together. Following this, Kang grabs his phone and decides that he needs to report to the entire Sunu clan immediately. It's important. However, the next moment, Kan's phone seems to explode. Something flies into it, and the phone splits into two. Kan is shocked and holds the phone in his hands, not understanding what is happening now. But he understands that he has lost his means of communication. Kan turns around and sees a man with metal objects, who says that the next one could be Kan's head. Shocked by all this, Kan does not know how to react and only asks the man who he is. However, the very next moment the man appears behind Kan and asks who Kan is. After another moment, Kan's body seems to flip over and he finds himself upside down in the air. Kan falls face first into the concrete, causing part of his face to bleed, which is very painful, and he also gets hit in the legs. However, this man is surprised by this and asks Kan if he really doesn't even know how to fall properly. The two men discuss the fact that he may be a normal person, but remember how he broke the guard's arm. The man then adds that an ordinary person would have passed out long ago after such a blow, but Kan did not. Kan, with his face covered in blood, starts screaming, asking why they are doing this and who they are here anyway. However, in response, one of them simply presses his foot on Kan's face and begins to push, creating strong pressure. Then he begins to address Kan and say that if he wants to pretend to be an ordinary person, then he should at least hide his energy. Kan, covered in blood, begins to ask them what kind of energy they are talking about and what they want from him. They start asking Kan again how he found this place, but he asks if Lee is here. Following this, with a pitiful face, Kang asks them if Lee is here. Then is everything okay with him and is he healthy? However, as expected, instead of an answer, Lee began to receive only blows to his face over and over again, harder and harder. One of the men continued to beat him, saying that he was asked to answer questions and not ask them here. They then grab Kan by the face and start slamming his face into the floor, breaking his face more and more. Kan no longer has the strength to endure all this. He shouts insults at them and is terribly angry about what is happening. However, someone quietly approaches these men from behind and sharply asks them to stop and stand still. This man turns out to be Lee himself. He comes up to him with an empty face as always and reports that Kang is with him. This turn of events surprises both Kan and the guards who smashed his face into the asphalt. Lee looks at Kang coolly and asks if he is okay and can move normally. However, Kang only sits with a broken face and looks at Lee, not answering, either from shock or surprise. Two men in black address Lee as Chief Sunwoo and ask why he is here when he should be at a meeting now. However, in response, Lee points to Khan and says that he would first like to know why his friend is in such a state. One of the men in black says that they were told that only the elder would be there. There was no word about this guy. However, Lee's response was to just get wildly angry, saying that they thought it was his fault that they just beat up his friend. Then Lee adds that, well, since he made a mistake, then no negotiations will take place. He then turns to Kanu, who is sitting on the floor covered in blood, telling him to get up and suggests that he go from here. However, they are stopped by a guy in black. He says that this cannot be, because Lee himself made an appointment with the elder. He also adds in a shout that Lee himself called the elder here, and now he is going to just up and leave. However, in response to all his words, Lee only says that they are not afraid of the consequences for what they just did to his comrade. However, these guys in turn only say that the head of Sunwoo is very funny, holding back a smile. Next, one of the men says that he heard about Lee's toughness. However, at that moment, Kang hears a lot of footsteps getting closer and closer. Dozens of men in black appear from all sides, and he asks if Lee really considers himself equal to the elder. A terribly shocked Khan begins to question a terribly calm Lee about what is happening around them now. However, in turn, Lee, with a cold look, only says that nothing is impossible in this life. These guys start turning to Lee again and saying that enough is enough, asking him to return to the negotiating site right now. They threaten him that everything could end badly, but Lee says that he came here to negotiate and not to listen to threats addressed to him. Next, quite seriously and loudly, Lee says that if they run into a conflict, he will not shirk. Just as the fight was about to start, the elder of these guys appears from behind and walks towards them. An old, short, and bearded man, together with a tall and beautiful girl in glasses, are heading towards them. All these guys are shocked by what is happening. They start crossing their arms in a special sign and bowing. And then, everyone began to shout in one voice that they were greeting the elder and his majesty. Lee looks at all this, and the surprised Khan is covered in blood. He sees such a picture for the first time in his life. He then looks closely at the elder's face and realizes that this is the very man who was supposed to meet with Lee. In a rough voice, the elder addresses all these guys and asks them what all this means now. All the men in black began to talk as one, saying that the head of the Sunu clan, represented by Lee, began to talk about leaving the meeting. Kan is surprised by all this because, in appearance, he is just an old short uncle. What could be so dangerous about him? The elder then looks straight at Khan and asks his men who the guy next to Lee is. They say that Khan is his friend. However, the elder says that it is strange because Khan is emitting Muriman's energy, but it seems that he is a simple boy. Then the elder says that it is strange that the power of Muriman, which should be strictly guarded, has leaked to ordinary people. How did this happen? Lee is looking at all this and observing this. Kan is looking at Lee, but he doesn't understand at all what this old man is talking about. Then Khan thinks that the elder is saying this to Lee, and Khan thinks that he has put Lee in a very bad position, and then the elder turns to Khan. One of the elder's men in black approaches Kanu and tells him to follow them. They need to check something. However, a moment after this phrase, a huge blow is heard directly into the body of this man. The elder and his assistant notice this. The elder's face changes. He is very surprised by this blow. This blow was dealt by Lee, and then he dealt another blow, finishing off the man in black, causing a huge shock to everyone around. Kan and the entire crowd of men in black who were here were shocked to the point of horror by such actions on the part of Lee. Kang doesn't understand what Lee is doing, and the elder turns to Lee, asking what kind of tricks this is. The elder rudely yells at Lee, reminding him that he must remember who he is in front of now. The elder stops all his people, and he himself becomes extremely angry and asks Lee if he wanted to die by accident. Kan notices that he can't move from the spot, as if something is strongly constraining him from the inside now. All this silence and blows are interrupted by Lee himself. He turns sharply to the elder, which calms him down. Looking straight into the elder's eyes, Lee says that he came here at his request as a guest. Following this, Lee points to the man and asks if that is the case. Why did the elder's men beat up his friend? The elder says that this is strange and ridiculous nitpicking on Lee's part now. However, Lee adds that, at the request of the elder, he came alone, without his clan. But for some reason, the elder brought so many people here. Then Lee rudely and angrily asks if it was really the elder's plan to kidnap Lee here now. The elder's men began to shout in one voice that such words were outrageous and incorrect on Lee's part. However, the elder himself only remained silent, and Lee said that he saw that the elder had nothing to say to him this time. Lee begins to leave, saying that it looks like this time his expectations were not met at all, unfortunately. Lee passes by Khan and tells him very quietly that as soon as the fight starts, Kan needs to run away immediately. Lee tells Kan that he will try to get their attention, and Kan should run away and hide from them at that moment. Kang looks absent-mindedly into Lee's empty eyes, and in his mind he realizes that it seems like it's his fault for what's happening now. Kang turns around and sees a ton of people. Kang can't understand at all how Lee is going to face them all alone. All this is interrupted by the voice of the elder behind Lee. He laughs and says that apparently Lee has no small guts at all. The elder then turns to Lee, saying that there was a misunderstanding between them, and he offers forgiveness for it. The elder says that later he will ask his people about what happened, but now he leaves. His people are all shocked by such statements. His men try to stop him, but he in turn only shouts louder for everyone to leave here right now. As he was leaving, the elder told Lee to follow him. It was time for a frank conversation between them. However, Lee bows and says that he asks for forgiveness, but another time, because today he will not be able to talk. However, in response, he hears from his assistant that the elder told him to follow him, so he needs to follow him. Lee looks at her. She then begins to raise a strange white aura around herself, and then adds that Lee needs to silently follow him. Turning around sharply, she deliberately creates a hole in the asphalt with her heel, as if demonstrating her strength. Such actions on her part greatly frighten Kan, but not Lee, although Kan does not understand what Lee is planning now. With a cold-blooded look and a creepy aura, Lee says what will happen if he suddenly refuses her words now. However, she does not decide to continue the dialogue, and with a sharp jump rushes upwards, saying that then she will have to force Lee. The next moment, a huge attack from her leg comes towards Lee, but Lee somehow manages to stop this attack. Although Lee stopped the attack, the blast wave carried him away in horror, straight into the building standing next to him. Kang is wildly frightened by all this. Only one assistant of the elder, and such a blow even for Lee. How strong are these people? A battle ensues between Kan and this assistant in the air. They hit each other with blow after blow in midair. Kan watches all this with great surprise. He is shocked that this is happening and is happening to him now in reality. Watching this fight, Kan notices that at that moment his heart seemed to become excited by it and began to spread energy throughout his body. Kan's thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of an elder who says that Lee is fighting well against a man of the master's level. The elder talks about some injuries of Lee, but then Kang remembers that he was asked to leave immediately in such a situation. However, as soon as Kan wanted to leave, he was stopped by an elder who began to force Kan to extend his palm to him. The elder begins to ask Kan to extend his palm to him, but Kan does not understand at all why this is necessary. Kan does so. The elder says that something is bothering him and asks Kan what clan he is from. However, a surprised Kan replies that he doesn't have any clan. He doesn't understand at all what we're talking about now. The elder, with a smile on his face, says that he knew it. His predictions were correct. He saw everything earlier. He stabs Kan in the stomach and says that if he does, he will have to destroy the energy inside Kan. As he punched harder and harder, Kan's body seemed to be on fire, all of his veins bulging and his temperature rising. Lee, who was fighting with the elder's assistant at that moment, notices this and it scares him terribly. Lee breaks away from the fight with the girl and heads towards the elder, scaring him. Lee lands a rare and very vicious punch straight at Kanu, knocking him away from the old man. A very angry and excited Lee looks at the elder and asks him what he suddenly decided to do with Kan. However, the girl appears from above and says that she wants to say the same words here and is going to hit Lee. Apparently, Lee notices this, and in that moment he is overcome by a wild power and anger that covers everything around him. Lee begins spinning wildly and launching cosmic strikes at everything he sees, as if destroying everything around him out of anger. The elder is shocked to the point of horror by what he now sees in front of him. He watches Lee as if he were a monster who destroys everything. Just a moment later, Kan and the elder watch as the elder's assistant flies to the side from the impact at great speed. With a wild white aura and monster eyes, Lee tells the elder to immediately take his hands off of Kan, just like everyone else here. However, the elder only smiles and shouts that he seemed to know this, and asks Lee how he hid such power. Kan, shocked to the point of horror and not understanding anything, watches all this and their dialogues and loses contact with consciousness. The elder points to Kan, saying that this child has powers that he should not have had from birth. Kan, in turn, begins to loudly shout at Lee not to come here, because the elder is going to kill him here. A moment after Kang shouted those words, the elder's hand grabbed his neck and began to strangle him with force. The elder strangles Kan, saying that first he illegally acquired the powers of Murim, and now he still dares to spread such nonsense. However, Kang courageously ignores this and shouts that Lee should not be deceived. Kang heard what the elder's people were saying. The elder, dissatisfied with all this, begins to question Khan about what he might have heard there, but their dialogue is interrupted. More precisely, he is interrupted. It turns out to be Lee, who is already standing behind the elder with a huge charge of energy in his fist. The elder feels it. With his whole body, he feels the wild aura of Lee, who is standing right behind him at this moment. The elder, sensing this, decides to strike first and sharply kicks back, thereby throwing Lee back. A shocked Khan stands and watches all this. He stands trying to say something, but it doesn't work. Khan tries his best to open his mouth and say at least a word, but it's all in vain. He can't say a word. Then he also notices that he cannot move either, as if his whole body is paralyzed by something very strong. Kanu can only watch all this with shock and blood, while the elder makes fun of Lee. The elder begins to laugh with Lee, saying that he couldn't even catch him off guard, let alone defeat him. However, at the moment, Lee is not worried about this at all. He only asks the elder what he dared to do to Lee. The elder says there is nothing to worry about. He just pressed the right points to calm down Khan a little. A shocked Khan listens to this and cannot understand what points they are talking about and what they did to him. Lee starts to head towards the elder and ask why he shut Khan's mouth, but the elder asks what Lee is unhappy about. The elder asks Lee if he really believes the words of this boy and thinks that the elder is going to kill Lee. Lee says that at least he trusts Khan many times more than the elder, that's why. However, the elder only says that apparently after Lee gained more energy, his self-confidence also increased. The elder begins to address Lee and talk about whether he will be able to attack the elder now. Then the evil elder yells at Lee and says that he has enough strength to open Kang's point A back, since he is so strong. A shocked Kang looks at all this and cannot understand whether Lee is really going to fight this old man. Kang looks at the elder. He remembers that Lee is very strong. However, could it be that the old man is stronger than Lee? Lee starts walking towards the old man, but some strange feeling of anxiety stops him at that moment and prevents him from going. Following Lee, even Khan, not just Lee, also experiences a strange feeling and some kind of speed. It turns out that it was not in vain, because with all his enormous speed, the elder flies straight into Lee and strikes. Somehow, Lee manages to get into a defensive position with his hand and dodge a little, but he is very shocked by such a blow from the elder. The elder stops after striking and says that Lee has a good kagam, a sense of energy. However, Lee doesn't decide to stand and wait for his praise any longer. He picks up speed and flies straight towards the elder at a wild speed. Lee begins to strike blow after blow at the elder's face with great speed, as if starting a war with him. However, at that moment, the elder simply stops and says that this is really the same rainstorm that hits the wall of the Sunu clan. The moment after his phrase, the elder creates a stream of energy that sends Lee flying in the other direction. Somehow, but Lee even manages to stay on his feet after such a powerful energy attack from the elder himself. With a pompous and cool look, the elder looks at Lee and says that he really thinks that such tactics will work. However, Lee's attitude clearly makes it clear that he does not intend to stand and talk about all this. Having picked up speed, he attacks again. The energy flow from Lee's blows is so great that it dents and destroys all the cars parked nearby. Khan is terribly shocked by what is happening here now. He finds it hard to believe that all this could be because of him. Meanwhile, the elder continues to simply dodge Lee's attacks, but it is clear that the intensity of the attacks has increased. Khan is shocked beyond belief by everything that is happening now, and even more so by the fact that he still can't even move from his spot. The flow of energy and blows from Lee and the elder is so high that due to the aura of the blows, Khan can no longer even see what is happening. While Kang tries to understand what is going on, Lee continues his fight with the elder, landing blow after blow straight to his body. However, some strange feeling gives Kang the idea that his friend Lee attacks very well and directly. But this same feeling makes him feel how carefree the elder is in this battle, and is not even straining himself yet. Kang gets the feeling that for the elder this is not a fight, but just some kind of joke now. Lee flies up. This Lee field was created by the elder's huge blow directly to Lee's body, causing him to fly into the air. Somehow, Lee manages to land on his feet and stay standing after what just happened. But something surprises him. But there is no time to think about it, because another attack immediately flies into Lee, but this time from the assistant. Lee is very shocked by everything, because now he is facing two enemies at once, and they are both very strong. It is very difficult even for him. The old man's assistant asks Lee if he really wants to die, but he remains silent and only creates a white aura again. Lee begins to notice that the old man's assistant is very tense, because Lee broke her glasses. Khan analyzes the situation and easily understands that the old man is already a strong opponent, but with her, it is even worse. However, the elder turns to his assistant and tells her that she should stop attacking. The elder points at Lee and says that he still has a lot to learn. There is no need to kill him here so easily. The elder says to teach Lee everything gradually. However, Lee himself does not understand what he is talking about. Then the old man very arrogantly turns to Lee and asks him why he suddenly stopped. Won't he attack now? The old man begins to walk towards Lee little by little and create a strange aura under his feet, saying that this is really all. Lee feels a powerful aura from the old man and some kind of strong speed. It really scares him. Then the old man's assistant feels the same thing. And then the elder himself seems to jump up from his place in an instant. The very next second after that, the elder's huge and powerful fist was near Lee's face. However, the elder doesn't carry the blow. He stops right in front of Lee's face, as if trying to teach him a lesson in this way. The whole scene is still being watched by a shocked Khan, who still can't even move. With a wild and furious face and a rough voice, the old man turns to Lee and asks if he is really afraid now. And already shocked, Khan is even more surprised. He finds it hard to believe that the old man has moved from place to place. Only the old man's assistant understands everything that is happening. She clearly sees that this is the technique of the ghost steps. The assistant says that if someone sees such an elder's technique for the first time, they might think it is magic. The elder's fist was still right next to Lee's face, but he wasn't that surprised by all of this anymore. The elder looks into Lee's face and eyes, noticing that he is still indifferent to all of this. Then the old man laughs a little, turns to Lee and asks if he realized that his power is simply a mirage. The old man then turns to Lee again, saying that judging by his fight, he only uses Sunu clan techniques. Then the old man says that the techniques are really fast and incredible thanks to Quan Zhengyu after his arrival. However, the old man then adds that the problem is that Lee's energy is created by the technique of black heaven and earth, and calmness is important there. The old man holds out his palm and says that such techniques look soft and slow, but inside there is none. Then the old man, pointing his palm to the side, creates a huge explosion of energy, which could demolish a building. The old man adds that such a powerful force is hidden inside such slow and soft attacks at first glance. The elder explains that the whole point of martial arts is that you need to accumulate energy and then release it. The elder continues to explain, saying that success is achieved by harmonizing many elements of the body in one attack. Looking at Lee, he explains that most clans study the synchronization of all elements, not just techniques. The paralyzed Khan sees and listens to all this and is shocked by how strange, complicated, and incomprehensible it all is. Kang is surprised because the elder was going to kill Lee today. Why is he training him? The elder then turns to Lee, saying that if he is interested in all the techniques and true art, then he would be better off becoming the elder's disciple. This phrase completely infuriates Khan. He could never have imagined that such a turn of events would occur. Kang, shocked to the point of horror, looks at all this and does not understand what kind of student, how Lee can learn from this old man. Looking at the beautiful city, Lee says that he knows that his techniques are not at all compatible with the Sunu clan. With this statement, he surprises the elder, who asks if Lee knows everything. Then why does he continue to study them further? And then, Lee gives the old man some very shocking information, saying that he is the head of the Sunu clan, so that's why he does it. Looking at Elder Lee with a cold-blooded expression, he says that he cannot betray the techniques of his clan because he is his leader. However, the old man only closes his eyes and says that Lee is still a fool, to whom there is no point in explaining anything. Lee suddenly begins to lift his leg and talk about how he must thank the old man for his advice today. Such a sharp and enormous speed of Lee frightens and surprises the elder. He does not quite understand what Lee has planned. The elder's assistant, as well as he himself, noticed that in an instant Lee simply disappeared from the place where he had just stood. Following this, a huge and powerful blow of energy flies towards Khan, directly into his torso with full force. Although Khan screams in pain, he notices that his body has returned to him, and he can now move and speak. Lee appears next to Khan, who most likely gave him the ability to move. Lee thanks the old man for reminding him of the techniques. Both the old man and his assistant were shocked, and in his thoughts he couldn't understand whether Lee had really used the ghost step technique. The surprised elder only continues to silently look at Lee, as if trying to understand him from the inside. Kang tries to ask Lee how he did it, but Lee interrupts Kang, asking if he's okay. Lee tells Kang that if he is okay, then let him tell Lee what he wanted to tell him at the very beginning. Kang begins to speak loudly about how while Lee was away, the elder's subordinates broke into Lee's house and tried to kill Kang. Lee asks Kang how he knew that those people were subordinates of this elder. Kang says that Jinny said so. Then Khan asks if Lee knows a man named Mamungi, and he puts a machete to Jinny's throat. Lee listens carefully to everything that Khan told him, and begins to demand an explanation from the elder for all of this. Lee asks the elder rudely but confidently if his friend is telling him the truth now, but the old man only remains intelligently silent. However, the elder only smiles, saying that it is funny. First a child with the power of Murim, and now such accusations from him. However, Khan starts shouting that the old man is talking nonsense and the fact that he is an ordinary person does not matter. The old man looks rudely at Khan and says that one of the Murim rules is not to reveal your identity. What then? The old man turns to Kanu again, saying that he probably knows that breaking such a rule can result in losing one's life. The elder says that it is strange that an ordinary child scolds him for all this and communicates with the elder in this way. Kan begins to look at Lee and realize that Lee has gone for something serious, but he didn't think it was that serious. Continuing to look at Lee, Kang wonders if it was for nothing that he got involved in all this. In front of a shocked Khan, the old man turns to Lee, telling him that he must answer how Khan even had energy. Lee just remains silent with a cold-blooded look, and this infuriates the old man. He asks why Lee is just silent now. The old man turns to Lee, saying that if it turns out that this is his doing, then not only he will suffer, but the entire Sunu clan. Kang realizes that Lee is in huge trouble and something needs to be done. Kang decides to shout out asking the elder to wait. From behind Lee, Kang comes out and shouts that he has a question, which shocks both Lee, the assistant, and the old man. Kan turns to the elder, calls him grandfather, and asks if the whole problem is that he is an ordinary person. The elder is shocked that Khan called him grandfather, but says, "Let's assume that it is, so what now?" Kan puts his hand on himself and says that if all the problems come from this, then can he just become Murim, and then there will be no problems. Such a sharp and very dangerous statement from Kan simply shocks Lee, who is standing next to him to the point of horror. The elder, who clearly did not expect this, is no less surprised, but even more surprised by this statement. Lee and Khan exchange glances, and Khan says that if that's the case, then what's the problem with him becoming part of Murim so there won't be any problems? Kang continues to talk about it. He looks into Lee's eyes and says that isn't he right? But Lee is very surprised. However, his words are interrupted by an elder who shouts that enough of this absurdity has been said today. The elder starts yelling at Khan, saying that, in his opinion, anyone can just go and become a Muriman. The elder now shocks Khan by saying that to become a Murin, one must either be born one or become one in early childhood. A very angry elder yells at Khan, saying that he really thinks that it is possible to become a Murin at such an age. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Lee, who shouts that this is possible because he himself became a Murin at his age. Lee says that this is why Kan might succeed, but the old man just gets furious, saying that this is complete nonsense. And then Lee gives everyone a shock by saying that Kang is now joining the Sunu clan. Lee says that now they themselves will figure out what is nonsense and what is not. But all this only really infuriates the old man, who shouts that enough is enough. However, Lee does not pay any attention to the old man's anger and says that now it is his turn to answer. Lee asks his subordinates if they ordered their subordinates to attack Kan. However, in response, Lee hears only silence from the old man and his assistant. He continues to look them in the eyes. However, the old man only lowered his head uncertainly and said that Lee himself knew that he would never give such orders. However, Lee stops the old man's words, saying that he personally saw his friend being beaten near this building. Lee continues to talk about how the elder's men attacked the man who came to meet them. Lee looks at the streets of the city, saying that he knows about their hatred towards the Sunu clan. But despite this, he still came alone. Lee then adds to his words that he regrets that expecting a normal conversation from the old man and his people was a stupid decision. The elder, like a child, begins to stop Lee's words, trying to justify himself, saying that it was a misunderstanding. However, Lee simply clenches his fist, creates a strong charge of energy, and says that the old man really still wants to have a normal dialogue now. Lee creates a wild aura of power around himself and says that if they want to continue the dialogue, they will only continue with a corpse. The elder's attention is drawn to the assistant, who says that she tried to contact the Black Star, but there is no answer. The old man is surprised, and the assistants add that the people of the Sunu clan are combing the places where the Stream clan was. The assistant says that the situation is not going well, and the old man is just really furious about it all. Kan looks at the old man and sees a huge aura rising around him right now. Then, Khan and the others notice that the old man was very angry, and a wild aura of strength and power rose around him. Kan tells himself in his mind that he is scared, and he hopes that the old man won't start attacking him and Lee now. However, the next few centuries later, the old man simply exhales air and says only, "Huh." The aura around the old man subsides. Everything calms down more or less. He no longer looks so frightening. The elder orders his assistant to contact the Red Star and ask him to accompany them, since the leader of the Sunu clan is here. The elder begins to walk straight towards Canon Lee, and the assistant reports that she has contacted the Red Star. The elder turned his gaze to Kan and began to ask what his name was. Unsure and terribly scared, Kang replied that his name was Kang Hajai, and the old man just looked at Kang. The old man then began to leave and only said that he would be glad to see how long Kan managed to stay in Murim. Such words scare Kan to death. He understands that he is in deep trouble, and now he will clearly have a lot of problems. However, at the moment when the old man was leaving, he began to say something about some kind of eternal energy. He says that Kumun Ryong is chasing after eternal energy, and these words terrify and surprise Lee to the point of horror. He loses his composure. Then, standing with his back to Lee, the elder says that Lee didn't come here to find out this today. The old man immediately says that most likely, after Lee saw the news that Kumun Ryong had taken action, he became curious about why. Following this, Lee began to shout that the elder was really involved in the fact that people from a special mission visited him. However, the old man only replies that all the major Murim clans have not moved from their place for more than several months. He also adds that he would have torn anyone apart here, but Lee just looks at the elder in surprise at that moment. The elder ends by saying that what he wanted to say, he unfortunately didn't say, but at least Lee is safe. However, Lee began to question the elder with shouts, saying what kind of eternal energy this was. The elder turns his head and says that wasn't it, Lee, who just recently refused to talk to him. Lee is so excited about what the elder just told him that he starts trying to follow him. The elder ends up asking Lee to surrender. As with his current skills, pursuing Kumun Ryong would be suicide. A moment after these words, the elder and his assistant simply disappeared into thin air like the wind. Kana is surprised every time they disappear like this, because it's the first time he's seen this kind of technique and power. Kan wonders if they are some kind of demons, but then notices the depressed state of his friend Lee. Kang starts asking Lee if he's okay, and slowly approaches him, and is about to put his hand on Lee's shoulder. However, Lee suddenly turns around, grabs Kang by the shirt, and asks how he got there in the first place, which scares Kang. Kang tells half the whole story, but Lee doesn't understand why Kang went here. Kang says that Lee was worried about Kang earlier. And then, with a surprised face, Kan adds that if that's the case, then why can't he worry about Lee? Lee lets Kan go and begins to speak rudely about how he only helped him out of a fleeting compassion for Kan. Lee says that his physical features used to be similar to those of Kan, but Kan himself does not understand what he is talking about. Lee says that with such features you are weak from birth, and no modern medicine can help here, except for Marima's medicine. However, Lee says he was stupid because he didn't know he would have so much energy after the treatment in Kana. However, Kang is only asking about something he doesn't understand well, but didn't Lee originally intend to help Kang like this? And that's good. However, Lee Stahl yelled at Kan, saying that there was nothing good in this. He just yelled that he would become Murim under the elder. Then Lee adds, saying that now Kan won't be able to escape. His only option now is to become Murim. Lee blames himself, saying that he only wanted to correct Kan's physical properties, but not that Kan would now be connected to the world of Murim. However, Kang simply looks at Lee with surprise and says that if that's the only problem, then it doesn't matter what Lee is surprised about. Kang tells Lee that even if something happens to him, he himself will bear responsibility for it. Lee does not need to worry. Lee begins to explain to Kan how terrible the world of Murim is, but Kan assures him that he doesn't care, because he only survived thanks to Lee. Kan says that he stayed alive thanks to Lee, and he doesn't care if it's the Murins, the Shmurins, or anyone else. He wants to be in the same world as Lee. Following this, Lee's eyes became very thoughtful, and he himself began to experience strange feelings after Kan's words. Then Kan pointed his finger at Lee, saying that he called the world of Murin shitty, but that was just his opinion. Kan throws up his hands, saying that if this world really was shit, it would have fallen apart long ago. Looking at the city, Kan says that if the world of Murin has not fallen apart, but is only blooming, then it means that many people like it. These words and conclusions finally finish off Lee. He is in shock, as if in a trance, after what he heard from Kan. Lee recalls a scene from his childhood, standing on the edge of a building, and a grown man telling him that he loves the world of Murin. He smiles, winks, and looks at little Lee, saying that he wishes that Lee would one day accept the world of Murin as his home. Lee's head lowers. He says that if you think about it, then those who like the world of Murin really did exist. Kang is surprised by what Lee says because it is obvious, and Kang also does not understand why Lee is so depressed. However, at that moment, Kang and Lee notice that there is a man sitting on the roof of a nearby building and looking at them. The man with the tattoo on his face sweats a little and says that thank God Lee is still alive, looking down at him. Kang notices this man, looks at him and shouts at him with the phrase, who is this here? Lee says that it is a bit early and addresses this person, which scares Kang, who does not understand what is happening. Then this guy jumps down from the roof. He has several piercings, tattoos, and a long braid. He surprises Khan. This guy immediately shows himself to be a very strong person, because with one jump he breaks the asphalt beneath him. As he descends, he immediately looks into Lee's eyes, as if trying to find out something from him. But Lee himself stands with an empty look. The guy turns to Lee with a strange question. How is it? It is not clear what it is about, but Lee replies that nothing. Shocked by all this, Kang decides to ask Lee if this guy is from the Sunu clan or where he is from anyway. The guy interrupts Kang, asking Lee who he is, pointing at Kang, and Kang himself answers that he wants to become part of Sunwoo. However, while they were standing there talking, Kang's sense of smell became sharper again and he heard some cars heading towards them. Kang, Lee, and the guy turn around and indeed see a mass of black cars in front of them, stopping right in front of them. Following this, a group of guys runs out of the car, sees Lee, Kang, and that guy, and heads straight towards them. However, neither Lee nor this guy are worried, they just watch. And the guy even says that they are late. Lee then turns to Kang, saying that this will be his first actual greeting today. But Kang doesn't understand what's going on. All these people, as one, folded their hands in the right position and bowed, and began to greet the head of the Sunu clan together. Lee approaches Kang and tells him to meet the Sunwoo clan members and points them out, shocking Kang. Immediately after this, all the clan members began to crowd and approach Khan. Two grandfathers approached him and began to look at him. Kang tries to look at them all with a smile to create a good impression, but in his mind, he is in a panic. Then Kang finally decides to speak and asks Lee who these people are, referring to the two old men. Lee points to two old uncles and says that these are the two elders of the clan, Min and Kim. Kang also notices a few other people who stand out, one of them with long white hair and glasses, as well as Jinny. Then one of the elders tells Lee that it is not worth standing outside and suggests that he go inside now. Then everyone starts going inside, and Khan himself goes at the end. He has a feeling that this does not look like a friendly atmosphere. Lee then approaches Jinny, asking if she could take Kang to the library and treat him there. However, Jinny is clearly not happy with such requests and yells at Lee that she shouldn't do this. Kang can see that he is not welcome. However, with a sweet face, Lee turns to Jinny, saying that he begs her very much because she cannot leave a guest alone. This makes Jinny very embarrassed. She even blushes, but she agrees, and this cheers Kana up a little. She turns around, yells rudely at Khan and asks him to come with her now, telling him not to fall behind. The events of the story take us to that very library. Jinny applies some ointment to Kanu's face. It hurts. Jinny scolds Kang, saying that the wound has nothing to do with it and that he should stop making faces and act normally. After Jinny finished smearing, Kang turned to her, asking if she also lived here with everyone. Then, without waiting for an answer from her, he asks what family Lee is from, because the house looks very rich and cool. However, in response, she only hits him, saying that he shouldn't pretend that they know each other well here. Jinny says that she doesn't understand what Lee is thinking at all. He is using the life pills he gave Khan unwisely. Kang asks Jinny if those pills were really that valuable. Jinny replies that Kang is listening to her with his backside because she already said that. Then she comes closer to Khan and says that since she has healed him, she should tell him, but Khan does not understand what. She comes very close to him and asks him rather rudely how Kang managed to end up here with Lee now. Then Khan was very scared by Jinny's evil appearance, but decided to tell her and told her the whole story. Meanwhile, while Khan is talking to Jinny, Lee apologizes to the rest of the clan's tops for using the pills like that. Following this, Khan also tells them everything else, as well as about meeting the ghostly elder doctor today. Then, in response, he receives criticism that he acted very frivolously, but in response, Lee only looks at them. One of the clan members stands up and starts talking about how Lee should have consulted them before such a meeting. However, without listening to the end, Lee asks if they would give the go-ahead in such a case, and with his words he stops the flow of this man's speech. Lee says that while he was in the hospital bed, he repeatedly asked for a meeting, but was ignored. Then he says that while this was happening, rumors began to spread throughout Murim that he was disabled. And with his words, he shocks the elders. Then, with a rather powerful aura, he says that In their opinion, he should have stayed away and just watched all this. The same guy with the tattoo is also watching this whole dialogue. He notices that Lee has changed and become more serious. They then begin to discuss the fact that Kumun Ryan has reappeared among the Murim, which could lead to internal conflicts within the clan. Then, Lee tells the elders with a very creepy aura whether they still doubt about sending Kang to Kumun Ryong or not. However, Elder Ming began to fill Lee in that he did not doubt it at all. He simply decided to describe the current situation. However, here Lee's outburst of hatred is interrupted by another elder, who says that Lee gave the precious medicine to the schoolboy. Then he asked this schoolboy to accept him into the clan, and now he talks about Kumun Ren, although he does not have the strength to defeat him. Lee says that it was simply his personal desire to help his friend. He understands perfectly well the responsibility for his Sunu clan. Then, Lee says that he therefore wants to know everyone's opinion. If they are vehemently against it, he will destroy Kan's energy and take the medicine back. Such harsh and cruel words shocked everyone in the hall and that guy with the tattoo because it was very strong. However, the guy with the tattoo is shocked by what Lee just said. He knows that it is terrible. He experienced it himself. Everyone is silent. No one gives any reaction to such a sharp statement by the head, but the elder asks if Kan is waiting in the library. Meanwhile, events return us to Kan and Ginny, who is sitting in a chair and yawning, listening to Kan's stories. She says that she knew everything. Kan doesn't understand what about. She explains that the guy with the machetes helped them because he knows Lee. Kan is a little shocked by what Ginny just told him, but he doesn't understand how he didn't dodge the helmet back then. Ginny began to scold Kan, saying that he should have informed the clan immediately, but he said that he was afraid because suddenly it was a trap. Then Kan adds that Jimmy should think about what this whole circus is for if they told him everything so easily. Ginny says that the guy with the machetes is just the old man's servant, and he's afraid to cross his path, but he's actually a good guy. Kan wanted to discuss the old man with Jimmy, but she reports that their meeting there is over and tells Kan to come with her. Kan? Ginny head towards this room. They open the door. Ginny lowers her head a little and goes in, and Kan is in shock. In front of him is a room with a creepy aura, where Lee, the elders, and other top officials of the Sunu clan are sitting. He is scared. Then, one of the people present in the room shouts at Kanu his name, calling his name, asking if it is true, which shocks Kanu. It turns out to be one of the elders. He approaches Kan. Kan replies that everything is correct. That is exactly his name. The elder extends his hand and palm to Kan and loudly says that he is glad to welcome him to the Sunu clan. Kang is shocked but shakes his hand, and the grandfather introduces himself as an elder named Min. Then the second elder stands up and says that that's enough for today, and decides that it's time for them to go already. The clan escorts the elders to their cars. Lee wishes them a pleasant journey, and the elders leave for home to attend to their own concerns. On the way home, the two elders discuss how the Lee clan leader has changed, but they don't know in what direction. One of the elders on the trip home assures another that for the better, he is no longer so radical and has become understanding. Then they began to discuss Kan, saying that he had been given the pills needed for Lee, but everything turned out well. Next, they discussed that through the handshake they learned that Kan has single yin, but Lee has triple yin. Min tells the second elder the details of these meetings, and the latter is amazed at what he is now hearing from Min. Looking at the road, Elder Min tells the second elder that the guy Kang is not at all simple. He says that Kan is in fact a whole jackpot for the clan. If he is developed well, then everything will be very good. Meanwhile, we are brought back to the rest of the Sunu clan. Ginny asks Kan to speed up and decides to give him a ride home. Kan wants to refuse and begins to thank Ginny for making such a generous offer for him. However, at that moment, the guy with the tattoo quickly and sharply grabs Kan by the neck and pulls him towards himself, starting to strangle him. And then he whispers to him that if he dares to stick to Ginny, he will simply kill him right here. Meanwhile, the elders are still discussing Kang and Lee on the way home. Min says that Kang has the energy level of Dok Ta Tong. Min says that normally it takes 10 years to reach such a level, but because of the pills and Lee's energy, Kan's body reached such a level in 2 weeks. Then the second elder asks the first one, if Lee managed to make Kanu to such a level, then what level is Lee himself then? Elder Ming remembers Lee and says that his energy level has now reached twice the level it was before. Meanwhile, in the house of the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, all the clan members began to disperse to their own affairs. However, Lee then called out the name Gyubum, which belonged to one of the members of the Tut clan, a blonde guy with a short haircut. He turns to the head of the Lee clan, who in turn says that he could please give Gyubum a moment of his attention. Gyubum of course agrees to this, and tells the rest of the Sunwoo clan that they can now go to their places. The same guy with tattoos also starts to leave with another guy from the clan, but looks back at Lee. In his head, this guy remembers the dialogue between Lee and the others tonight about accepting Khan, and the events of the story show it to us. Recalling the dialogue, he remembers how Lee promised in the office that if his friend Khan did not find a place in Murim, he himself would destroy his energy. The elder then addresses Lee, saying that it would not be easy for an ordinary person to become a Murino, let alone a member of the Sunu clan. The elder then turned to Lee, saying that they were not against him, but if there was no place for him, then Lee would personally take care of his energy. Then, in the office, the elders agreed that if Lee promised them that he himself would get rid of him if necessary, then they would not be against accepting him into the clan. Then this shocked Lee terribly, because he was glad to take his friend Khan into the clan, but he was also afraid to deprive him of energy with his own hands if something happened. That evening in the office, Lee thanked them all for agreeing to receive his friend on such terms. The guy with the tattoo and the guy with the long white hair discuss whether Lee was serious about promising to take such measures against Khan if anything happened. The guy with long blonde hair says that in order to survive in Murim, you need to become stronger and tougher. Lee became like that. On their way home, they discuss that there is no point in thinking about it anymore. They will have enough thoughts when other clans start to hate them for it. Meanwhile, Lee and Gyub discuss various aspects of the clan, talking about some of the strange situations within the clan. Gyubum says that everything is still very calm. However, there is one thing that worries him. Then he starts talking about a certain Yang Kilnam, who is the chairman of Sungjae's company. When talking about him, Gyubum mentions that he is very eloquent and speaks at clan meetings, which is why everyone knows and respects him. In the courtyard of the house, Gyubum tells Lee that there is information that this man is in contact with the heads of another clan. Gyubum told Lee that if Yang succeeds in winning everyone over to his side, then everyone might simply leave, and the clan will fall apart. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us an unknown location, where this Jan himself is located. Someone is distracting his attention. This man turns out to be Chairman Yang's assistant, and he informs him that the head of the Lee clan has arrived. Then Yan says that there will most likely be a meeting soon, since Lee has arrived, and thanks him for the information. Jan himself is sitting in the company of some men, and after what they told him, he attracts their attention to himself. He informs all the men sitting with him in the hall that the head of the Sunu clan Lee has arrived, and offers to congratulate him. However, these fat men are discussing among themselves that they had already given up on seeing Lee alive, and then there was such a surprise and they are laughing. However, just as everyone was about to start drinking, Chairman Yang stood up and said that he urgently needed to take a quick leave of absence. Jan takes his cane and starts walking in an unknown direction, or rather towards the man sitting in the chair. He approaches the chair and tells the person sitting there that his visit puts Jan in an awkward position in front of everyone. The man in the chair turns out to be the same elder from another clan that Lee fought with. He says that he only came to sit and drink tea. The chairman sits down in the seat opposite Yan and says that he would like to talk about the head of the Seun clan. However, the old man from another clan immediately says that Lee is safe and sound, so much so that even his assistant is confused. Chairman Yang, who is sitting opposite the old man, is a little surprised by this and doesn't even dare to respond. Together they look at the view of the city, and Yan says that it is strange. Why then was it necessary to disappear from sight? Chairman Yang then asks the old man from another clan if he has any information on Lee, such as his weak points. However, the old man only replies by saying that Yan is cruel and is climbing such a mountain of wealth that he might fall from it. However, Yan says that there is nothing wrong with that, and it is also beneficial for the old man if the Sunu clan falls apart. Then the old man says that he doesn't like people like Jan, because he doesn't understand what's going on in their heads all the time. However, Jan says that, what a coincidence, he has a dislike for the old man for the same reason. Then, the old man breaks a cup of tea and says that Jan should pay attention to the guy Khan, who is hanging around Lee now. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us that Ginny and Kan went home, and Ginny drops Kan off near his house. Kan gets off his motorcycle but stops Ginny, asking her what he should do from tomorrow now that he is in the clan. Ginny replies that Kan should not leave home. A person should come to him who will take over his training now. Kan thought that Lee would teach him personally. However, Ginny says that after his return, he already has a lot of tasks. He will not have time for Lee. Lee then asks if the Sunu clan is really in any big trouble right now, but Ginny just remains silent. But later, she added that Khan didn't need to know anything like that now, and advised him to watch himself, which shocked Khan. Ginny tells Can that after the treatment, some of Lee's power remained in him, and if something happens, can use this incredible charge. Lee then asks what the downsides are, and Ginny says that, for example, Can's body might not be able to withstand such force. Looking at the city, she is about to leave and asks Can not to overdo it, so that this energy itself is not used. Can comes home and jumps on his bed. He is tired, and says that today was just a killer day. He begins to remember everything that happened to him today, and to talk about how in the morning he literally did not know about the existence of another world. Can also has different moments in his head. He remembers how cool Lee fought, and Can seemed to feel him at that moment. Can is almost asleep, and wonders if he too could become that strong if he learned the Sunu clan's techniques. The sun is shining through Can's window. He wakes up and immediately says that he slept very well today. Walking through the kitchen, he stretches and immediately realizes that his body feels lighter, and all the pain has already gone away. However, here Can falls into shock and confusion, because he remembers that he doesn't have a phone now. It was blown up back then. Can's bell rings. He opens it. There are two people in black suits in front of him. These are people from the Sunu clan. Can understands what is happening. Can runs back to the apartment and asks these guys to wait a couple of minutes, because now he will change his clothes and go with them. While riding in the car, Can looks out the window and smiles, and the men who took him away cannot understand why he is so happy. Then they arrive at the place. It is a certain Angra. Can asks them if they will really study here now. One of the men turns to Can and rudely asks what Can has decided to learn, but Can says that he himself does not know what yet. Can looks around the hangar, thinking about future training, but one of the men says that he is here for interrogation. No training. Can is wildly surprised by their words and asks these men if they really just kidnapped him. However, another new voice can be heard from the street, which says that they were not kidnapped, but invited. With a sly smile, the same man, Chairman Yang, who spoke with the old man from another clan yesterday, enters the hangar. He holds up his eagle cane and asks if Can would mind having a little chat with him now. Can is frightened by his appearance and immediately asks who he is and what he wants to talk to Can about. He, in turn, just lowers his head and says with a smile that he is the one who invited Can here now. His assistants give him a chair. He sits down and asks Can if he will give him his hand now. However, Can immediately hides his hand, saying that he knows all of this man's intentions. Can is not that stupid. Chairman Yang says that there really is no point in just wasting time. He hands Can a lot of money, which surprises Can. Can immediately starts asking him what it is and why he is giving it to Can, but he only replies that it is just pocket money. Chairman Yang strokes his cane and says that this is a very impressive amount for a student. Chairman Yang then says that as a token of gratitude, Can will tell Yang everything he knows about the leader. Then Yan adds that he wants to know everything about Can and how he ended up in the Sunu clan. Can, in turn, asks if Yan himself is in the clan. However, Jan says that this is not important at all. What is important is that such great opportunities are now open to John. However, in his thoughts, Yan understands that he has everything thanks to Lee, and not this dirty money from Yan. Without waiting for an answer from Can, Yang begins to put moral pressure, saying that Lee is only temporarily acting as head. This scares Can to death. He asks again. Jan only answers that Can doesn't know at all what's going on in Murim. Looking up at the hangar, Chairman Yang says that Lee was only chosen to temporarily carry out missions. Yan begins to describe the enormous wealth of different clans, but there are very few key ones like Suin. And here, the head of such a clan became 18-year-old Lee. Jan continues to put moral pressure on them, saying that such people will not be able to die a normal death. Then, with a creepy aura, this Yan puts moral pressure on Can, talking about whether it is right to follow the false head of the clan. At this point, Can lowered his head, put his hand on his neck and began to scratch it, saying that he now understood why Lee was so worried. However, Can then turns around and with a sweet smile says that he is not very smart and does not really understand what they are talking about. Then Yan hands the money back to Yan and tells them to take it and just let Can go back. However, at this moment, Chairman Yang only begins to smile and say that if that's the case, then that's good. He snaps his finger and says that since it is already like this, he will pose the question in a completely different way than he does now. Chairman Yan's man opens a huge case behind him with a lot of money. There are millions in it. Can looks at this money and becomes embarrassed, and Yan puts moral pressure on him, saying that Can's mother will probably be happy with it. Jan says that he knows that Can's mother works very hard, drives a truck, and tries to raise him alone. He continues to press John, saying that this way his mother will be able to get a better job instead of driving an old truck. However, At the moment, Khan apologizes and says that Li Yan was once on the threshold of life and death, which surprises Yan. Then Khan continues, saying that it was thanks to Li that he was able to remain on the threshold of this life and not death. He throws the money back into Jan's suitcase and says that he won't be able to repay such a debt with any amount of money. Then Khan starts to leave and rudely says that they should give up the idea of enticing him to their side. However, some dangerous feeling suddenly stops Khan, and Yan says that then they need to change the method of conversation again. Literally a second after this phrase, a huge aura flashes by, knocking Khan off his feet and sending him flying up. Then Khan falls to the ground, and Yang brings the cane to his neck and begins to threaten and laugh. However, Khan grabs and holds the cane that Yang was using to press on his neck and asks if this is really the way to talk in Murim. Odanko. Jan just looks at Yan with an arrogant look and says that he is surprisingly very brave. Then Yan starts to press on the cane and say that it is necessary to check how brave Khan really is. However, how surprised Jan is when Khan has enough strength to throw the cane away from his neck. Khan falls to his side with a red face and begins to choke, trying to start taking in air normally again. Yan looks down at Khan's horrible expression and says that Khan has good internal energy. Then Yan says that if that's the case, then he will use his too, and the cane is covered with a yellow aura which scares Khan. Khan notices that Yan has suddenly become somehow different, very strong, tense, and terribly angry. Khan notices that Yan hasn't even put his cane under him yet, but Khan is already having trouble breathing, as if he's suffocating. Then, with a simple face, Jan says that he is asking for the last time whether Jan will accept his proposal or not. However, Jan stands his ground. He starts shouting and saying that no, and he will stand his ground until the end. Chairman Yang calmly closes his eyes and says that it's okay. He will let Khan go as he himself asks. Khan doesn't even come close to believing it. He remains just as tense and lies on the floor in shock, preparing for the blow. Immediately after this, Khan rises up and looks back and forth in shock because Yanu's employees agreed. Khan starts to get up and immediately yells at Yang to wait. He doesn't understand what this all means, but Yang only offers Khan advice. Chairman Yang turns to Khan and says that his advice to Khan is to not get close to the leader if Khan wants to die a normal death. After some time, the two men bring Khan back home, but before leaving, they say that if the rumors spread, they will kill Khan themselves. Then, before leaving, they throw a wad of money to Khan and say that it is for Khan's pocket money from Chairman Yan. They start to drive away, but Khan runs after them in an attempt to stop the car and them from driving away. Khan takes this money and throws it down on the floor, saying that he didn't ask to be given money for expenses. However, at the last moment, he does not dare to throw the money on the floor under the pretext that they are not guilty of anything. Now alone, Khan can finally think things through, and he begins to wonder what problems Li might have. However, the events of the story show us Li asking Chairman Yang what he means now. Chairman Yang himself is at this moment standing directly in front of Khan and looking him in the eyes. Li and his assistant, with whom they discussed Yan yesterday, are sitting here opposite Yan and talking about something. Yan, in turn, asks not to make a fool of him and says that before coming to Li, he met with Khan. Chairman Yang says he was impressed because Khan's energy is incredible. Chairman Yang suddenly looks straight at Li and says that he wants to know his intentions. Li says that it's all true. He gave Khan the medicine and allowed him to join the Sunu clan. However, immediately after his words, Li rudely and coldly asks what happens now that he did this. Afterwards, Yan is silent for a while, but then looks at Li and says that many in the clan are now expressing complaints. Yan says that many now remain loyal to the clan only because the elders are strong leaders. Then, with the most terrible aura and smile, Yan says that Li is just a fake, and not the leader of such a powerful clan as Sunu. Assistant Li is sweating and trying to stop Chairman Yang from thinking and saying such things, but he is interrupted by Li himself, who says that Chairman Yang said everything correctly. Li says that he will not stay in this place for long. Li adds that he used to think that way, but then he learned that the previous elders thought much more highly of him, so he decided to stay. He remembers their faces in his head and says that it is for them that he remained in this position and will continue to do so. Then, quite rudely, clearly, and coldly, he says that no matter what Yang's words, Li's will is unshakable. Li rudely says that he will not give up his responsibility for anything, even if he dies fighting for it. Chairman Li creates his creepy and wild aura around himself and asks Li if he has the ability to speak his mind. However, Li in turn also raises his powerful aura and says that they can check it out. However, the events of the story move us to Kanu, who is walking along some streets, but he walks as if he is looking for something. However, even walking along ordinary streets, Khan complains that he feels somehow uneasy here. Around one of the street turns, he notices a familiar car and realizes that this is really the same car. Then he notices people coming out of it. Khan knew it was Chairman Yang's people in their car. Khan doesn't have time to hide, but he manages to see Ginny, who is racing next to him on a motorcycle. Khan starts screaming her name for help. However, she doesn't hear him, and Yan's men grab Khan's hands. One of them starts to cover Kanu's mouth with his hand, showing his strength, but Yang bites his hand. And then she doesn't just bite, but grabs his hand with her hands, presses a little, and thereby breaks the man's hand. Kanu starts to run away, and the man stands near the car with his now broken wrist. Kanu begins running after Ginny's motorcycle, shouting her name over and over again, hoping she will hear him. Kanu is extremely lucky. Ginny heard him and stopped, and even paid attention to him running towards her. She starts scolding him, saying that he was asked not to wander anywhere, but Khan starts pointing his hand back and asking Ginny to look there. She looks there and shouts at Khan that there is nothing there. Khan himself turns around in bewilderment, seeing that there really is nothing there. Khan starts asking Ginny where they went, but she doesn't understand Khan and just asks him who he's talking about. Khan starts to say that he was kidnapped and asks if Lee is okay, but Ginny only asks why Khan is so nervous. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a huge sound of some kind of aura, followed by the sound of a broken window. Lee's body flies out of the window of a large house, breaking through the window and the decorations in the garden. Lee is thrown from something by a blow, but manages to stay on his feet after such a strong charge. Before Lee could even stop completely, he heard Yan's voice behind him saying, "Isn't it too slow?" And later, Yang himself appears, grabs Lee by the leg and turns him upside down. Lee is shocked to the point of horror by what is happening now. It has been a long time since he was played with like a toy. However, he does not decide to give up and cry. He manages to grab the ground under his head with his hands and stop his body. The next moment, Lee is already behind Yan, and some kind of white aura is gathering in Lee's hands. However, Chairman Yang also jumps up and reiterates that it is still slow for Lee. The next moment, Yang strikes, just like Lee. And from this strike, Lee is thrown up into the air, while Yang remains down on the ground. Yang, with a bloodthirsty smile, grabs his cane and shouts that this is the end for Lee. Following this, a powerful blast of blue energy flies out from Chairman Lee's cane and directly into Lee's body. However, Lee manages to withstand such an attack, and even hold back its surge of power and not fall. This is noticed by a shocked Chairman Lee, who did not expect Lee to have the strength to withstand such an attack. Chairman Yang starts looking at Lee's hand movements and wonders in his mind if he really has the double dragon chain dance technique. However, the fight is interrupted by the appearance of Ginny and Kang, who came from the backyard and began to observe everything. A frightened Kang immediately sees Chairman Yang and starts pointing his fingers at him, talking about him. Ginny breaks through Lee and Khan, and with a questioning face asks how Uncle Yang understands all this. However, Ian only responds with a question. Asking what Ginny is doing here at all, she says that she heard about Ian's arrival. Lee doesn't let Ginny pass. He puts his hand up and says that he himself asked Ian to come here today. Here, Lee's assistant also appears, who says that everything is correct, and Yang himself agreed to compete with the head of Lee. Ginny starts screaming to ask why this needs to be done at home, but Ian interrupts and leaves, saying that the rest of the answer is at the meeting. Then, limping, Jan heads towards Khan and walks next to him, which greatly frightens Khan himself. He passes by Khan and quietly tells him again not to forget Chairman Jan's advice. Meanwhile, Lee looks at his hands and says that the Sunu clan's arts are incredible. Ginny also stands with him. Ginny turns and asks Lee sharply if he's okay. He says he is and asks her not to worry about him. Kang starts walking towards Lee and Ginny, and along the way asks Lee who that man was, referring to Ian. Lee asks if Kang hasn't met Yang before, but Kang replies that it was only this morning for the first time. Ginny is surprised and asks Kang if he really met Ian. Kang replies that yes, but he didn't understand who he was. Ginny tells Khan that Chairman Yang is responsible for a very important job in the clan, which surprises Khan. She then adds that it is strange that such a secret for Khan was revealed in just one day. Khan realizes that Yang is a big shot, and Ginny asks Lee why he came at all, but Lee replies that it was nothing. However, in the end, Lee adds that he simply asked to be given the position of head of the Sunu clan, which shocks Ginny and Khan. Meanwhile, somewhere in the car, Chairman Yang himself is talking to someone and saying the same thing. Men who communicate with him via video link say that this step is very abrupt and fast for John. However, Chairman Yang only smiles when he says that he would not have met with the head if he had not been sure. While driving in his car, He continues to talk on the video link, adding that Lee is still a teenager who cannot control his emotions. Chairman Yan continues to talk about this with a grin, adding that as soon as Yan's pride is hurt, he immediately attacks. After all this, Ginny tries to call Uncle Ian, but he, in turn, only ignores the calls. Kan is surprised by Ginny's persistent attempts to contact him. Kan asks if they know each other. Ginny says that he was also raised by his grandfather. However, the conversation is interrupted by Lee, who says that it's time for him to go to training and asks Ginny to take care of Kan, which doesn't make her very happy. However, Lee again makes a very beautiful and sweet face, asking Ginny to please do it for him. Ginny blushes deeply from this and remains silent. Kan looks at all this. He also feels uneasy, but everyone remains silent. Ginny breaks down, says that it will be so, but this is the last time. Lee thanks her. Kan asks Ginny if she's serious about not being able to refuse Lee, but Ginny only gets mad at Kan. Kan says no, nothing like that, and Lee himself watches all this with a sweet face standing nearby. Lee's assistant intervenes in the conversation. He asks if it is worth reporting everything to the elders. He confuses Lee. Lee says that he thinks it is not worth it, and with this answer he surprises his assistant. Looking at the chandelier, Lee says that Yang is only interested in him and not everyone else. There is no point in this. As he was leaving, Lee asked not to worry and said that he would think about his decision some more. Lee leaves, and his assistant stands there sweating and wondering if everything will really be as good as Lee thinks. Lee goes into a lonely, dark, and empty room, sits in the lotus position and crosses his arms. Lee begins to meditate, closing his eyes and lowering his head, as if thinking about something very important. After a couple of dozen seconds of such practice, a white aura began to emerge from Lee, right from his back. After a few moments, Lee himself was formed from this aura, Lee standing on his feet from the aura next to the living Lee himself. The real Lee himself smiles and says in his thoughts that it is time to start the real fight. A couple of meters away from the sitting Lee and Lee, someone's leg appears from the aura. It also consists of white aura. Next to Lee is Chairman Yang, who is also made entirely of white aura, just like Lee. Meanwhile, the events of the story take us to Ginny. She says that Lee has locked himself in his room for several days. Behind her, Kan is actively training, and she says that Uncle Yang hasn't responded to her for several days. She approaches Kan and starts yelling that it's time for him to go to school and that he should stop coming here every day. Kan says that everything is fine, but Ginny is jealous of him because she is nervous now and worried about Lee. However, Kan asks Ginny if things are really that bad, and she says that the housekeepers don't respect Lee. Next, Ginny says that after her grandfather's death, everyone in the house seemed to be trying to get rid of Lee. However, here Kan asks a strange question. He asks why then did Lee decide to help him? Kan looks down, scratches his head, and says that if he were in that situation he wouldn't be able to help anyone else. However, here Ginny says that this is not the reason at all, which surprises Kana. Ginny hits the machine and says that the reason is not Kane at all. Lee always helps everyone except himself. Ginny then adds that it is because of this character trait that Lee has taken on so many problems. However, Kan happily asks if that is why Ginny likes Lee, much to her confusion. She turns around abruptly, starts pressing on Kan's head and asking who else likes whom here. Then Ginny says that if Kan is going to train, he needs to do it properly, and not the same thing over and over again. Ginny tells Kan that he should focus not on exercising but on controlling his energy, which surprises Kan. She says that martial arts are energy, and if Kan can't control it, everything will be useless. Kan begins to explain the process of circulation and impact to Ginny, asking if it is correct, but he greatly surprises her. Ginny looks at him, and Kan says that he learned this from the old man Lee fought back then. Kan says that the old man was cool. He stretched out his hand and something exploded. Then Kan does the same, showing how the old man did. Ginny squeezes Kan's head again, saying that that grandfather is our enemy. Kan agrees, but says that he is still strong. Then Ginny starts talking about how they also had a master who was among the top 10 strongest. She then looks at Kan and asks him if she should show him the abilities he had. Immediately after that, Ginny clenches her fist and gathers energy in it, putting her hand in a strong punching pose. She asks Kan to watch carefully, but he is already crazy about the sight, sparks coming from Ginny's hand. Ginny then jumps and hits the training board straight on, breaking it into pieces. Kan is in complete shock. He is crazy about what Ginny just did. He finds it hard to believe in such power. Ginny not only destroyed the stand with one blow, but also left a mark and created a powerful charge of energy around it. A shocked Kan begins to ask how she managed to do this, but she says it was a complete failure. Ginny says that it was a pathetic parody that couldn't compare to Grandpa's punch, his thunder punch technique. Kan says that how is that possible if the stand was destroyed, but Ginny says that with real technology, there wouldn't even be a sliver left of the stand. However, Kan runs up to the strong Jinna and starts asking if he can learn this and do it like she does now. However, Ginny stops Kan, telling him to work on energy circulation and learn basic techniques and concepts. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee talking to someone and saying that he will wait at the meeting. An assistant approaches Yang and asks if it was the elders. Lee replies that yes, they learned everything from Yang. The assistant asks Lee if he is sure that everything will be okay, since he even rejected the help of the elders. Lee says that he can't be sure until the end because Yang is very strong as it turns out. The results are unknown. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Chairman Yan himself, who is being told something. He sits at a table with some men and tells them that the head of the Lee clan has just refused the help of the elders. Everyone in the hall at the table began to discuss the head of the Sunu clan and laugh at how stupid he had become. With a smile on his face, Chairman Yang places his glass on the table and says that everything is going perfectly according to plan. Chairman Yang looks into his glass and says that at this rate, the point over Lee can be put to rest at the next meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story return us to Kanu, who is lying on the floor near the dumbbells. Tired. Barely, but Kan manages to stand up and sit up. Ginny gives him water so that he can rest. She also trained, also drinks, and says that Kan finally managed to get the gist of the training. Ginny looks at the sky and tells Kan that it's late, it's time for him to go home. They say goodbye. However, right before leaving, Kan starts asking Ginny to teach him the Thunder Strike technique, much to her shock. Ginny is shocked, laughs, hits Kan, and says he's crazy looking at the building nearby with a smile. A little time passes. Our hero Kan somehow makes his way home, very tired, and says that he is going to die now. However, a car passes by, the window of which begins to open, and from there, a question is heard as to whether Kan is going home. It turns out that Chairman Yang is asking this question, which shocks Kan wildly again today. He says that he heard that Kan is training with Ginny, and it looks like they're done for the day. Kan is shocked by this. Yang and Kang discuss training for a bit, and then Yang asks if Kang has thought about his offer. However, Kan only calls Yan very persistent and says that he has already responded to him several times. Yang asks Kang if he knows about the Sunu clan meeting today. Kang says he heard it out of the corner of his ear. Next, Jan shows Kan to a seat and asks him to sit down, under the pretext of giving him a lift to the meeting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us some apartments where many people are drinking. They are informed that the leader has arrived, and Lee and several members of the Sunu clan emerge from the elevator. Everyone, as one, began to bow and say that they welcomed the head of the Sunu clan here. Lee also bows, thanks, and says he is glad to meet him. And the clan members look at everyone who is here. The guy with the tattoo next to Lee turns his attention to the group of fat men who are grinning slyly at all of this. The guy with the tattoo notices that they are standing away from everyone, and the atmosphere there is somehow strange, which is not very good. Lee's assistant asks him to come to the table, but Lee's attention is distracted by something and he turns around. Lee watches Yan walking to a meeting, and Yan himself says that he apologizes. He was a little late for the meeting. Then, with a strange and sarcastic look, Yan looks straight into Lee's eyes, who in turn also looks at Yan. However, Ginny's attentiveness allows her to see a familiar face among Ian's people in the crowd. It turns out to be Kan, who clearly stands out with his clothes, and Ginny is shocked to see him among Ian's men. Ginny points her finger at him, screaming at him about what he even dared to do here, especially with Ian. Kan says that he found out about the meeting, but Ginny replies that only important members of the Sunwoo clan should be at the meeting. Kang tries to ask Yang what this means, but Yang grabs Kang by the shoulder and loudly says that Kang is a new member of the Sunu clan. In front of the entire audience, Yang says that until recently, Kang was just a schoolboy, but now he is part of Sunwoo. Yan looks into Lee's eyes and in front of everyone says that the leader can answer how the student became part of Sunu. These words frighten and confuse Kan greatly, and he asks Chairman Yang what he is doing now. Kan starts yelling at Ian, saying that they really kidnapped him again, but Ian just laughs in response to Kan. Jan puts his hand on Kan's shoulder and asks what he is talking about, since Kan himself came here at Jan's invitation. However, Kan is extremely angry. He suddenly and energetically removes Jan's hand with his own and shouts at him not to do that again. Kan gathers all his strength into a fist and begins to ask Yan who he suddenly takes him for. However, Chairman Yang's men simply grab Kan by the neck and hold him down with their hands. One of Jan's men tells Khan to shut up before he breaks his neck for his broken wrist. Ginny starts yelling at Ian's men, saying what they dared to do to Khan now. Yan starts loudly talking about how Lee is a terrible leader. He gave the clan's treasure to a schoolboy, and his assistants hand Yan the papers. Yang takes out and shows everyone an envelope with papers, saying that he and several other people are demanding that Lee be removed from his post as head. He also says that if the document is not accepted, he will leave the Sunu clan. Everyone in the hall is shocked. Ginny looks around. Ginny starts screaming at Ian about how this can even be understood. One of the fat guys from his group starts asking Ginny to shut up and not get involved, being so rude. He calls Ginny simply a small piece of trash, as well as the head of the clan, asking her to shut her mouth and not open it again. Then a guy with tattoos appears and shouts that if anyone didn't like what Ginny said, they should come forward and show themselves. Then the guy with the tattoo shouts that he will demonstratively break all of this man's bones right here. Such harsh words and statements frighten a group of fat uncles. But then a harsh voice and words are heard. Enough. It turns out to be one of the elders, he says. Don't you all see him and Elder Ming here? Then, Elder Kim raises a wild aura around himself and asks if anyone here really wants to see his wrath on themselves. Kang looks at Elder Kim's energy and aura and is amazed at how powerful he is. Kang didn't think that even old men were so strong. Chairman Yang leans down, saying that he is asking for forgiveness. He does not want to show his rudeness in front of Elder Chin. Jan says that he gained such courage because many of the clan's top people signed this document with him. Elder Ming goes to Yang, holds out his hand and asks him to show him how many people signed this document. However, Chairman Yang states that he will not show the document to Elder Min, which greatly surprises him. Chairman Yang says that the document he filled out can only be seen by the head of the Sunu clan. Yang, looking at Lee, says that only Lee can see him, but only after he leaves his position, which surprises Lee. Elder Min will lose his beard, saying that this is an anonymous agreement and a document against the leader. Elder Ming says that it is very interesting. He asks Lee to leave to see the document, but there can only be Yan's name there. However, Jan states that no one can know this. Suddenly, there are signatures of the majority of the clan's tops. Ginny intervenes in the conversation. She starts asking Ian to stop talking this nonsense, and Ian says that he doesn't care what the decision is. In front of Ginny, Ian calmly states that he is simply giving the leader a choice now. He looks at Lee, who is simply silent, and says that either he makes a decision or remains alone in the clan, because everyone will leave him. Chairman Yang stood and simply watched what was happening, watching everyone in the room whispering. After some time, Lee takes the floor and asks Chairman Yang if he has finished speaking yet. After Lee didn't hear an answer, he says that it's time to get to the point and goes to Yan. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smirk and asks him what he means by getting to the point. Lee continues to walk towards him, creating a huge aura behind her, and with just that aura, she turns the table next to her upside down. Ginny, Lee's assistant, Kang, Yang, and his men. Lee's men are all surprised by what is starting to happen. Yan silently begins to walk further towards Chairman Yan, demolishing everything in his path with his eerie aura. Kan watches this as Yang gets closer and closer to him. He is shocked by his friend's actions. Then even the elders get scared. Lee says the dragon chain technique, and even Yang is surprised. Lee looks Chairman Yang in the eye and says that shouldn't they, the Murans, handle matters as they are supposed to. Everyone starts discussing Lee's power, but Yang quietly asks if Lee has decided to challenge him to a duel. Lee in turn turns his head, looks at the elders and addresses them as gentlemen elders. Lee tells them that he can call them as witnesses to the battle, and if he wins, he will decide the matter with the document and Yan himself. Elder Kim begins to ask Elder Min whether such a fight should be allowed, since the opponent is Chairman Yang himself. Elder Ming says that it is already late. Lee announced the battle in front of everyone, therefore it should happen. Chairman Min says that if this is the head's verdict, then they clearly will not argue with him. Yan says that he agrees to the duel. With the permission of the elders, he will not retreat at such a moment. Then Yan hands the document over to his assistant and heads off to meet with Lee. Yan promises that everyone will regret this. But Khan is even a little happy, seeing that he will see such a powerful fight from Lee again. Out of the corner of his ear, Kang hears the fat men say that everything is going according to plan, and Lee has jumped into this trap. This all shocks Khan, because these uncles speak as if everything has already happened. Lee lost to Yang. However, before Khan could finish listening to them, he heard the sounds of explosions. This was the beginning of a fight between Yan and Lee. Lee lands the first punch and Yang nearly kills him. Lee steps back a little. However, Yan immediately appears near Lee's face after this and says that he knew it, it's too slow. Ian picks up his cane midair and begins swinging it at Lee with all his might. However, by the time he was supposed to strike, there was no one left to hit, as Lee easily dodged the attack. And then, when Yan turned around, he already saw Lee attacking him in front of him, and somehow he managed to hold back Lee's attack. Chairman Yang looks at his cane and begins to notice that it is even a little broken. Yang is shocked by Lee's blows. Next, Chairman Yang hears Lee's voice telling Yang to keep his eyes peeled now. With a wild aura rising behind him, Lee says that he is going to fight seriously. Yan should be more careful. Meanwhile, Lee's arms, legs, and body begin to boil with energy and seem to be covered with it from above. However, Ian puts one foot back and says that this is great. A blue aura comes from his eyes. This whole process is a wild shock to Kan, who is still being held by the throat by Yan's men. Then Chairman Yang squeezes his cane as if covering it with an aura, and says that then he too, in some century, will warm up for himself. After Lee and Chairman Yang raised their powerful forces, everyone became very tense again and looked at them. Even the fat uncles who had recently been confident of Yan's victory became tense. Lee begins to notice something, but he continues to silently look into Ian's eyes, as if thinking about something. Some strange feeling also came over Kan. He began to watch how Yan seemed to change inside. Then Kan looks at Lee and thinks that a serious fight will probably begin between them now. All this is also observed by Lee's assistant, who remembers that as a child, everyone thought that Yang would surpass everyone in the clan in strength. The assistant recalls how he recently told Lee about Yang's techniques and how he lost his leg a long time ago but was very strong. Then, a couple of days ago, during training, Lee and his assistants were discussing Yan's strength, remembering that he has a prosthetic leg, which is very fast. The events of the story take us back to the battle. Chairman Yang moves at a wild speed around the hall. Lee recalls the words of his assistant. Yang begins to strike Lee with his cane, and Lee also remembers his assistant's words about the danger of this cane in combat. The fight is on. Yan moves around the room at a wild speed. His prosthesis is very controllable, and his cane is very powerful. Next, Yang strikes with his technique, which he made for his cane himself, and Lee can only dodge constantly. Blow after blow, Lee simply dodges. As soon as he wants to attack, Chairman Lee's cane immediately stops him. While Lee was still pondering his actions, fighting Yan became much more difficult than before. Next, Lee recalls the words of his assistant, who revealed to Lee all the features and strength of Yang's cane and leg. Lee remembers very well everything his assistant said, and is now thinking about how he can do this in battle. However, for Kan, who doesn't know or understand anything yet, this is all very surprising because just recently Yan was limping. Then Kan also notices that those same fat uncles are still laughing and discussing Yan's imminent victory in this battle. Kan understands that all these fat men are starting to irritate him. He doesn't understand why they are so confident in Yan's victory. Meanwhile, while Kan was looking at them, Lee delivered a crushing blow to Yang, who could barely stop him. This makes Kan very happy. He watches as Lee flies up and heads straight towards Yang. Lee doesn't decide to wait long and give Yang a chance to attack, and immediately delivers several more salvo attacks directly at him. Then, in his thoughts, Lee realizes that he managed to find a combination of attacks in order to strike directly at Yang. Then Yang notices that Lee's foot, charged with energy, is already near his face. He understands that Lee wants to finish the fight with one attack. Yan says that Lee has good tricks for his age, but it is still not enough, and stops his attack with a cane. With his cane, Yang throws Lee straight up and says that Lee is not as simple an opponent as he seems. Lee does not dare to retreat. He runs towards Yan again along the walls of the room, however. At that moment, something distracts his attention. It turns out to be Chairman Yang's cane, which is already near Lee's face. Chairman Yang himself is also already right in front of Lee's face. Lee himself did not even remotely expect such speed. Chairman Yang then shouts that he and Chairman Lee should end the fight here and strikes. Ginny screams Lee's name, and everyone in the room starts running in different directions as parts of the building start falling down onto the floor. The fat men began to rejoice and praise John, because the victory was now obvious to everyone. However, this does not happen. With a deft move, Lee escapes right from the trap that Yang has set for him. Ian pretends it's no big deal to him, but everyone is surprised. Ian starts jumping right after Lee. Evil Yang yells at Lee about whether he will be able to escape again now, and points his cane at him again. However, Lee acts unusually. He jumps back. Instead of running away, he grabs Yan's cane in midair. Yan himself sees this. He is shocked by such actions on the part of Lee, because he was preparing to attack the fleeing man. Lee grabs Yang's cane, thus depriving him of his source of weapons, and swings his leg upward to strike. Somehow, Chairman Yang manages to dodge this attack. However, Yang's cane remains in Lee's hands. Kang is wildly shocked by Lee's skill, while Yang and Lee stand on the floor on two different sides of each other. With a calm face, Lee holds Yang's cane and says that he let his guard down, which is pretty bad for him. After which, with a very powerful attack, Lee takes Yang's cane and directs it straight towards the floor, breaking through it. Everyone in the room is in complete shock because many were told that John would win right away, and now everything is changing. With a cold face, Lee looks at Chairman Yang and says that the precious weapon can no longer be used. Ian keeps his cool, saying that it was a good idea to restrain Ian and take the weapon. Lai coldly turns to Chairman Yang and asks him if he wishes to continue the fight. However, there was no response from Yan at all. He only stood and grinned slyly into Lee's eyes. A moment after his smile, Yang appeared at Lee's side and launched a blast of energy straight into Lee's body. Kan looks at this. His mouth opens in surprise, because he didn't expect that Yang would continue to attack after all this. Yang decides to take action further. He strikes again, sending Lee lying in the rocks. Following this, Chairman Yang charges his prosthetic with energy. It glows, and he flies straight into Lee's face with his knee. However, he doesn't manage to fly straight into the face because Lee managed to dodge his attack and is very scared by this. Ginny watches all this with shock the whole time. She is very scared because she sees that Ian is seriously trying to kill Lee. The elders are discussing the same issue among themselves. They find it hard to believe that Yang is trying to kill Lee here. After Lee dodges, Yang addresses him, saying that his cane is not really a weapon. And then Jan removes the energy and stone fragments from his prosthesis, showing it to everyone. He slams his prosthetic on the floor and talks about how the cane is a kind of limiter for his Iron Thunder Leg technique. Chairman Yang looks at Lee with a smile and says that he tried to restrain himself, but now everything will be different. Our main character, Khan, continues to watch all this in shock, believing that Yan is some kind of cyborg. Ginny and the guy with the tattoos are also watching the fight, and Ian asks if Lee wants to continue fighting him now. Shocked by all this, Ginny tries to hesitantly shout, "No," but her words are interrupted, and Lee interrupts her with a soft smile on his face, saying that he can't wait for this. The fight continues, but now it is gaining new momentum because both opponents will be acting at their limits. Chairman Yang only stamps his foot for a moment, but immediately disappears from sight, shocking Lee. In an instant after that, Yan's body flies past L at great speed, but Lee dodges. Kan sees this and opens his mouth in shock, but he doesn't understand why Yang didn't strike Lee back then. However, Lee understands that the blow was one of the most powerful techniques of the Sunu clan. The technique, Illusion of Afterimage. And here comes the blow itself. A huge surge of blue energy from Chairman Yang reaches Lee. The technique works like an illusion. Sweat is pouring down Khan's body. He can no longer hold back his scream. Because attack after attack, Yang shocks everyone in the hall with his strength. Kan sees that some huge energy is pressing on Lee over and over again, but it is difficult for him to even see what is happening. A group of fat men begin to doubt Yan. They discuss the fact that Yan had to use such a technique against Lee. They say that this way Yan will reveal all his cards while Lee continues to evade attacks. They look at a rather tired Jan and discuss a possible defeat. One of them says that it's all nonsense and that Yang is no less skilled than some kid, although others say that Lee is still fighting. They begin to argue about how Lee was able to stand firm when the chairman had already revealed all his cards. Next, they discuss that if Chairman Yang is defeated, the document that his assistant has will end up in Lee's hands. However, one of these uncles says that this will never happen, which shocks everyone else in the group. He says that he gave the chairman the same envelope, but with an empty piece of paper inside. Then he adds, saying that while they are busy with the fight, they can simply replace the envelopes. Next, one of the men asks how they can do this, but the other man remains silent and only shows a like with his hand. That same assistant notices such a signal from the man and shows him the same like. This amazes all the men in the group. They are delighted with how thoughtful and savvy their partner is. However, everything is not as simple and easy as it seems at first. Khan notices that something is wrong in the group of these men. And then Khan watches as one of them approaches him and does something behind his back, as if something was happening to me. Kan takes a closer look and sees that the man is hiding one of the envelopes that Yang showed him at the beginning in his bag. Then Kan notices that after changing the envelopes, this guy with the bag simply started leaving. Kan starts shouting for everyone to wait and saying that something happened there while looking at him. Kan starts shouting that they just switched the envelope, but the guard tries to shut Kan up. Here, Ginny and the guy with the tattoo were distracted from the fight by Khan, and Ginny began to shout with requests to let Khan go quickly. However, they responded to Ginny by telling her that if she came, they would break Khan's arms. But at that moment, Khan decided to run away. Yan's guards noticed this and restrained Khan, pressing their bodies against him. However, Khan does not decide to tolerate this. He breaks away from them with a charge of energy and screams to be let go. Ginny and the guy with the tattoo are shocked by how radical Khan is acting, but also shocked that he was being held down this whole time. Khan goes to that fat bastard and asks him to urgently look at Khan, which attracts attention to himself. Meanwhile, Jan's men come to their senses and realize that they have let their guard down again with this guy. However, at the moment when they realize this, the same guy with the tattoo appeared behind them. He squeezes their necks and says that the head of the clan is currently in a fight. Why the hell did they dare to clownish around here? Khan starts walking towards that same fat man and tries to shout, "Show me your briefcase." However, in response, he only gets his hands slapped with great force by the largest of them, asking how Khan dares to touch their things. However, Khan does not give up. He loudly shouts to everyone that he and Yan are on the same page. He was watching them. Then Khan gets into a fighting stance, raising his fists. He asks them to step aside. Otherwise, he will not be responsible for himself. However, the largest of them only laughs at Khan and distorts him, offering to attack and show his strength. Khan begins to clench all his strength into his fist and talk about how they won't regret it later. Khan strikes, shouting the technique of thunderous skies, which shocks everyone. But the big guy, although scared, stopped the strike. However, after the blow, he shamefully starts yelling at Khan, saying that there wasn't even any other equipment here. What a ripoff. However, Khan himself only turns away and begins to shout Ginny's name, begging her to help him. And literally the next moment, after Khan called Ginny to help, she appeared. With that very technique. She applied this technique directly to the body of a huge, healthy man, which greatly delighted everyone, and threw him aside. Everyone around them opened their mouths in shock. They can't believe that Ginny just used a heaven-shaking strike. Even after the blow, they don't believe that this is Elder Quan's technique, and that Ginny's skills are already so high for such techniques. However, even after such a powerful blow, Ginny blows into her fist and says that, unfortunately, she failed again. Meanwhile, Khan immediately runs up and grabs the briefcase that was standing next to the man. However, the attention of Khan with the briefcase and Ginny is interrupted by sharp screams behind them, as if in pain. Turning around, they see Chairman Yang once again launch a stream of energy straight at Lee, thereby throwing him back. The chairman shouts that it is time to end everything that is happening here. Lee is shocked by all of this. Immediately after this, another attack comes to Lee, which makes a lot of wounds on his body. Lee sees that Yan's attacks have increased several times. Immediately after this attack, Lee notices that Chairman Yang is about to attack again and picks up speed under his foot. The next moment after this, the chairman's foot lands right in front of Lee's face, who looks on in shock. Lee is in such a wild shock for the first time. He understands that it is simply almost impossible to contain the chairman's attacks. After this attack, the chairman returns to his seat, and Lee's body is thrown far into the air by a huge wave. Everyone is in complete shock from this, both the people from the clan and Khan and Ginny, who are very worried about Lee. The elders also look and understand that this could be the end already because the attack was very strong. Chairman Yang turns his head and looks up with a sly smile, saying that he warned that it would be very dangerous. However, here Lee appears. He is standing on the wall of the building. There is fire under his feet, and there are traces of blood in many places on his body. Chairman Yang looks at all this with surprise and even fear, having never imagined that such a thing would happen. Behind the monster's eyes, as if in berserker mode, Lee looks at Chairman Yang in a wild rage and prepares to attack. Lee shouts that he will now be feared, and with great speed he breaks away from the spot heading to Chairman Yang's place. Chairman Yang stands alone, like a cornered dog, and sees Lee flying towards him from above with wild energy. At the moment, it is not even close to known how this will end because Lee, in a wild rage, continues to fight for his clan. Yan starts shaking just from the aura. He understands that it is too late for him to dodge, and he cannot back down. Following this, the chairman also begins to cover his body with aura, realizing that he only has time to take the blow. With wild speed, in the air, Lee and Yan's fists collided in a blow. Two strong energies against each other, the outcome would be powerful. Everyone around was shocked by the wild aura they had spread around, because this aura had created a whole powerful dome. Everyone around began to be amazed by the effects of their collision, so much so that people could not see anything except their hands next to them. Everyone is shocked by this. They look around trying to understand what happened, but the attack is over. Both sides retreat to their positions. A pleased Ian shouts that this is a mistake for the leader. He puts his hand behind him in a punching stance. And then he takes off from the spot at great speed, carrying himself and his blow towards the head of Lee. Surprised Lee looks at Yan. However, he is surprised, not scared. He noticed something strange. And this strange thing is in Jan's prosthesis because it sparkles, as if it is about to explode. Jan himself, and everyone in the hall, including our hero Khan, notices this with fear. Lee decides not to act for now and steps back with a sharp movement of his leg to give Yang time. Chairman Yang just walks, but his prosthesis starts to creak, and later even starts to smoke. Even a group of men pay attention to this. They are shocked to realize that most likely he broke down. And then Lee turns to Yan, saying that the information that the Thunder Leg cannot be used for a long time turned out to be true. After which, rudely and persistently, Lee turns to Chairman Yang, asking if he is ready to continue the fight. Lee says that he is personally ready. Everyone in the hall began to discuss this shortcoming of John and his technique. They say that they also do not remember John having very long fights. However, Chairman Yang himself is silent, looking at Lee with empty eyes, his face covered in blood. The male accomplices also look at their accomplice John with fear, as if they are afraid to hear the cherished words from him. Jan lowers his head, looks down with empty eyes and says that this is enough for this fight already. Yang says that Lee used the true Thunder Fist from the previous chapter, and no leg can withstand it. Lee throws down his cane. And then, closing his eyes, he says that he has lost and admits defeat to the leader. A group of men who were really looking forward to Jan's victory immediately started shouting that this was really the case, calling for Chairman Yan. Elder Ming asks Chairman Yang if he is sure he will admit defeat, since Lee will then decide what to do with him. However, just by lowering his head and smiling a little, Jan says that he understands everything perfectly well himself. The elder then announces that the document must now be handed over to Lee, and this attracts Kang's attention. Kang shouts to the entire room to get attention. He holds up the envelope in his hands and tells Lee to look at this one too. Khan puts him down and states that he took him and Ginny from that group of men when they tried to replace him. Ginny says she doesn't know which one is real, but if you compare them, I think it will become clear. In the hands of the beaten Lee, there are two documents at once. He holds them as if looking into the future, which will decide everything. Lee approaches Chairman Yang asking if he will accept any decision Lee makes. Yang says yes. Without looking at the documents, Lee approaches Yan, offering him to become an elder and help Lee with everything in the future. Everyone in the hall began to discuss Lee's words and check whether they had misheard what the head of the Lee clan had just said. Chairman Yang looks at Lee in shock and asks again if he really heard Lee's words. However, Lee doesn't answer. He just silently starts tearing the envelopes with paper in half. This decision shocks Khan, Chairman Yang, and everyone else in the room. Kang tries to ask Lee what he is doing, but Lee only calls his assistant to come to him. Then, the bloody Lee hands these papers over to his assistant and asks him to go and burn them right now. Lee addresses everyone and says that he promised that he would sort out the documents and everything as he decides necessary in case of victory. Lee then asks if anyone has any questions about his decision. Everyone starts talking, and a shocked Kang and Yang just look at Lee. Ginny starts yelling at Lee, telling him what he's doing because he's burning the list of traitors to the Sunu clan. However, Lee tells Ginny that there are no traitors in the Sunwoo clan, which shocks her to the point that she simply falls silent. Lee speaks loudly into the entire room about how conflicts happen everywhere, but everyone here is family. Lee continues speaking and says that Ian is right. Lee is only temporarily taking over as the clan leader, which shocks Ginny even more. Next, Lee says that he knows that many people are unhappy with him and his decisions, and that this is just his mistake. He says that he lacks experience, his age is still young. Yan is shocked and looks at Lee. He says that, however, he still holds this post precisely because the members of the Sunu clan believe in him. Then he says that it is quite possible that he will disappoint the members of the Sunu clan more than once, however. At this point, Lee bows and asks Elder Yang to guide him and help him to prevent this from happening, surprising Yang. And not only Yana, but almost everyone in this room was surprised by Lee's wise and powerful word. Only Ginny intervenes in the dialogue again. She tries to say that he doesn't want much from the traitor Ian. However, her words are interrupted by the loud clapping of the Sunu clan members, who stand and rejoice at having a leader like Lee. Elders Min and Kim are also surprised by Lee's words, but are happy because Lee is already quite successful in managing the clan alone and without them. However, despite all this, The elder says that this is still only the beginning of the journey. However, the events of the story show us some strange man in the crowd. He takes out a strange device from his jacket. It turns out to be a small hidden camera, with the help of which he begins to take pictures of what is happening. After which the events of the story also show a room in which a certain man sits and watches the situation in the hall through cameras. Afterwards, they show the man again sitting in a chair. He smiles bloodthirstily and laughs. He looks at Lee through the camera, raises his glass and says he's glad to see the Dragon Slayers return. And then, while sipping whiskey, he says that soon the news about the return of the head of the Sunu clan will spread throughout all of Murimu. The events of the story take us back, showing one of the group of men who supported Ian. He says that it is a fiasco, adding that not only did Jan's plan fail at the last moment, but they were also caught when they were about to leave. They discuss among themselves everything that happened, trying to find the culprit among each other. One of them says that no matter what, he doesn't understand Master Yan's loss because he is so strong. They discuss the possibility that Yan lost on purpose, since his fortune is 3 times greater than theirs combined. They discuss what Chairman Yang can do to them now. One of them asks to be quiet because he is already all on edge. One of them began to offer to meet with the head of the clan in a quiet environment in order to find a way to save them. A little time passes, Lee goes somewhere, and later says, "Did Elder Yang really want to see him?" And so it happens. Elder Yang stands in front of him, who says that he has become curious about what is on Lee's mind now. Yang asks what the sudden decision was to appoint him as an elder, but Lee says it wasn't sudden. He had been choosing for months. Lee shocks Yang by saying that Elders Min and Kim recommended him. Yang wants to say something against it. However, Lee interrupts him and asks if everything is okay with his Iron Thunder leg. Chairman Yang replies that everything is generally fine and wants to switch to another topic of conversation, but Lee interrupts him. Lee lands a sharp and sudden powerful punch straight at Lee, saying that he thought so. Jan doesn't understand anything, because just now they were peacefully discussing the clan's affairs. And then there was such a sharp blow to him. Elder Yang turns to Lee and tries to ask him how he should now understand all of this. Lee stops and says that Chairman Yang lied to him that his leg was broken during the fight. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us our hero Khan, who is turning his head back and forth in confusion. Lee asks Ginny where Lee went from here. She replies that he went to meet with the new Elder Yang. Then Khan starts asking Ginny what the meeting is for. However, she herself does not know. Lee said that it was a personal conversation. The guy with the tattoo approaches Khan, asking if he likes Ian. Khan replies that of course not, he's a nasty guy. Khan talks about how he just fought Lee in case there is an emotional clash, but Ginny interrupts Khan, saying that they are not children. Then, the events of the story return us to the dialogue between Yang and Lee again strikes at Elder Yang. Immediately after the next blow, Lee activates a berserker mode. His eyes and mouth are white, and he rushes towards Yan. Ian notices that this is a fatal blow technique and activates another very powerful technique with his energy. Their hands cross in battle again, just like then, but now much stronger, and neither of them gains the upper hand. Again, after such a large amount of energy comes into contact, an explosion is expected to occur, which throws them both aside. The surprised Elder Yang shouts at Chief Lee, asking what he suddenly decided to do. Lee says that he knew it. Yang repelled such an attack, but then in the fight there is no. Yang asks if Lee really strikes such a blow to test Yang's strength. However, as it turns out, no. Lee admits that this is the technique of the Yenwen clan, and not his or Sun Wu's. Lee looks at his hand and says that he couldn't use it in battle because then he would have had to use the Sunu clan's techniques. With a sweet and harmless face, Lee says what he thought. If he tells about it, Yang will understand that Lee is not hiding anything. Yang asks how Lee knew he was hiding techniques. Lee explains that he saw it with his spiritual abilities. Lee explains that his spiritual abilities allowed him to create all of Yang's attacks in his head, thereby learning them. Afterwards, Lee studied all of this and came to the conclusion that Yang's abilities were almost at the level of Elder Quan. And then Lee realized in battle that a man like Yang, with such techniques, could not lose to Lee in battle. However, Yan only denies this, saying that Lee overestimates him and that he has nothing to be so proud of. Then Lee tells Yan that he really had nothing to be proud of in that duel, where he could have lost everything at once. Lee then goes to Yang, saying that, in his opinion, Yang was just trying to figure out the traitors of the Sunu clan. Lee also adds that Yan's ultimate idea was to publicly announce their names at the meeting. However, Yang only smiles, saying that the world is not as romantic as Lee sees it for himself. Yan talks about how there is a lot of money in the Sunu clan's house. and why shouldn't he reach out for it like many others? However, Lee only responds to Yang by saying that from the other two elders, he learned something valuable about Yang. Lee says that he knows that Yang grew up in the house of Old Man Quan, and that he was like a father to Yang. Then Lee adds, saying that it is impossible for such a person to betray the Sunu clan because of some money. Elder Yang stops making excuses and asks Lee why he tore up and burned the papers back then. Lee says that it is not reasonable to announce such things. It is impossible to get by with simply replacing people in such a large clan. Lee says that it is also worth considering the time and effort spent on all this, which also costs a lot. Lee said that making quick decisions would show Sunu as a weak clan. Yang says there is logic in the words, but there is one point. Ian says that they can't just turn a blind eye to this. Lee agrees, and says that this is what Ian is for, because he has become close to them during this time. With a sweet face and sincere hope, Lee says that he trusts these people to Yan and asks for help in solving the clan's problems. Such words, speculations, and decisions were even able to touch Elder Yan, because he did not expect that it would turn out like this. After all this, Yan asks Lee if he really came up with all this himself, or if someone is helping him with this. Lee admits honestly that he has an advisor, but then Yang tenses up and says that everything is clear. Yan says that it is obvious that the advisor is Kana Sarah from the Mil Yan clan, who Lee has been communicating with. Yan starts yelling at Lee, saying that what already exists cannot be changed, but talking about this with another clan is wrong. However, Lee sweetly replies to Elder Yan in the wind that Yan should not forget that Lee himself is an outsider in the clan. Elder Yang grabs Lee and starts yelling at him not to say that again. The master trusted him with his life. Then, very tensely, Elder Yang says that no one would consider a person like Lee a stranger. Lee is surprised at first, but then crosses a sweet smile and thanks Yan for all this. Lee then adds, complimenting Ian, that he has very dexterous hands, which surprises Ian. Lee says that if Yang had attacked, Lee wouldn't have been able to dodge, but Yang apologizes. Immediately after this, Yang crosses his arms and asks to introduce himself to Lee as Elder Yang. Lee also bows and says that he relies on Elder Yang with all his heart. However, their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of Jinny and Kan, who ask if they really fought here again. The clan leader, Lee, as well as Elder Yang, are surprised by their appearance. Lee asks what they are doing here. Jinny starts yelling at Lee and Ian, asking what's wrong with both of them, if they decided to play kindergarten here. Lee responds by saying that they were just having a conversation. Ian adds that Jinny has no reason to worry about it. The events of the story take us into Elder Yan's car, his people asking if he is okay. However, Elder Yang replies that he is fine. Although he is mistaken, he is even very happy now. Then he adds that he wanted to check the person, but in the end they checked him, which surprises his people. Looking out the window, Elder Yang says that he now understands for sure what the leader saw in Lee. The driver turns to Elder Yang and asks what he means, and he replies that they just need to wait. Elder Yang says that as long as they are alive, the Sunu clan may undergo the greatest change in its history. However, their dialogue is interrupted by the opening of the door. Khan gets into their car and closes the door behind him. He starts talking about how since they kidnapped him this morning, they should take him home now. One of Chairman Yang's men turns around and is rude to Khan, asking him to leave, but Elder Yang asks him to stop. Jan stops them, saying that they, like Khan, can consider this just a night trip around the city. That's exactly what's happening. Elder Yan's car is now driving away right through the city. Meanwhile, a tense Kang sits in the car and stares eternally at Elder Yan. Yan notices that Khan is very tense and asks him if he has anything he wants to tell Yan. Yang hears these words and loudly asks Elder Yang what he and Lee talked about today. Next, Yang turns to Kan and asks if he really wants to know what Chief Lee is interested in. Such a sharp and direct question surprises Khan. He asks what it is. John answers that everyone knows it. The events of the story show us an unknown location where explosions are taking place, and there are many dead soldiers. Among all these soldiers, there is a man in a black jacket, covered in blood and with a sword, who most likely killed them. This man turns out to be the same Kumun Ryong, whom Lee has been chasing for a long time. The events of the story show us the elder of another clan, the ghost of the grandfather. He is shown footage of Kumun Ren. Next, the old man's assistant says that Kumun Ren has a lot of clients all over the world. He moves around without stopping. Next, the old man asks his men if Kumun Ren left any clues, and his assistants say that there is nothing. However, they say that the Shadow Warriors group he is in already has a significant international force. The old man's assistants say that he already has international agreements, and it is difficult to investigate something like that. The old man looks up and doesn't even know how to react because it's very difficult to fight against someone like that. The assistants say that the Murims must intervene, or the barrier between them and the ordinary world will be destroyed. However, the old man puts down his tea and says that there is no need to worry because there is a union for that. Now the old man is talking to that same manager. He asks if the old man is by any chance connected to the Sunu clan. The manager says that the Sunu clan has been very aggressive lately and may not form an alliance with everyone. However, the old man says that there is no need to worry. He knows Chief Li well and Elder Yan even more so. Meanwhile, the events of the story return us to Elder Yan, who talks about the clan's profit for the year. Li asks in front of all the elders why the Heijang Company's profit is so low, even compared to last year. Elder Yang says that Li missed the point about overseas investment, which is also very important. Li and Elder Yang continue to discuss economics, but then a voice interrupts them, asking for forgiveness, and they pay attention. This is Elder Ming. He says that 2 hours have already passed. Li says that everything is correct. It's time to finish. Li thanks everyone and says that they will see each other again in 2 days because there is a lot to discuss. Together with his assistant, the head of the Li clan began to leave, and the elders looked after him. Yang tells the other elders that he is surprised that Li was familiar with everything, even the numbers. However, Elder Ming says that the leader is simply in a hopeless situation, which surprises Yan. Elder Min says that previously all the affairs were on them, and the leader tried to return to normal life. Then Min adds that, however, now the head has taken on everything, and now everything is much more difficult. He studies until night. This explains a lot to Jan. It was unexpected for him that such a young guy understands everything so well. Next, Min says that after studying, Chief Li devotes himself to practicing martial arts and endurance until night. Afterwards, a very surprised Yan asks when he already sleeps, but Min replies that according to his assistant, he hardly sleeps. Elder Ming says that he spoke with Chief Li and his assistant, but he doesn't want to listen at all. Elder Ming adds that he thinks the leader is working very hard, which gives Yan a lot to think about. Meanwhile, our main character Kang lies tired on the floor, saying that he wishes he were Ku Moon Ren. Jinny says that Kan has completely lost his mind. It's a shame that she felt sorry for him today during training. She shouldn't have done that. Kang says that he meant that he just wanted to see Li, but he is only interested in this Ku Moon Ren. However, Jinny only hits Kan and tells him not to do that, because Ku Moon Ren is the enemy of Li and the entire Sunu clan. Kan says that they haven't seen Li for a long time. Since Jinny isn't interested in what's wrong with him, she says no. However, their dialogue is interrupted by a rough male voice, which says that he is now interested in this. It turns out to be Elder Yang, who says that he heard that Jinny and Kang are training hard every day. Although this makes them both happy, Kang asks with a little apprehension what Elder Yang is doing here. However, he says with a smile that he would simply like to reward them for such great efforts. This makes both Kana and Jinny very happy, but it also surprises them quite a bit, because this is the first time this has happened. Some time passes, we are shown the head of the Sunu clan. Li, he is distracted by his assistant. The assistant distracts Li by saying that he has guests, and that it is Elder Yang who has come. Li is surprised. The door opens, and Elder Yang stands there, along with Kan and Jinny, who are very pleased to see Li. Li is quite surprised to see Yan and such guests, and even together, and asks what is going on. Jan reports that he received a call informing him that the reconstruction of a certain villa had been completed. Yan tells Li that they can relax there for a couple of days, along with Kan and Jinny, who are very happy about it. Li looks at Ian and the satisfied Kan and Jinny with a devastated look, but simply remains silent. Kan looks with very childish eyes. He is happy and blushes, hoping that Li will now agree to go with them on vacation. However, Li turns away and says that he apologizes, but he has no time for entertainment at all. Kang is shocked by Li's answer and begins to try to dissuade him, saying that there will be nothing wrong with the vacation. However, Li turns his head and rudely asks why Kang isn't at school right now. This shocks both Kan and Jinny, with Jinny standing up for Kan, saying that he just wanted to see Li and that's all. However, Li says that all of this concerns Jinny too, which surprises her even more now. He rudely addresses Jinny, talking about when she is going to finish her grandfather's training already. Li starts to leave and says that if they have time to pester him, then maybe they can spend it better training. This all shocks Jinny and Kan wildly, but only Ian, who expected such an outcome of events, is not shocked. The events of the story take us back to some sunny location, and it is clearly visible that Jinny and Kan are discussing Li. Jinny says, "What the hell is going on? They just wanted to get him. And then they made such comments." Then Ginny adds that she doesn't understand at all why the hell her grandfather's techniques concern Lee at all. Kan sees that Ginny is not herself at all. He asks her if she's okay, but she stands as she was. However, she then grabs Kan, saying that today will be a hell-level training, and Yang is just thinking about something. Ian stands and thinks about what needs to be done, because he understands that Lee is clearly overdoing it in his training. Then, Ian stops Ginny and turns to Kan and asks what surprises him so much. Elder Yang asks Kang if it is true that he has not gone to school for a long time, which surprises Kang. Elder Yang looks outside and says that there is nothing to hide. He knows everything about Lee and Kang's acquaintance. Elder Yang calls Kang over and asks if he is still afraid of a guy named Kim. Unsure, Kan replies that no, he is not afraid, but wants to add something. But Yang interrupts him, saying that they need to return to school. He shocks Kan with these words, but Yang adds that, isn't it time for Kan to get revenge for everything? Jan says that you pay a benefactor twice as much and an enemy 10 times as much. He surprises Kan with such new phrases. Kan has no idea what Elder Yang is talking about, and Yang himself places his hand on Kan's shoulder. With an interesting smile, Jan looks at Kan and says that this should be very interesting. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who is training with huge car tires at home. The events of the story show us Kan's thoughts. He remembers some girl next to the guy, and he himself continues to beat the tires. Some thoughts are bothering Lee greatly. He strikes blow after blow, remembering different moments of life in his head. He remembers the elders of the Lee clan, where, in addition to Kim and Min, there are 2 more elders who are already old. He also remembers how one of these old men taught him as a child and was with him when he trained. He remembered some battles, his grandfather, who was worried about him. And while he was remembering, he kept hitting and hitting the tires without stopping. He also remembers a certain man with an aura coming from his mouth. His silhouette is very similar to Kumun-ren. He also remembers his grandfather protecting him from someone while covered in blood and hugging Lee. This brings Lee to the end in reality, his pupils narrowing as he delivers blow after blow. He remembers how this grandfather who hugged him fought with someone, was covered in blood but stood his ground until the end. He remembers a man with a cigarette who approached him and asked him not to get sick in his shirt. This man approached Lee, saying that he should worry because Lee was his student. This man resembled Kumun-ren. However, remembering this, in reality, Lee hits the stands with the strongest attacks, shouting that it's all a lie, and a lie. They train until they are exhausted and bleeding, without stopping shouting that all this is a lie, and a lie, it cannot be. Some time passes and we are shown Kana, who now has a short haircut, standing with a backpack on his back. Lee looks at his school and says that he doesn't have much desire to go there and see all of them. He enters school and sees his classmates walking around as if nothing had happened and preparing for lessons. He enters the classroom and is immediately noticed by the class monitor, who pays attention. Besides her, everyone else also starts looking at Kan and his new appearance, which is not normal as before. They start discussing the fact that this is apparently a new guy, and Kan himself says to himself that he feels terribly awkward here. Classmates begin to suspect that it is Kan, and he, in turn, greets the class leader, but very uncertainly. Here Kim and his friends appear, who are also surprised to see Kan's progress, saying that he has clearly become bigger and stronger. A few seconds later, Kim walked close to Kan and stood face to face with him. A second later, Kim takes over and punches Kan right in the face with all his might. Classmates nearby are shocked. They thought that Kan had changed and become stronger, but he missed the blow again. Kim looks at Kang with a sinister and bloodthirsty face and says that he is the same idiot as he was before. However, just a second after Kim said this, his face suddenly became surprised. He was in shock. From his blow, only Kan's cheek turned red. There was no longer even a wound, blood or bruise on Kan's face, as there was before. Next, Kim swings back to deliver another punch, thinking that he had hit Kan weakly. He starts hitting Kan, shouting that he missed him a lot during this time. All his classmates look at this in shock. Kim landed dozens of blows, and then he sees that Kang is still on his feet. There are no significant wounds either. Kim is in shock. Kim says that it's okay, now Kim will only have more fun beating up Kang and his friends, but Kang just laughs in his face. Kan smiles, feels the place of the blow, and says that he was really afraid to go to school day after day because of such trifles. Kim turns around, looks at Kang in surprise and asks him again what he just told him. Then, Kang raises his energy, charges for a blow and says, "Was he really afraid of such a worthless person like Kim?" Kim sees this, shouting at Kang that he really wanted to die and grabs a chair, swinging it at Kang. However, before Kim can even land a blow, Kang sends Kim flying into his friends in the chair with a powerful charge of his blow. The impact was so strong that Kim's fall turned the chairs and desk into splinters from how strong he was. Kim's friends are shocked by what is happening. They see for the first time that their friend was treated like this, and Kang did the same. Everyone around looks at this in shock, but Kang only yells at Kim, calling her a scumbag and asking her to stand up right now. Kang charges up more energy and shouts that now Kim will receive tens of times more than Kang did then. A little time passes. We are shown some girl. She screams that Kang is just a monster. She points at Kang and yells at the school principal that her son Kim now has 4 weeks to recover because of him. Kang sits and looks at everything sadly, knowing that this is how it will be. However, he is glad that he was able to teach Kim a lesson after everything Kim did to him. However, Khan remembers in his thoughts how he was sitting in Yan's car, and Yan offered him to go fight. Then in the car, Khan said that Murim shouldn't hit ordinary people. Yan said that everything was right, one wrong blow, and that's it. It's all over. However, back in the car, Elder Yang told Khan that this ban only applied to masters. Yan then said that if Khan did all this, then it would be okay. No one would understand or notice anything. Now Khan sits at school and understands that, of course, trusting Jan was not a very good decision once again. Here, Kang hears that Kim's mother is asking the principal to expel Kang or transfer him to another school immediately. Here, Kang intervened in the dialogue, saying that he had not even been heard yet, but Kim's mother said that she was not obliged to listen to Kang. The director is afraid and asks Kim's mother to calm down, but she threatens to pass everything onto the media and make it public for everyone. The director asks Kim's mother to calm down. He called a certain guardian Kang here, but Kim's mother does not understand what kind of guardian he is. Kang lives with his mother. The door to the classroom opens, a rough male voice asks for forgiveness, and the face of the principal and Kim's mother is very surprised. Yang appears in the office with his security. He turns to Kim's mother and asks if she is his mother. Kim's mother, very surprised and uncertain, asks him who he is, and the director adjusts his glasses in shock. Elder Yang declares that he is Kang's guardian, surprising the director and Kim's mother, as well as Kang himself. The director starts to double-check the data, and Kim's mother starts shouting that if she understood correctly, then Yang is the father of this child, meaning Kang. Kim's mother says that because of Kang, her son is in a terrible state, but Yang interrupts him and says that her son always beat Kang up before. She starts yelling at Jan, saying that she is the injured party here, but Jan interrupts her, asking the secretary to give her the documents. Yang shows Kim's mother documents from the hospital, where Kang was seen more than once after her son beat him. She starts screaming that she is being taken for a fool. Where is the evidence that this is her son? But Jan again simply calls his secretary. The secretary shows her old videos of Kim and her friends beating up Kang behind the school every day. Jan begins to talk about how the injuries that day were so serious that Khan could have been fatal. Yang provides further evidence by saying that Kim also used a bladed weapon against Kang. However, in response, Kim's mother only screams that Yang really wants to say that Kang is right and Kim is to blame for everything. However, immediately after her words, she began to point her fingers at Jan, asking if he knew who her husband was. Jan says that she knows more than anything because her husband is a lawyer in Jan's company, so he knows everything well. These words of Elder Yan frighten Kim's mother to death. She doesn't know what to say and only asks again. Yang forgot that he forgot to introduce himself. He says his name and says that he is the head of Sungji's company. The shocked director immediately began to suck up to Yan, and Kim's mother stands in shock at what is happening now. All this also shocks Khan, because the director says that he saw John on the covers of a magazine. Khan did not know that John was really a businessman. Yan puts his hand on Khan's shoulder and says loudly in front of everyone that he and Khan are one family. Ian continues by saying that when he found out about everything that was happening, he decided to personally visit the school and resolve everything. Then Yang says that their first demand is an apology from Kim himself to Kang. Such words of Yang shock Kang. Then Yan says that their second demand is to transfer Kim to another school, because Kang might not be happy to be in the same class with him. Then Jan finishes by saying that if the situation is still not clear, it would be better for her to discuss it with her husband at home. Jan says that he is confident that her husband will not want to lose the business because of this incident. She shuddered at this. A little time passes. Khan and Yang are standing in the schoolyard. Khan says that he didn't think that the problem would be solved so easily. However, Kana and Yana are stopped by the school principal, who calls them out, addressing both of them. The director goes outside and announces that the school's general director wants to meet with Chairman Jan. Chairman Yang and Kang went up to the CEO's office, where Kana Sarah stood before them. Shocked, Khan doesn't know what to say. He didn't know that the real principal of the school was Khan Sarah. Ian immediately addresses her, saying that she apparently knew that Ian would come to school today. She says that she only assumed it after seeing the news about the incident between Kang and Kim. Jan says that it was a good idea for her to discuss the affairs in Murim here, so as not to attract the attention of other clans. Here, Khan realizes that Jan was using him again, even though he actually helped him. Kana Sarah addresses Yang, saying that it is obvious to her that Yang is here because of the head of the Sunu clan, Lee. Yan says that you can't bring the head to the grave, that's right. With his words, he shocks Khan. Here, Khan is very shocked because he did not expect to hear this. What kind of grave are we talking about? The events of the story show us Lee, who is training very hard at this moment because he is very angry about something. Meanwhile, near Lee's villa, his assistant and some guy with long white hair are walking. Assistant Lee tells this guy that he is always welcome here. Maybe he has already decided to join the Sunu clan. However, he says that he is more comfortable alone. The assistant points him to the house where Lee trains. He thanks him for this. When he entered, he saw that Lee was there, who was actively training, and the guy immediately greeted him. This guy immediately started waving his hand at Lee and calling him by name, which indicates that they already knew each other. Lee also greets him, calling him Zergong. He wants to say something but falls silent abruptly. Without finishing his sentence, he looks at Lee and realizes that something has changed. He is surprised by Lee's new appearance. The guy turns to Lee asking why he invited him, and to such a very large mansion. He doesn't give direct answers to the guy's questions, and only says that the sword and uniform are in the next room, which surprises him. The guy yells at Lee, saying that he was only hoping to hang out with Lee and that red-haired girl, meaning Ginny. Lee smiles and asks him to be his friend and help Lee, as he is currently practicing a new technique. This surprises this guy very much. He did not expect that Lee would have such requests for him. He turns to Lee saying that so be it, he will help, but he will not spare, and immediately warns Lee about this. Meanwhile, we are taken back to Khan and the situation at school. Khan is still in shock from what Yang just said. With his shock, he interrupted Yan, who made a remark, saying that now he was talking with Kana Sarah, and Kana was interrupting them. Elder Yang asks Khan to be careful because in Murim this could cause great anger among many. However, Kana Sarah says that she also doesn't really understand what Elder Yang means now. Kana Sarah looks at her office and says that she rarely sees Lee lately and only calls him. However, Elder Yang says that Lee trains to the point of exhaustion and then does paperwork. Next, Lee says that recently he has been practicing the Yevon clan's soul source technique for days on end. Jan says that Kana Sarah has learned this herself and knows how much energy it takes for the body. He turns to Kana, looking at her and says that what kind of body can withstand such training when he hardly even sleeps. Yang says that Chief Yang is not okay, and if he continues this kind of training, then we can prepare for the worst. Kana Sarah says that in this case, Lee will either die or make his body disabled. Her words scare Kan to death. He didn't know about this at all, and about how hard Lee was trying. Sitting in the office, Jan says that everything is correct, which is why he decided to contact Kana Sarah for this. Lee turns to Kana Sarah, saying that he knows she was the one who helped Lee with his treatment from the doctor and learning the technique. Then, looking at her, Elder Yang says that she won't be able to convince the head of such training then. She looks into her coffee and says she would be glad if that could be done and Lee wouldn't be so serious. Meanwhile, Lee and his partner are in the middle of a tough battle, and they clash in a training fight. Lee's friend understands in his head that he was actually joking about not showing mercy, but Lee has become so strong. Lee's friend sees that Lee seems to be losing touch with reality. His attacks are getting stronger and stronger. He is simply shocked by this. Meanwhile, in Kana Sarah's office, Ian asks her if she doesn't know what they should do too. However, Kana Sarah says that this technique is of course very powerful, but it does not need to take so much energy. Kana continues and says that if it makes sense for him to exhaust himself like that, perhaps it's not all for the sake of some technique. Jan asks Kana Sarah if she really means that this technique does not require such efforts. She says that it does. However, she still says that no matter what, Lee became very attached to this technique. As the events of the story show us Lee and his friends fight, Kana Sarah asks if Yang has any thoughts. Meanwhile, during the fight with Lee, his friend asks him to take it easy or something will happen. However, Lee's friend notices that after another blow, everything was only covered in an aura, and Lee himself was not visible. The next take of the story shows us the eyes of Lee's friend, who is very surprised. Meanwhile, we are shown Kana Sarah, who says that perhaps Lee is not interested in technology at all. Meanwhile, Lee himself is also shown, almost completely covered in a dark aura. However, Elder Yang does not understand what exactly Kanasera means and asks her about it. She says that perhaps Lee is trying to become the strong one he knows and remembers very well. Ian is shocked to the point of horror by what Kanasera just said because everything came together in his thoughts. Sweating profusely with a terrible face, Yan looks at Kanasera and says that apparently Chief Lee has made up his mind. As they speak, the fight between Lee and his friend continues, with Lee throwing his friend back blow after blow. His friend no longer knows what to do because Lee attacks him with great speed. Then, remembering the wild Lee, Yan asks if he really decided to become Ku Moon Ren. Then, Lee's friend notices that Lee's eyes began to change, and blood began to flow from his eyes, and Lee himself began to sweat profusely. Lee's friend began to try to stop him, saying that he needed to stop, that this was just training, not a fight. Lee's friend asks if Lee has decided to kill him, and with his words he brings Lee back to reality because he is very strong. Meanwhile, the dialogue between Kanasera and Ian continues. She says that Lee is still trying to pull everything off on his own. Kana talks about how he tortures himself because of his sense of responsibility, which Kang points out. Elder Yang says that everything is much more critical than he thought, and that things cannot be left like this. However, their dialogue is interrupted by Khan. He asks for forgiveness and says that he has one question. Kang asks Kanasera and Yan that if the problems are so serious, why not tell Lee's parents? However, this question partially surprises Yan and Kanusera, because they just look at Kanu and remain silent. Kan notices that their reaction is somehow very strange and incomprehensible. He asks, "What's wrong?" With a very serious and cold face, Yang turns to Kan and asks if he didn't know about something. However, in the meantime, the events of the story show us Lee's friend, who after the fight decided to drink an energy drink. He finishes drinking it, sweating, and says that he finally feels alive now. Then he offers Lee an energy drink and starts asking him what kind of terrible technique Lee had during the fight. However, Lee says that it was nothing like that. He just got carried away during such a powerful workout. Immediately after this, Lee's friend asks him if he is feeling better, which greatly frightens Lee. Following in the wind, Lee's friend says that he is very sorry for what happened to Lee's mother. Lee heartlessly holds the leaf, twists it, and listens to his friend. And the events of the story tell us that Lee's mother recently died. Meanwhile, Kanu is told about this in Kanusera's office, which leaves him in shock. Next, Kanasera says that Kang hardly knows that she died because of Ku Moon Ren. Kanasera reveals that his men attacked Lee's mother in order to provoke Lee himself. Kanasera says that she died in the hospital. Kang yells at Yan, because he told him something completely different. Kang started yelling at Yan, saying that he had lied to him because he had said that Ku Moon Ren was Lee's teacher. Chairman Yang says that he did not lie to Khan at the time. However, he left out one point. Yan says that Ku Moon Ren is the enemy of everyone in the clan, and in general the person who can create the collapse of Miraman. Yang also says that in addition to Lee's mother, he killed Jinny's grandfather, Old Man Quan, which completely shocks Kang and horrifies him. And then Kang remembers Jinny's angry reaction when he said that he wanted to be Ku Moon Ren. Yan addresses Khan, saying that he follows the leader so well but didn't even know about his worst enemies. Yan says that Khan knows about Lee only from a few words from other people. These words infuriate Khan, but he understands everything. And then Khan realizes that he really never thought about Lee's feelings, but simply wanted to be there as a sign of gratitude. Then Yan says that by standing like this, Khan is interfering with the conversation between Kanasera and Yan, and can think everything over in the corridor. This, of course, really irritates Khan. He tries to answer but doesn't dare to do so. Yang turns to him again, asking if Khan really wants to tell them anything else. However, Khan only stated that no, he understood everything and would not say anything. Kang leaves. Yang watches this, but he is distracted by Kanasera, who says that it is clear that Yang is very worried about the head. Elder Yang says that he has very high hopes for Chief Lee, which is why he is so worried. Next, Yan explains that Khan was the first person Lee attracted to the clan, so Yan cares about him too. Kan walks down the hallway and realizes that now that he knows everything, he feels very ashamed in front of Jinny for his words. Looking out the window, he thinks that this is of course not so important. What is much more important is how Lee is doing now. Meanwhile, Lee and his friend are discussing on a bench about some work abroad, where Lee's close childhood friend is now. Lee's friend notices that Lee himself is depressed and asks him if he is worried that something will happen to her there. Lee's friend asks him how she is now, but Lee says he doesn't know. She has other contacts that he doesn't know. He then asks Lee if he doesn't plan to meet her, but Lee says that he does someday. Then Lee states that he will meet with her only after he destroys Ku-mun-ren. Next, Lee states that they have passed this topic and asks his friend if he found out what Lee asked for. Meanwhile, we are shown a dialogue between John and Kanasera. John says that he realized what state the leader is in now, drinking tea. However, he still had one final question. Why did Kanasera start helping them all, including Lee? He turns to Kanasera, looking into her eyes and asks what her motivation is. Has she really fallen in love with Lee? Jan looks at her and understands that she is smart and calculating, while she just looks at Yan. Looking at Ian, she says that his jokes are strange, and then declares that she and Lee have the same aspirations. Yang asks if she means revenge on Ku-mun-ren, but she says that their common goal is to protect this world, shocking Yang. She looks silently at Jan, who is very perplexed by what he just heard and looks silently at her. Ian starts to smile, look at Kana and say that he is very surprised by such an answer from her. Kanasera replies that after Ku-mun-ren's last attack, his number of allies has certainly increased several times. She says that in unions there is also talk about finances, influences and connections. John asks her how true this information is. It tells about a certain group of Murin masters who are constantly communicating with each other on various news topics. Then Jan says that if the information is accurate, then shouldn't it be reported to the Federation? Kanasera says that it has already been reported. She then adds that after the leader of the Federation found out about this, he resigned and then went missing. She tells a tense Jan that the new head didn't even listen but simply asked him not to spread crazy rumors. Ian says that he has a feeling that the new leader is connected to this shadow group. Then Kanasera says that she herself does not know the truth. But if the shadows are already taking control over Murim, the border between them and people will soon disappear. Then, looking at the city, she says that if this happens, tragedies like Lee's mother's will become commonplace for everyone. She tells Ian that she and Lee are going to work together to maintain peace in Murim. Then Jan says that if you find out everything from the previous leader of the Federation, everything will become known. He asks where he is now. The events of the story take us back to Lee and his friend. Lee speaks of some kind of hell of continuous torment. Then Lee's friend says that everything is correct. One person saw Ku-mun-ren there. Lee asks his friend where this hell is then, but Lee's friend says that he himself would like to know. His friend says that this place was built a long time ago by the Sunu clan at the request of the Federation, which surprises Lee. Meanwhile, Ian leaves school and thanks Kanasera for her time and says that they will see each other again. Together with the school director, she bows to Jan on his way and kindly sees him off, wishing him a pleasant journey. After the car leaves, Kanasera suddenly breathes out in relief, surprising the director. Kana walks up the steps back to school. The principal says that she must be very tired already. Kanasera says that it is very difficult to deal with Ian, and also to find out his intentions without revealing yours to him. Then she says that she is happy with the fact that Elder Yang is protecting the Sunu clan. She can definitely breathe a sigh of relief for a while. Meanwhile, Kang, Elder Yang are riding with his guards in a car in a tense situation. Yan addresses Khan, saying that he is a brave guy with a good character, but his facial expression always gives away his intentions. Yang says that he believes that Kang would not have been able to communicate normally with the leader that day if he had known about Ku-mun-ren. Surprised, Kang asks if that is why Yang did not tell Kang the whole truth about Lee that day. Yang doesn't answer. He says that Lee has mixed feelings for Kang. Their relationship is similar to the relationship with Ku-mun-ren. Then Jan says that if you weigh the pros and cons, it would be better if Khan didn't need to know about all this. Khan tries to act smart, turns to Jan and asks if he is really trying to mess with his head again. However, Yan only asks Khan with a laugh why he suddenly started thinking that way about Elder Yan. Elder Yang approaches Khan, saying that he has one advantage which surprises Khan. Jan tells Khan that the association still doesn't know about him, and usually the higher-ups immediately find out about all new Mermans. Khan tries to object, but holds back, and Yang says that he would like to ask Khan for one request. Then Yan says that in exchange for this request, he is ready to teach Khan martial arts, as he has long wanted. Elder Yang looks at Kang with a sincere smile and says that he has a hidden talent that can be revealed. Elder Yang tells Khan that he will be able to quickly reveal this talent, as Khan looks at such an offer for him. Then Khan asks if Yang is really asking him to become his disciple. But Khan says that it is not that simple. It is not that easy to become a disciple. Yan says that he will become something like a tutor. Khan already agrees to this, and they ride together in the car. Next, Khan turns to Yang. saying that the matter is about finding one necessary person. Jan talks about finding a very important person for the leader and shows a photo of some beautiful girl. Some time passes, Kan goes to school and looks at the photo of this girl. He does not understand who she is. Next, Kan concludes that from yesterday's conversation with Lee, it can be said that something is clearly wrong with him. Outside the school, Kana is met by the principal, who says that Kana is early today and greets him. The director comes close to Kana and asks him to give him an autograph on behalf of Yan, and notices Kana's phone with a photo of the girl. The director, seeing the photo of the girl on Kan's phone that Yan gave him yesterday, says that she is their school nurse. Kan lets the director look at the photograph much closer and in more detail, and later asks the director if they are familiar with it. The director says that of course they know each other, this is their nurse, but where did Kan get her photo from? Kan begins to loudly and excitedly ask the director to urgently connect him with this girl, to give him at least her number. Kan continues to beg the director about it without stopping, saying that it is very important, she has a very important meeting to have. Meanwhile, the head of the Sunu clan, Lee, is sitting in the training hall and again practicing the same technique with soul energy. As Lee practices, he remembers a conversation he had yesterday with a friend who asked him for something, even though he knows it's not very good. Lee further recalls their conversation yesterday. Lee checked with his friend several times whether this person was really in that place. Lee's friend said that he also had doubts at first, but the latest news dispelled them. Next, he told Lee about a certain master song, who, despite everything, revived the tradition of martial arts tournaments in Murium. He also said that after this act, all the elders of Murima began to hate him. He then went on to say that when the man realized this, he left his high post. And then, after some time, this post was taken by Wanju Vetra, the same old man with whom Lee had fought long ago. His friend also told how Lee himself already knows. After all this, the topic of opening the tournament came up. And then Lee put together the facts in his head that there could be a strong person like Kumun Ren in this tournament. Lee's memories from yesterday and the events of the story show us Lee's assistant drinking coffee and sitting on his phone. However, his good rest is suddenly interrupted by Lee, who calls him to his place. The assistant went to Lee and immediately began asking whether Lee had not slept all night again. However, without answering this question, Lee surprises the assistant by asking if he knows where the hell of continuous torment is. The assistant begins to ask whether Lee really wants to say that he will go there. Lee interrupts his assistant, saying that they should look for Master Soma there. Meanwhile, we are shown the events of the story, where Kan talks to Yan on the phone and says that it is too much to find a person from a photo. However, Kan reports that he did it anyway and gives Ian all the information about what she is, who she is, and where she is. Kan begins to criticize Yan again, saying that he knew everything about her, so he sent Kan to look for her at school. On the phone, Kan asks Yan if he simply didn't want to ask the director because Yan has too high a reputation. Immediately after their words, Kan received a text file from Yan on his phone, which contained the basics of martial arts. Jan tells Kan on the phone that these are the basics he should learn first, an introductory course. Kan scolds Jan, saying that they could have at least given a video clip instead of text. But Jan already ends the conversation, shocked by these young people. Meanwhile, Yang arrives at the meeting with Lee and the other elders, asking for forgiveness for being late. They called Yan because Elder Ming said there was an urgent matter. Yan was wondering what happened. The elders inform Yan that Lee is inquiring about the Sunu clan's hell of continuous torment. Lee confirms this, saying that he asked his assistant, but he said that this was classified information and that he needed to contact the elders. Elder Yang apparently understands what is going on. He looks wisely at Lee and the others, and simply remains silent for now. Yang then asks if Lee really wants to know about this place since Master Song is imprisoned there, which surprises Lee. This surprises even Elder Min, who asks how this is possible. Yang says that he learned this from Kanasera by accident. Jan reports that Kanasera said that the Federation has allied itself with the Shadows, which poses a great danger. Yang tells everything he knows about this place. Lee reacts strangely. He asks if the Shinhyup clan is involved here. Yan says that perhaps other clans or shadows are trying to find out information about the hell of continuous torment. This needs to be stopped. Elder Yang says that this place is teeming with monsters and criminals who can break chains with their bare hands. Jan tells the story of a man who nearly lost his life there, fighting the local monsters to the death. After all the stories, Lee gets upset because such a dangerous place is not the best choice for him now. Then Lee says why they should all do this. Why not just ask the Sunu clan for strength directly? Elder Ming turns to Lee, saying that he really wants the Sunu clan to go to hell. Lee says that this is possible for the survival of the Mirim world, for the sake of Master Song, but Lee's words are interrupted. Elder Kim says that hell now belongs to the Federation. You can't just break into it. It will be a war. The elders begin to say that they don't even know for sure whether Master Song is there. Lee tries to contradict him. Elder Yang is watching all of this. He just remains silent and analyzes the situation around him. However then, shocking everyone, Yan says that it's not that the Sunu clan has no chance at all. He sits down on a chair and says that if the leader decides to go there, he is ready to help. The two elders, especially Kim, did not understand why Yang made such a decision, because it was very dangerous and risky. However, Yan ignores them and only adds that Lee must leave his post as the head of the clan and all responsibilities. Yan turns to Lee, who is looking at him, and says that this should only be his personal ambition and not that of the entire clan. Yang presents a scheme where Lee is replaced and Lee himself is declared missing. Yang asks Lee what he thinks about it. Yan says that if Lee makes such a decision, then Yan will agree to help and find a way to get to hell. The elders go home, the meeting is over, they discuss the fact that the leader has made a decision and Yan's idea. Elder Kim notes the fact that this way Lee will at least get away from the stress of being the head of the clan and rest. However, their sweet conversations are interrupted by Ian himself, who says that this should not be taken so lightly. He looks out the window and says that lately Lee's soul and body seem strange to him. Elder Yang says that Lee will continue to train, and at this rate, he will bring himself to the grave. Elders Min and Kim ask Yang what he came up with, and Yang says that it is their common promise. Elder Ming asks if Yang really decided to send him there. Yang says that he is always serious. Jan says that the leader is now at the top and in euphoria, and in order to talk to him soberly, he needs to be brought back to full reality. Yang suggests bringing back one personality that will help, and then Min says that now he likes Yang's idea. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Ian's friend, who talks to him on the phone and asks if Lee is in his right mind. Lee invites his friend to go with him to that hell, but his friend says that Lee has completely gone off the rails. Lee looks at the ceiling and says that he doesn't have much information yet, but can he think about his friend? Lee finished the conversation with his friend. His friend is still in shock. He finds it hard to believe what Lee offered him. Meanwhile, Lee himself is lying on the couch and thinking about whether he did the right thing by doing this. Lee continues to lie there, doubts plaguing him, and the feeling of anxiety just can't leave his body. Lee rests, thinks, and looks at the ceiling and the setting sky. And then a strange feeling comes over him. Lee falls asleep. He says that when there are no things to do or tasks to do, he is visited by a strange feeling that he has not had for a long time. He is calm. However, as soon as he tries to fall asleep, an ominous image appears in his head, releasing a white aura from its mouth. The moment after Lee saw him, his eyes opened and a shudder ran through his entire body. A shocked Lee wakes up in a sweat and doesn't understand what just happened to him. Lee immediately starts to gnaw at himself, saying that time is passing and he is just resting. He should do something. Lee immediately runs to train, however. He is distracted by someone's voice calling him. It turned out to be Lee's assistant. He came up from behind and informed Lee that guests had come to see him. The assistant introduced the man as Mr. Unshakable Wall. He had long gray hair and wore black glasses. He sat down in the hall opposite Lee and began to talk about how from that day on, he would be preparing Lee for his departure to hell. This shocks Lee. He didn't expect that in order to be sent to such a place, he would need to undergo some more training. They are silent for a while. Then the gentleman apologizes, saying that he has no talent for making beautiful speeches. He starts to leave, saying that their conversation would obviously go better in practice. Already at sunset, this gentleman together with Lee come to the training hall. He asks Lee to try to attack him. He stands in front of Lee and says that only after he sees the blow and Lee's abilities will he be able to decide what they should do. Lee says that he did not think at all that this gentleman would offer him a duel first. Before all this started, the master asked Lee if he was going to go there because of Kumun Ren. Then he tells everything that Jan did, as if he himself had been present at the meeting. Then the gentleman adds that Lee really thinks that in this way, he will get information about Kumun Ren. Lee wants to start talking, but the gentleman interrupts him, saying that he doesn't care what goal Lee is pursuing. He talks about how he received an order not to let unknown individuals into hell, and this is what the check is based on. Looking at the gym, he says that if Lee can defeat him here and now, then he will go to hell without any problems. And then he adds that otherwise, Lee will face a boring educational process. Lee is silent at first, and then says that it is good that he understood the words of this gentleman. A second after that, Lee releases an aura and takes off. He attacks the master, but he overtakes him. Lee sees that he managed to repel all of Lee's attacks at once, and he didn't even dodge them once. He looks at his back and thinks about whether this man is really as impenetrable as he looks. Lee says that since things are already like this, then he just needs to be stronger and decides to strike. However, Lee's tactics do not last long. In just a few moments, this gentleman throws Lee into the air with a direct blow. Lee was terribly shocked by what just happened. He didn't expect such an outcome at all. Lee flips in the air and lands on his feet. At least he manages to do that without any problems. Lee looks at him and realizes that he was wrong. That because of his large frame he would be slow. But no. Lee begins to understand very well that if he continues to fight like this, nothing will come of it. The master turns to Lee, saying that with such attacks he would not be able to defeat even the most ordinary prisoner, let alone Ku Moonren. Their gazes meet again, and Lee realizes that he needs to take action seriously. Lee raises a huge and powerful aura behind him, and says that since this is the case, he will be more serious in battle. Meanwhile, someone tells Elder Yang about everything that is happening and about the fight between the master and Lee. It turns out to be Lee's assistant. He tells Yan that there is nothing funny about this. Yan says that it is a pity that he will not see this fight with his own eyes. The assistant stands on the street and informs Jan on the phone that the sounds of impacts have become more and more powerful. Elder Yang is going to some meeting, and at the same time he is communicating with his assistant, finding out the situation. Yang turns to Lee's assistant and tells him not to worry. Lee will not lose, just like Mr. Steele. Meanwhile, they are still fighting. Mr. Steele says that the stronger the attack, the more acute the despair from it. Lee is shocked. During the entire fight, not a single attack of his has yet passed through the Lord of Steel. It's just shock. Lee looks at him and says that he really is a real wall of steel that repels everything in its path. Next, Lee looks at his feet, realizing that during their entire fight he hadn't even moved a foot. He was standing where he had been standing the whole time. Lee recalls his words. He said that Lee would not be able to defeat even the weakest prisoner with such strength. Lee decides to use his level much higher, because the previous one does not give him any result. Mr. Steele himself notices this. He sees that Lee is starting to do something unusual. At that moment, Lee begins to suck in air, sucking it in and pulling it out into himself, as if he were becoming stronger. Immediately after this, he takes his stance and begins to prepare to attack. Lee begins to move like a shadow, or even a spirit, and Lord Steel uses his techniques again. However, Lee ends up behind the Lord of Steel, and in his thoughts he says that he will finish the fight with his most powerful technique. Here Mr. Steele tenses up for the first time. He says that it will be a little dangerous for him, and smiles slightly. Meanwhile, behind him, Lee appears normally with a huge aura of white energy around him. And immediately after his appearance, he directs this aura of energy straight towards the Lord of Steel, thereby attacking him. He pronounces the name of the technique, Destructive Strike of the Raging Heavens, and then everything around is covered in a white aura. Lee rushes straight at the Steel Lord with this wild attack. He turns around and uses his defense technique again. However, at the moment of the attack, Lee notices that something is wrong, as if something began to pull him into his own attack more strongly. And so it happens. Some dark robe begins to absorb Lee's hand, which struck the Steel Lord. This scares Lee to the point of horror. Not only was his attack stopped, but his hand was also being absorbed. However, at that moment, someone's hands appear from this dark aura and restrain Lee's technique. This shocks Lee even more, as he looks at the face of his opponent, the Lord of Steel. The aura effects disappear, and Lee then realizes that it was the hands of the Lord of Steel who stopped an attack of that level from Lee. When Lee realizes that it's final, his attack has been blocked without the slightest damage, he goes into wild shock. However, Lee then begins to notice that many places in the training hall have begun to explode on the sides of him. Here Mr. Steele exhales. He lets go of Lee's hands and says that he has a very good and strong fist. However, Mr. Steele then adds that this fist still doesn't come close to his standards. He turns away from Lee and says that it would be better for him to forget for a while about the hell of continuous torment. Mr. Steele starts to leave, but Lee stops him and asks what technique he just used. Mr. Steele says that this is just a modified technique of the Sunu clan and nothing more. Lee is shocked, he doesn't believe it, but Mr. Steele says that the Sunu clan's specialty is speed and lightness. Mr. Steele explains to Lee the technique and what exactly he changed in it to make it what it is now. Next, he turns to Lee, saying that if he wants, he can teach him this technique. Mr. Steele assures that there is nothing special about it, but Lee says that such techniques are prized in Mirim, as he knows. Mr. Steele says that all the techniques of the Sunu clan belong to his leader. And then Lee says that he wants to learn right now. However, the Steel Gentleman shocks Lee because he says that the first thing he needs to do is go wash up and sleep. Looking at the dumbbells in the gym, Lee says how he can go to sleep when they are training now. However, Mr. Steel says that he is tired and anxious, and that training cannot be carried out in such a state. Then, the Steel Gentleman says that the first step for Lee will be a regular shower and sleep. Meanwhile, we are shown our main character, Kana, reading about the energy points of the body on a bench. However, suddenly Kana-sera appears here, passing by and asking what Kang is doing at such a late hour. Kana-sera tells Kang to just head home, it's already late, we can talk tomorrow. However, Kang turns to her and tells her that she needs to look at the person who is close to Lee. Kang tells Kana-sera that he himself knows little about her and shows a photo of the girl, which shocks Kana-sera. She remains silent at first, and then tells Khan that it was obviously Yang who gave him information about her, which surprised Khan. She turns to Khan and tells him that she congratulates him on his position as the Sunu clan elder's puppet. Then Khan turns to her and says that they have an exchange with Yan, and he will teach him in exchange for this. Here Khan shouts that he just really wants to help Lee. To do this, he needs to become stronger, and Yang can help here. Then he says that he doesn't want to make excuses and will just leave when he finds out more than he brings to Kana-sera's attention. She just looks at him, turns around and exhales, saying that Khan hasn't figured it all out yet. She turns to Khan, saying that this task is for her and not Khan, shocking him. Looking at the building nearby, she says that John is thus giving hints to her through Khan. After a while, she turns to Khan, saying that if he received an answer to his question, then he can go. However, he runs to her and says that there is one more thing and a question for her. She speaks rudely to Khan, saying that they are not close enough to exchange information. He shows her the text of the technique and says that he doesn't understand anything about it, and Kana froze in shock when she saw it. A shocked Kana-sera addresses Kana, saying that this is the Sunwoo clan's book, and if she reads it, she will become an enemy of the clan. Kan says that he will then ask the most interesting question and tells Kanya about the technique, which surprises her. She again looks at Kan silently and strangely, and he asks if he really said something wrong again. She asks if Kan knows about special points on the body. He says no. She asks him to follow her. They arrive at the building and Kana-sera gives Kana a bunch of books about Murim and a basic base on energy. Then she says that she gives Kanu a week to study, and then he needs to come to her. She will check his knowledge. Kan says he wanted to know a couple of things, but she says it's the basis for everyone. He needs to know it. However, here she asks Kan if he wants to help Lee, which greatly surprises him. She then looks into Kan's eyes and tells him that if he wants to help Lee, he must prove it sincerely. Kan stops arguing, but still asks if there is an audio format, but this irritates Kana-sera. On his way home, Kan is upset because he just wanted to ask for advice but received a waste paper base. Although Kan also thinks that even though Kana-sera was angry with him, she still helped him. Maybe she is kind. Meanwhile, Lee is standing in the shower, washing away the sweat and thinking about something to himself. In his thoughts, he says that he is very tired. Fighting with the spirit and fighting in practice are very different things for him. Lee realizes that the technique that Mr. Steel used is simply incredible and very powerful. Lee still can't understand how he managed to reflect his Black Heaven Strike technique because it is one of Lee's strongest. While pouring water on himself, Lee wonders if he will be able to use this technique in the battle with Ku Mun-ren. However, here Lee loses his temper again and starts to get out of the shower, saying that he urgently needs to do some meditation. Meanwhile, Ian is talking to someone on the phone and thanks them for being able to dissuade Lee from his strange ideas. However, Mr. Steel turns to Yan and says that he failed a little. The leader went to meditate again. However, Elder Yang says that this is already good, because it will definitely not be possible to change completely at once. Then Elder Yang tells Mr. Steel to keep trying, and he says that he understands everything. Lee's assistant looks at the house and says that he remembers how after Yang's last visit, Lee immediately learned his technique and was able to repeat it. Assistant Lee says that perhaps he's worrying in vain, but if this happens again, and with the master's equipment, it will become a disaster. Then the assistant adds, looking at Mr. Steel, that if Lee copies his technique, then even Steel won't be able to stop him. Mr. Steel looks at his hand and says that it is possible that Assistant Lee is right. He looks at his wounded palm and says that today he was already at his limit. Meanwhile, Lee is talking about something with an old man from another clan and his assistant. Among themselves, Elder Yang and that old ghost discuss the rumors about Master Song being imprisoned in hell. The old man says that it would never have occurred to him to go and save Master Sun, as everyone else is saying, but Yan simply remains silent. Jan also talks to the old man about the group of news from the new Murim, but the old man only says that it is a group of blockheads. Putting down his tea, the old man says that there are many problems in the Union, and the shadows have become active. Murima is terribly unstable. Elder Yang tells the old man that he can't ignore any rumors now, as these teenagers are the future of Murima. Looking at the old man, Jan suggests sending several young Mirim to this hell, which shocks the old man to the point of horror. Jan says that this way they themselves will understand that their theories about Sun's location there may be a lie. The old man loudly hits the chair with his hand, saying that hell is like some kind of museum for Jan because they can destroy his power. However, Jan tells the old man that their clan, like no one else, knows the importance of this place because they built it. Looking at the old man, Yang says that the current hell is built on the sacrifices of the Sunu clan, as if hinting to the old man about their strength. However, the old man only looks at Jan, saying that he must have had to quarrel, since he is stirring up the past so much. Ian stands up and starts to leave, saying that he generally understood the position of the old man and his clan. Leaning on his cane, Jan leaves, thanking the old man for spending so much time with him. As soon as Jan leaves, the old man's assistant asks him if Jan was able to guess something. The old man does not answer but only stands up, asking if there was any more news from the hell of continuous torment. The old man's assistant assures him that there has been no news or strange movements from hell lately. The old man stands by the window looking at the city. He scratches his beard and seems to be thinking about something very important for the clan. The assistant suggests sending a few more people to hell to suffer if the old man is so worried, but he says that is not the issue. Looking at the city, the old man says that if someone suspects something, then they will clearly be able to start acting. The assistant says that there are already rumors, but the old man says that she shouldn't worry so much about it. The old man remembers in his head some guy tied up in chains and says that he can't get out of there. Jan drives somewhere and talks to someone on the phone, saying that he didn't find out much, but that checking was clearly not unnecessary. Yan talks to Elder Min, who says that the old man is quite a sly one, and that he shouldn't forget about it. Driving through the city, Yang and Min decide that it is better not to let the leader into that hell for now, because it is very dangerous for him. With a smile on his face, Yang tells Elder Ming that he doesn't have to worry about this at all. Yan says that Mr. Steele is now with the head, and they, in turn, are training. Although it is not easy to call it training, because Lee created his spirit with the help of energy and fought with it. Lee looks out the window and realizes that there is no need to rush, because from today on, Mr. Steele will train him. Lee goes downstairs and meets an assistant who shouts at him that nothing will work. Lee tells him how this won't work. The assistant replies that it's because Lee again ignored advice and didn't sleep all night. The assistant reports that Mr. Steele said to rest for a few more days, but Lee shouts that he is perfectly fine. However, as Lee was saying this, he noticed that his nose was starting to bleed, which scared him. Lee goes to the mirror. He doesn't understand what happened to him. He's a little tired, of course, but this has never happened before. Lee's assistant comes into the bathroom and asks Lee if he is okay now. Lee says everything is fine, but the assistant argues, saying that a master like Lee should not have health problems. Lee tells his assistant that he cannot sleep because he immediately remembers Kumun Ren and wakes up. In addition to this, Lee realizes that there has been a lot of news about him lately, and he himself has become much stronger. Lee remembers some fragment in his head and says that he wants to become stronger so that it doesn't happen again. And he remembers his fight with Kumun Ren when Lee easily lost to him, and Kumun Ren dropped him headfirst to the floor. Lee says that this should never happen again, that he needs to become stronger, and the assistant listens to him attentively. Looking at the dawn from the window, the assistant says that he understands everything, but Lee is in too much of a hurry. This can't be done. He turns to Lee, looking at him and saying that his desire to learn could cost him his sanity. The assistant yells at Lee, telling him that he needs to give himself a chance to rest immediately. Lee goes to his room, lies down on his bed, and tells himself that he understands everything perfectly well and knows the risks of such training. His thoughts are distracted by a message on his phone. He pays attention to it and starts reading. It was Can. He was telling Lee everything, saying what he was doing now and sending Lee photos. However, Lee stopped at one of the photographs and was very shocked when he saw it. He began to look closely and saw a book that was very familiar to him under Can's elbow. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a meeting of some people where Kana Sarah is sitting. She sits and listens attentively to what is said, and the people around her compliment her among themselves. The guys in the hall are discussing among themselves how beautiful and good Kana Sarah is, but it's a pity she's emotionless. They discuss how she is eerily calm as a stone, but some sharp sound attracts her attention. It turns out to be a telephone, and she looks at it with great surprise, like a child at a toy. Seeing the screen of her phone, she blushes a little, as if something very important had happened to her. She gets up from the table, telling everyone that they need to take a short break, and on her phone it shows that Lee is calling her. The guys in the room immediately started talking about the fact that she immediately smiled after this man called her. Sarah picks up the phone, and on the other side you can see Lee. It is indeed a call from him. Lee asks Sarah if he is distracting her. She states that she just happened to have a free minute. Looking at her school, she asks what Lee is calling about. He asks if his friend Kang is studying there. Lee tells Sarah that he saw in Kana's photo the same textbook she used to teach him. Lee says that when he saw this, he remembered how she taught him and told him stories about Mirim, and so he decided to call her. She says that it is clear and quietly adds that apparently Kan is useful, but Lee has not heard this. She asks Lee how he is he still training? Lee replies that yes, he is as busy as always. She says that she understands Lee's haste perfectly well, which surprises him, as if she knows the reasons for the training. However, she then adds kindly and with a smile that Lee should not forget about people like Kang and the others who are worried about him. These words greatly delight and please Lee. He thanks Sarah for once again helping him as always. However, she only says with a simple face that this is all nonsense. There is nothing special here. She then adds that she would like to meet when it is convenient for Lee, saying that there is much to discuss, which surprises Lee. Quite quickly and abruptly, Lee says that she likes the idea of meeting right now then. Sarah is shocked. She didn't expect this and turned red from shock in such a proposal from Lee. Some time passes and Lee actually comes to Kana, greeting her sweetly and with a smile. Kana goes to meet him, saying that he really came here as he promised. He says everything is fine and then asks if he interrupted Sarah from her work, surprising her to the point of blushing. She turns away a little and says hesitantly that no, she just got free. Kana's assistant says that she has a meeting soon. He annoys her with this. Realizing this, he offers to reschedule. Lee says that Kana's assistant is a very capable man, but she says that he has no intelligence at all. Some time passes. Lee sits with Kana. Lee says that she wanted to tell him something then. Kana says that in truth she has received information about the infinite energy that Ku Mun-ren is looking for. A shocked Lee turns to Kana, asking why she didn't contact him right away. Sarah says that this is not the kind of information that should be conveyed so urgently to Lee. Sarah tells Lee about the story of the villainous mortal demon lord, who was very popular in Mirim, describing him. She tells us that at that time, the inhabitants of all of Murima tried to catch him together with all their might. However, despite their efforts and a lot of strong people, all their attempts were very unsuccessful. Kana explains that he was called the immortal demon due to his immense regeneration and great strength. Lee says that he remembered well who we were talking about after Sarah's words. Lee asks how this is related to energy. Kana says that he immediately remembered his story when he heard about it. She has studied all the information about him and shows Kanu an excerpt from some of his books. Lee reads this with horror and sees that it speaks of infinite power and energy in the records of this demon. Sarah says that, judging by the records, he never tired of battles, and all his mortal wounds healed immediately. Lee asks if the energy that Ku Mun-ren is looking for belongs to this demon. Kana says that she is not exactly sure. Looking at the interior of the cafe, Kana says that initially such energy was just legends that reflected people's dreams. She says that the Murims were no exception, and their dream has always been the endless energy that is being discussed. A very surprised Lee began to ask Sarah what had happened to this demon, whether he was still alive. Lee's attention is sharply drawn to Kana, who says that the book described the last moments of their lives. Sarah said that the followers escaped, and he, covering them, died in a trap from other Mirim. Lee asks if there are any more books left of him. Sarah says that all books related to him or other demons were destroyed in Mirim. She talks about how the materials she managed to obtain were miraculously preserved by someone. Lee is surprised, he asks, but why was it necessary to destroy all the valuable materials then? Kana explains to Lee that they carried great power, and many wanted to get it, so they got rid of them, which upsets Lee a little. At the end, Sarah says that she is afraid that her stories will increase Lee's anxiety. Lee says that this will not happen. Lee thanks Sarah because he now knows that the eternal energy that he thought was a fantasy actually existed. However, an upset Kana says that if this is all true, then the information could fall into the hands of Ku Mun-ren. Lee adds that then, an already very strong enemy will become a completely unkillable monster with infinite power. Kana admits that this is true. In the worst-case scenario, Everything will turn out something like this. Lee imagines Kumunren in his head and the fire behind him, realizing that the world will be in the hands of the demon then. The events of the story show us Kumunren himself. He turns to someone and asks if he knows him. A fat old man comes out, shouting that he is glad that Kumunren has arrived and stands with a weapon looking at him. Kumunren turns to the old man and asks that everything is true. But why did this fat cook drag him here? This fat old man began to smile and talk about what was, of course, in order to kill here. The old man simply looks at Kumunren, and he looks at him with a rather empty look, not really understanding everything. Then the fat old man began to jump from wall to wall along the burning building, going behind Kumunren. Finally, after about 10 seconds of jumping, the fat old man lands powerfully next to Kumunren. The fat old man points a weapon at Kumunren and shouts that he has nowhere to run from here. However, he does not frighten or surprise Kumunren at all, who stands with a cigarette and looks soullessly at the fat old man. The fat old man starts yelling wildly at Kumunren, telling him to attack or go to hell right now. However, the old man is distracted by something, namely a voice that calls him grandfather and talks about eternal energy. The old man looks at some guy, and he in turn tells the surprised old man something about killing the boss. The guy starts asking the old man to put down those huge knives, but before he can finish, they are aimed at him. The old man deals a huge blow with his weapon, knocking down everything in his path and screaming, turning everything into ruins. However, the guy just calmly jumped up and turned over, calling the fat old man very strange. The fat old man starts yelling at him, calling him a brat, and saying that he is still trying to fool the old man. Then the old man shouts at Kumunren, saying that he really thought that the old man would not find out about their intrigues. The old man says that Kumunren knows very well that they have been looking for the eternal energy of the cult leader for a long time, but for some reason he decided to intervene. The old man says that this is why they asked the shadows for help and money, but they only decided to remove them in the end, isn't he right? However, in response to all the old man's words, Kumunren only remains silent, and the old man says that he knew it and begins to threaten him with death. However, in the next moment, Kumunren appeared behind the old man and said one simple thing: "Shut up." The shocked fat old man with the gun just started shaking and asking, "When? When?" Meanwhile, dozens of cuts appeared on his stomach, as well as on his arms and other parts of his body. Kumunren just smoked a cigarette, watching this, and the old man's blood rushed up behind his back. However, the whole process and Kumunren's enjoyment was interrupted by other people. They began to call him boss. It was a guy and some girl. They both asked Kumunren why he killed that old man right away. The girl began to scream, saying that 60 years had passed. There were almost no followers of the demon left, and Kumunren was killing them like this. The girl's name was Sophia. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us a cute girl who is sitting at home in the city and doing something on her laptop. She transmits information to Kumunren via earpiece about where there are other followers. There are 3 of them in Korea. Kumunren asks to organize a vacation for them all for the next week. Sophia asks if they are really going to Korea again. Kumunren answers that yes. Evil Kumunren says that there are 3 people there, 1 or 2 can be finished off. Meanwhile, we are shown Lee and his assistant. His assistant says that dating is good for Lee, but Lee says it's just a meeting. The assistant then asks Lee what interesting thing they talked about for so long, which surprises Lee. At first, Lee simply remains silent, but in his thoughts he recalls Kanusera and their entire dialogue today. Without waiting for anything, Lee asks his assistant where he thinks the demon's followers might have gone. This question terribly surprises the assistant because he does not understand what kind of demon is being talked about. Lee tells the assistant about the demon, but the assistant says that it is difficult to even imagine. Such people have a different way of thinking. The assistant's words greatly surprise Lee, and in his head he plays the word criminals because that's what his assistant called them. He recalls the words of the Master of Steel that all the main criminals of Muriman are gathered in that hell. The story moves forward, and we are shown Lee telling his friend that he is indeed going to hell. Lee's friend asks him what he expects to find there, but their conversation is interrupted by a man. It turns out to be some girl with something in her hands and glasses. She looks at Lee with a smile and red cheeks. Lee's friend approaches her and thanks her for the coffee with a smile, which takes her attention away from Lee. And then, winking at her, he says that she could leave him and Lee alone here to talk. She confuses Lee and his friend and says that she has completely lost her mind, and of course she will hurry to go and leave them to communicate. Lee's friend tells him that people like her are rarely lucky enough to see people like Lee. So she is shocked. Lee's friend looks around the room and says that he should have given notice before he came, and Lee apologizes for not doing so. Then Lee's friend suggests returning to the conversation and says that Lee said that he was going to find something in hell. Lee says that he is going to find information about the demon, and Lee's friend even choked on his coffee from shock when he heard this. Lee's friend says that he had a stroke from what Lee had just told him, and he didn't even try to hide it. Everyone around started looking at Lee in shock. Lee's friend said that some topics in Murim should be raised very carefully. Lee tells everything he knows about hell and the demon, and Lee's friend even clutches his head in surprise at such information. Friend Lee says that ordinary Murim are taught from childhood that it is forbidden to even ask about this demon. Lee's friend explains that everyone in Murimia has experienced dozens of deaths in their families because of this demon. It has become a taboo subject. Lee's friend says that Lee brought up this topic so easily now and surprised everyone with it. And then Lee realized what the problem was. Then, Lee asks in surprise that his friend's relatives don't know anything about the demon. He says no. Behind Lee's friend, the girl appears again, saying that there are people in the world who feel fascinated by forbidden topics. Lee's friend is shocked by what his girlfriend is saying and starts asking her what she's talking about. She forwards some file to Lee's friend's phone and asks him to forward the file to Lee himself so he can take a look. She says that there is all the information she has about this demon lord, which surprises Lee and his friend. The events of the story show us the building where this happens, and this girl says that the truth is that there is little special in the information, just rumors. Lee's friend reads the information, and there is even information about his moles. He says that it is not very useful, but the girl says that it is sexy. Lee asks how they managed to get so much information. She says it's just healthy fanaticism, nothing more. She then goes on to say that there are a lot of people in Murim who drool over information like this. Then she says that Ku Munren even has his own fan club. Lee's friend tries to stop her, and this information interests Lee. This girl notices that this topic about Ku Munren is too upsetting for Lee, and she says that she didn't think about it at all. However, Lee says that everything is fine, but he is interested in some lines in this large text file. Lee asks about some technique that is mentioned there. Lee's friend says that it is probably the general circulation technique and laughs. This girl with glasses also says that you shouldn't take all the information seriously because it's just a collection of rumors. All this information only upsets Lee because either it is all untrue or the owner of infinite energy is very, very strong. Some time passes. Lee and his friend say goodbye. Lee thanks him for the information, and his friend apologizes for that girl. Lee's friend asks him a question that surprises him greatly, asking if the Sunu clan will really help Lee with hell. Lee is surprised. They walk up the stairs and Lee's friend asks him if the Sunu clan is really ready to face the Federation one-on-one. Lee tells his friend not to worry, even though the Sunu clan promised to help. But first, Lee will undergo training with the Lord of Steel. Hearing the name of the Master of Steel, Lee's friend is shocked and opens his mouth, asking the name again. Lee asks if he knows him. Lee's friend sweated heavily, did not answer the question, and told Lee that he probably needed to abandon the idea of going to this hell. Lee is also very shocked by this. He thinks that his friend really knows something and asks him what he is talking about. Friend Lee says that he is the strongest of the young men in Sunu. Although all the glory is around the Red Star, he is also strong. Lee's friend says that passing his test is the same as saying that Lee will never go to hell. The events of the story then show us Elder Yan asking someone on the phone why they are talking like that. It's Lee who scolds the Elder for the fact that because of his Steel Master in the test, Lee can't go to hell now. However, Elder Yang does not give a clear answer, saying that it would be better for Lee to talk to the Steel itself, but Lee does not listen to the end and hangs up. One of Jan's men in the car turns to him and asks what happened. Jan says with a smile that there is nothing bad. Apparently, Mr. Steel is doing his job well. Meanwhile, the events of the story show us Lee, who returned home and immediately jumped onto his bed. Lee lies on the bed and realizes that his friend is right. Lee was lying when they spoke in riddles about all this. Lee closes his eyes, lies there, and thinks that once again everyone has deceived him, and that everywhere there is a simple, continuous deception.